Strange stories. From a Chinese studio. Strange stories from a Chinese studio. Translated and annotated by Herbert A. Giles of HM's Consular Service. In 2 volumes. Volume I. London Thos de la Rue & Co., 110 Bunhill Row. Printed by Thomas de la Rue & Co., Bunhill Row, London. To my wife and our children. Bertram. Lionel. Valentine. Lancelot. Contents. Introduction, Volume I, pp. Roman 13, Roman 32. Stories. Volume I, Volume Roman 2. Pays pay. Adulteration punished. Alchemist, they. Boatgirl bride, they. Boatman of Lalung, they. Boon companion, the. Bribery and corruption. Buddhist priest of Siechang, the. Buddhist priest's arrival of. Butterfly's revenge, they. Carrying a corpse. Cattle plague, the. Censor in purgatory, the. Chang Puliang. Chang's transformation. Chu Keo Siechang and his ghost. Clay image, the. Cloth merchant, they. Collecting subscriptions. Considerate husband, they. Country of the cavemen, the. Courage tested. Cruelty avenged. Dead priest, the. Death by laughing. Disembodied friend, they. Dishonesty punished. Doctor, they. Donkey's revenge, they. Dr. Serng's dream. Dreaming honors. Dutch carpet, they. Dwarf, Earthquake, n. Elephants and the lion, they. Engaged to a nun. Examination for the post of guardian angel. Faithful dog, they. Faithful gander, the. Faithless widow, they. Feasting the ruler of purgatory. Feng Shui. Fight with the foxes, they. Fighting cricket, the. Fighting quails, the. Fisherman and his friend, they. Flood. Flower nymphs, they. Flying cow, they. Football on the Tungtiang Lake. Foreign priests. Fortune hunter punished, they. 40 strings of cash, the. Friendship with foxes. Gambler's talisman, they. Grateful dog, they. Great rat, they. Great test, they. Hidden treasure, they. His father's ghost. 8 Sangju's misfortunes. Husband punished, they. Incorrupt official, they. Infernal regions, in the. Ingratitude punished. Injustice of heaven, they. Invisible priest, the. Jen H. Siu the gambler. Joining the immortals. Jonah, a Chinese. Judge Liu. Justice for rebels. Killing a serpent. King, the. Life prolonged. Lingering death, the. Little Chu. Losiacha country and the sea market, the. Lost brother, the. Mad priest, the. Magic mirror, the. Magic path, the. Magic sword, the. Magical arts. Magnanimous girl, the. Making animals. Man who was changed into a crow, the. Man who was thrown down a well, the. Marriage lottery, the. Marriage of the fox's daughter, they. Marriage of the virgin goddess, they. Master thief, the. Metempsychosis. Mirror and listen trick, the. Miss Chiono. Miss Lian H. Xiang, the fox girl. Miss Quarta Hu. Miss Yingning, or the laughing girl. Mr. Tongue, or virtue rewarded. Mr. Willow and the locusts. Mysterious head, the. Painted skin, the. Painted wall, the. Performing mice, the. Perseverance rewarded. Picture horse, the. Pious surgeon, the. Planchette. Planting a pear tree. Playing at hanging. Priest's warning, the. Princess Lily, the. Princess of the Tungtiang Lake. Quarrelsome brothers, they. Raising the dead. Rat wife, the. Resuscitated corpse, the. Rip Van Winkle, a Chinese. Rocks, they. Salt smuggler, they. Saving life. Sea serpent, the. Self-punished murderer, they. She-wolf and the herd boys, the. Shuimang plant, the. Singing frogs, they. Singular case of ophthalmia. singular verdict, sisters they, smelling essays, snow in summer, Solomon a Chinese, Solomon another, spirit of the hills they, spirits of the Poyang Lake the, spiritualistic seances, stolen eyes they, strange companion, stream of cash the, supernatural wife, taking revenge, talking pupils they, Taonan in search of his father, Taoist devotee, Taoist miracles, Taoist priest of Laoshan the, theft of the peach, three genii the, three states of existence the, thunder god the, tiger guest the, tiger of Kochang the, tipsy turtle the, traitor's son the, two brides the, unjust sentence the, virtuous daughter-in-law the, YCHE devil the, wine insect the, wolf dream the, wolves, wonderful stone the, young gentleman who couldn't spell the, young lady of the Tungtiang Lake the, appendix a B. Introduction. I personal the public has, perhaps, a right to be made acquainted with the title under which I, an unknown writer, come forward as the translator of a difficult Chinese work. In the spring of 1867, I began the study of Chinese at HBM's legation, Peking, under an implied promise, in a dispatch from the then Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, that successful efforts would be rewarded by proportionately rapid advancement in the service of which I was a member. Then followed a long novitiate of utterly uninteresting, and indeed most repellent labor inseparable, however, from the acquisition of this language, which throughout its early stages demands more from sheer memory than from the exercise of any other intellectual faculty. At length, in the spring of 1877, while acting as vice-consul at Canton, I commenced the translation of the work here offered to the English reader. For such a task, I had flattered myself into the belief that I possessed two of the requisite qualifications: an accurate knowledge of the grammatical structure of the language, and an extensive insight into the manners, customs, superstitions, and general social life of the Chinese. I had been variously stationed at Peking, Taitzin-Takou, and Taiwan Fu in Formosa, Ningpo, Hankow, Swatow, and Canton, from the latter of which I was transferred when my task was still only half finished to Amoy. I had traveled beyond the Great Wall into Mongolia, and I had made the journey overland from Swatow to Canton, a distance of 500 miles. Besides which, in addition to my study of the language, my daily object in life had always been to familiarize myself as much as possible with Chinese sympathies and habits of thought. With these advantages, and by the interesting nature of the subject matter, I hope to be able on the one hand to arouse a somewhat deeper interest than is usually taken in the affairs of China, and, on the other, to correct at any rate some of the erroneous views, too frequently palmed off by inefficient and disingenuous workers, and too readily accepted as fact. And I would here draw attention to one most important point, namely, that although a great number of books have been published about China and the Chinese, there are extremely few in which the information is conveyed at first hand. In other words, in which the Chinese are allowed to speak for themselves. Hence, perhaps, it may be that in an accurately compiled work such as Tyler's Primitive Culture, allusions to the religious rites and ceremonies of nearly 1/3 of the human race are condensed within the limits of barely a dozen short passages. Hence, too, it undoubtedly is that many Chinese customs are ridiculed and condemned by turns, simply because the medium through which they have been conveyed has produced a distorted image. Much of what the Chinese do actually believe and practice in their religious and social life will be found in this volume, in the ipsissima verba of a highly educated scholar writing about his fellow countrymen and his native land. While for the notes with which I have essayed to make the picture more suggestive and more acceptable to the European eye, I claim only so much authority as is due to the opinion of one qualified observer who can have no possible motive in deviating ever so slightly from what his own personal experience has taught him to regard as the truth. Roman II, biographical. The barest skeleton of a biography is all that can be formed from the very scanty materials which remain to mark the career of a writer whose work has been for the best part of 2 centuries as familiar throughout the length and breadth of China as are the tales of the Arabian Nights in all English-speaking communities. The author of Strange Stories was a native of Tsuchu in the province of Shantung. His family name was Pu, his particular name was Songling, and the designation or literary epithet by which, in accordance with Chinese usage, he was commonly known among his friends was Liu Xin, or Last of the Immortals. A further fancy name, given to him probably by some enthusiastic admirer, was Liu Chun, or Willow Spring, but he is now familiarly spoken of simply as Pu Songling. We are unacquainted with the years of his birth or death. However, by the aid of a meager entry in the history of Tsuchu, it is possible to make a pretty good guess at the date of the former event. For we are there told that Pu Songling successfully competed for the lowest or bachelor's degree before he had reached the age of 20, and that in 1651 he was in the position of a graduate of 10 years standing, having failed in the interim to take the second, or master's degree. To this failure, due, as we are informed in the history above quoted, to his neglect of the beaten track of academic study, we owe the existence of his great work. Not, indeed, his only production, though the one par excellence by which, as Confucius said of his own Spring and Autumn, men will know him. All else that we have on record of Pu Songling, besides the fact that he lived in close companionship with several eminent scholars of the day, is gathered from his own words, written when, in 1679, he laid down his pen upon the completion of a task which was to raise him within a short period to a foremost rank in the Chinese world of letters. Of that record I here append a close translation, accompanied by such notes as are absolutely necessary to make it intelligible to non-students of Chinese. Author's own record. Clad in wisteria, girdled with ivy, thus sang Sanlu in his Dissipation of Grief. Of ox-headed devils and serpent gods, he of the long nails never wearied to tell. Each interprets in his own way the music of heaven, and whether it be discord or not depends upon antecedent causes. As for me, I cannot, with my poor autumn firefly's light, match myself against the hobgoblins of the age. I am but the dust in the sunbeam, a fit laughing-stock for devils. For my talents are not those of you, Pao, elegant explorer of the records of the gods. I am rather animated by the spirit of Su Tung Pio, who love to hear men speak of the supernatural. I get people to commit what they tell me to writing, and subsequently I dress it up in the form of a story. And thus, in the lapse of time, my friends from all quarters have supplied me with quantities of material, which, from my habit of collecting, has grown into a vast pile. Human beings, I would point out, are not beyond the pale of fixed laws, and yet there are more remarkable phenomena in their midst than in the country of those who crop their hair. Antiquity is unrolled before us, and many tales are to be found therein stranger than that of the nation of flying heads. Irrepressible bursts, and luxurious ease such was always his enthusiastic strain. Forever indulging in liberal thought, thus he spoke openly without restraint. Were men like these to open my book, I should be a laughing-stock to them indeed. At the crossroads men will not listen to me, and yet I have some knowledge of the 3 states of existence spoken of beneath the cliff. Neither should the words I utter be set aside because of him that utters them. When the bow was hung at my father's door, he dreamed that a sickly-looking Buddhist priest, but half-covered by his stole, entered the chamber. On one of his breasts was a round piece of plaster like Akash, and my father, waking from sleep, found that I, just born, had a similar black patch on my body. As a child, I was thin and constantly ailing, and unable to hold my own in the battle of life. Our home was chill and desolate as a monastery, and working there for my livelihood with my pen, I was as poor as a priest with his alms bowl. Often and often I put my hand to my head and exclaimed, surely he who sat with his face to the wall was myself in a previous state of existence. And thus I referred my non-success in this life to the influence of a destiny surviving from the last. I have been tossed hither and thither in the direction of the ruling wind, like a flower falling in filthy places. But the 6 paths of transmigration are inscrutable indeed, and I have no right to complain. As it is, midnight finds me with an expiring lamp, while the wind whistles mournfully without, and over my cheerless table I piece together my tales, vainly hoping to produce a sequel to the infernal regions. With a bumper I stimulate my pen, yet I only succeed thereby in venting my excited feelings. And as I thus commit my thoughts to writing, truly I am an object worthy of commiseration. Alas! I am but the bird that, dreading the winter frost, finds no shelter in the tree, the autumn insect that chirps to the moon and hugs the door for warmth. For where are they who know me? They are in the bosky grove, and at the frontier pass wrapped in an impenetrable gloom. From the above curious document, the reader will gain some insight into the abstruse, but at the same time marvelously beautiful, style of this gifted writer. The whole essay, for such it is, and among the most perfect of its kind, is intended chiefly as a satire upon the scholarship of the age. Scholarship which had turned the author back to the disappointment of a private life, himself conscious all the time of the inward fire that had been lent him by heaven. It is the keynote to his own subsequent career, spent in the retirement of home, in the society of books and friends, as also to the numerous uncomplimentary allusions which occur in all his stories relating to official life. Whether or not the world at large has been a gainer by this instance of the fallibility of competitive examinations has been already decided in the affirmative by the millions of Pu Songling's own countrymen, who for the past 200 years have more than made up to him by a posthumous and enduring reverence for the loss of those earthly and ephemeral honors which he seems to have coveted so much. Roman 3, Bibliographical, Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, known to the Chinese as the Liao Chai Chiai, or more familiarly, the Liao Chai, has hardly been mentioned by a single foreigner without some inaccuracy on the part of the writer concerned. For instance, the late Mr. Mayer states in his Chinese Reader's Manual, p. 176, that this work was composed circa AD 1710, the fact being that the collection was actually completed in 1679, as we know by the date attached to the author's own record, given above. It is consequently 2 centuries, almost to the day, since the first appearance of a book destined to a popularity which the lapse of time seems wholly unable to diminish, and the present may fairly be considered a fitting epoch for its first presentation to the English reader in an English dress. I should mention, however, that the Liao Chai was originally, and for many years, circulated in manuscript only. Pu Songling, as we are told in a colophon by his grandson to the first edition, was too poor to meet the heavy expense of block cutting, and it was not until as late as 1740, when the author must have been already for some time a denizen of the dark land he so much loved to describe, that his aforesaid grandson printed and published the collection now so universally famous. Since then many editions have been laid before the Chinese public, the best of which is that by Tan Minglun, a salt commissioner, who flourished during the reign of Tao Quang, and who in 1842 produced, at his own expense, an excellent edition in 16 small octavo volumes of about 160 pages each. And as various editions will occasionally be found to contain various readings, I would here warn students of Chinese who wish to compare my rendering with the text that it is from the edition of Tan Minglun, collated with that of Yu Kai, published in 1766, that this translation has been made. Many have been the commentaries and disquisitions upon the meaning of obscure passages and the general scope of this work, to say nothing of the prefaces with which the several editions have been ushered into the world. Of the latter, I have selected one specimen, from which the reader will be able to form a tolerably accurate opinion as to the true nature of these always singular and usually difficult compositions. Here it is. Tiang Mernlai's preface. The common saying, "He regards a camel as a horse with a swelled back," trivial of itself, may be used in illustration of greater matters. Men are wont to attribute an existence only to such things as they daily see with their own eyes, and they marvel at whatsoever, appearing before them at one instant, vanishes at the next. And yet it is not at the sprouting and falling of foliage, or at the metamorphosis of insects that they marvel, but only at the manifestations of the supernatural world. Though of a truth, the whistling of the wind and the movement of streams, with nothing to set the one in motion or give sound to the other, might well be ranked among extraordinary phenomena. We are accustomed to these, and therefore do not note them. We marvel at devils and foxes, we do not marvel at man. But who is it that causes a man to move and to speak, to which question comes the ready answer of each individual so questioned? I do. This I do, however, is merely a personal consciousness of the facts under discussion. For a man can see with his eyes, but he cannot see what it is that makes him see. He can hear with his ears, but he cannot hear what it is that makes him hear. How, then, is it possible for him to understand the rationale of things he can neither see nor hear? Whatever has come within the bounds of their own ocular or auricular experience men regard as proved to be actually existing, and only such things. But this term, experience, may be understood in various senses. For instance, people speak of something which has certain attributes as form, and of something else which has certain other attributes as substance. Ignorant as they are that form and substance are to be found existing without those particular attributes. Things which are thus constituted are inappreciable indeed by our ears and eyes, but we cannot argue that therefore they do not exist. Some persons can see a mosquito's eye, while to others even a mountain is invisible. Some can hear the sound of ants battling together, while others again fail to catch the roar of a thunderpeal. Powers of seeing and hearing vary. There should be no reckless imputations of blindness. According to the schoolmen, man at his death is dispersed like wind or fire, the origin and end of his vitality being alike unknown. And as those who have seen strange phenomena are few, the number of those who marvel at them is proportionately great, and the horse with a swelled back, parallel, is very widely applicable. And ever quoting the fact that Confucius would have nothing to say on these topics, these schoolmen half discredit such works as the Chichikyo and the Uchikai, ignorant that the sage's unwillingness to speak had reference only to persons of an inferior mental caliber. For his own spring and autumn can hardly be said to be devoid of all illusions of the kind. Now Pu Songling devoted himself in his youth to the marvelous, and as he grew older was specially remarkable for his comprehension thereof, and being moreover a most elegant writer, he occupied his leisure in recording whatever came to his knowledge of a particularly marvelous nature. A volume of these compositions of his formerly fell into my hands and was constantly borrowed by friends. Now, I have another volume, and of what I read only about 3/10 was known to me before. What there is should be sufficient to open the eyes of those schoolmen, though I much fear it will be like talking of ice to a butterfly. Personally, I disbelieve in the irregularity of natural phenomena and regard as evil spirits only those who injure their neighbors. For eclipses, falling stars, the flight of herons, the nest of a mina, talking stones, and the combats of dragons can hardly be classed as irregular, while the phenomena of nature occurring out of season, wars, rebellions, and so forth may certainly be relegated to the category of evil. In my opinion, the morality of Pu Songling's work is of a very high standard, its object being distinctly to glorify virtue and to censure vice, and as a book calculated to elevate mankind, may be safely placed side by side with the philosophical treatises of Yang Seong, which Huan Tan declared to be so worthy of a wide circulation. With regard to the meaning of the Chinese words Liao Chai Chi, this title has received indifferent treatment at the hands of different writers. Dr. Williams chose to render it by Pastimes of the Study, and Mr. Mayers by The Record of Marvels or Tales of the Genii, neither of which is sufficiently near to be regarded in the light of a translation. Taken literally and in order, these words stand for Liao Library Record Strange, Liao being simply a fanciful name given by our author to his private library or studio. An apocryphal anecdote traces the origin of this selection to a remark once made by himself with reference to his failure for the second degree. Alas! He is reported to have said, "I shall now have no resource, Liao, for my old age," and accordingly he so named his study, meaning that in his pen he would seek that resource which fate had denied to him as an official. For this untranslatable Liao, I have ventured to substitute Chinese, as indicating more clearly the nature of what is to follow. No such title as Tales of the Genii fully expresses the scope of this work, which embraces alike weird stories of Taoist devilry and magic, marvelous accounts of impossible countries beyond the sea, simple scenes of Chinese everyday life, and notices of extraordinary natural phenomena. Indeed, the author once had it in contemplation to publish only the more imaginative of the tales in the present collection under the title of Devil and Fox Stories. But from this scheme, he was ultimately dissuaded by his friends, the result being the heterogeneous mass which is more aptly described by the title I have given to this volume. In a similar manner, I too had originally determined to publish a full and complete translation of the whole of these 16 volumes, but on a closer acquaintance, many of the stories turned out to be quite unsuitable for the age in which we live, forcibly recalling the coarseness of our own writers of fiction in the last century. Others, again, were utterly pointless, or mere repetitions in a slightly altered form. Of the whole, I therefore selected 164 of the best and most characteristic stories, of which 8 had previously been published by Mr. Allen in the China Review, 1 by Mr. Mayers in Notes and Queries on China and Japan, 2 by myself in the columns of the Celestial Empire, and 4 by Dr. Williams in a now-forgotten handbook of Chinese. The remaining 149 have never before, to my knowledge, been translated into English. To those, however, who can enjoy the Liao Chai in the original text, the distinctions between the various stories of felicity in plot, originality, and so on, are far less sharply defined, so impressed as each competent reader must be by the incomparable style in which even the meanest is arrayed. For in this respect, as important now in Chinese eyes as it was with ourselves in days not long gone by, the author of the Liao Chai and the rejected candidate succeeded in founding a school of his own, in which he has since been followed by hosts of servile imitators with more or less success. Terseness is pushed to its extreme limits. Each particle that can be safely dispensed with is scrupulously eliminated, and every here and there some new and original combination invests perhaps a single word with a force it could never have possessed except under the hands of a perfect master of his art. Add to the above copious allusions and adaptations from a course of reading which would seem to have been coextensive with the whole range of Chinese literature, a wealth of metaphor, and an artistic use of figures generally to which only the chef d'oeuvres of Carlyle form an adequate parallel. And the result is a work which for purity and beauty of style is now universally accepted in China as the best and most perfect model. Sometimes the story runs along plainly and smoothly enough, but the next moment we may be plunged into pages of abstruse text, the meaning of which is so involved in quotations from and allusions to the poetry or history of the past 3,000 years as to be recoverable only after diligent perusal of the commentary and much searching in other works of reference. In illustration of the popularity of this book, Mr. Mayers once stated that the porter at his gate, the boatman at his midday rest, the chair coolie at his stand, no less than the man of letters among his books, may be seen poring with delight over the elegantly narrated marvels of the Liao Chai. But he would doubtless have withdrawn this judgment in later years, with the work lying open before him. Ever since I have been in China, I have made a point of never, when feasible, passing by a reading Chinaman without asking permission to glance at the volume in his hand. And at my various stations in China, I have always kept up a borrowing acquaintance with the libraries of my private or official servants. But I can safely affirm that I have not once detected the Liao Chai in the hands of an ill-educated man. Mr. Mayers made, perhaps, a happier hit when he observed that fairy tales told in the style of the Anatomy of Melancholy would scarcely be a popular book in Great Britain, though except in some particular points of contact, the styles of these two writers could scarcely claim even the most distant of relationships. Such, then, is the setting of this collection of strange stories from a Chinese studio, many of which contain, in addition to the advantages of style and plot, a very excellent moral. The intention of most of them is, in the actual words of Tiang Mernglai, to glorify virtue and to censure vice. Always, it must be borne in mind, according to the Chinese and not to a European interpretation of these terms. As an addition to our knowledge of the folklore of China, and as an aperçu of the manners, customs, and social life of that vast empire, my translation of the Liao Chai may not be wholly devoid of interest. The amusement and instruction I have myself derived from the task thus voluntarily imposed has already more than repaid me for the pains I have been at to put this work before the English public in a pleasing and available form. Footnotes. How can a statement as to customs, myths, beliefs, and of a savage tribe be treated as evidence, where it depends on the testimony of some traveler or missionary who may be a superficial observer, more or less ignorant of the native language, a careless retailer of unsifted talk, a man prejudiced or even willfully deceitful. Tyler's Primitive Culture, Volume I, p. 9. Said of the bogies of the hills, in allusion to their clothes. Here quoted with reference to the official classes, in ridicule of the title under which they hold posts which, from a literary point of view, they are totally unfit to occupy. A celebrated statesman, BC 314, who, having lost his master's favor by the intrigues of a rival, finally drowned himself in despair. The annual Dragon Festival is said by some to be a search for his body. A poem addressed by Sanlu to his prince after his disgrace. Its non-success was the immediate cause of his death. That is, of the supernatural generally. A poet of the Tiang dynasty whose eyebrows met, whose nails were very long, and who could write very fast. You know the music of earth, said the Taoist sage Chuang-Tzu, but you have not heard the music of heaven. That is, to the operation of some influence surviving from a previous existence. This is another hit at the ruling classes. Kai Kayang, a celebrated musician and alchemist, AD 223–62, was sitting one night alone playing upon his lute, when suddenly a man with a tiny face walked in and began to stare hard at him, the stranger's face enlarging all the time. "I'm not going to match myself against a devil," cried the musician, after a few moments, and instantly blew out the light. When Liu Chuan, governor of Wuling, determined to relieve his poverty by trade, he saw a devil standing by his side, laughing and rubbing his hands for glee. "Poverty and wealth are matters of destiny," said Liu Chuan, but to be laughed at by a devil, and accordingly he desisted from his intention. A writer who flourished in the early part of the 4th century, and composed a work in 30 books entitled Supernatural Researches. The famous poet, statesman, and essayist, who flourished AD 1036–1101. And his friends had the habit of jotting down for his unfailing delight anything quaint or comic that they came across. The World on Charles Dickens, 24th July 1878. It is related in the historical record that when T.I. Po and Yu Chung visited the southern savages, they saw men with tattooed bodies and short hair. A fabulous community, placed by geographers to the west of the Dragon City wherever that may be, so called because the heads of the men are in the habit of leaving their bodies and flying down to marshy places to feed on worms and crabs. A red ring is seen the night before the flight encircling the neck of the man whose head is about to fly. At daylight, the head returns. A quotation from the admired works of Wang Po, a brilliant scholar and poet who was drowned at the early age of 28, A.D. 675. I have hitherto failed in all attempts to identify this quotation. The crossroad of the Five Fathers is here mentioned, which the commentator tells us is merely the name of the place. The past, present, and future life of the Buddhist system of metempsychoses. A certain man who was staying at a temple dreamt that an old priest appeared to him beneath a jadestone cliff, and pointing to a stick of burning incense, said to him, "That incense represents a vow to be fulfilled. But I say unto you, that ere its smoke shall have curled away, your 3 states of existence will have been already accomplished." The meaning is that time on earth is as nothing to the gods. This remark occurs in the 15th of the Confucian Gospels, section 22. The birth of a boy was formerly signaled by hanging a bow at the door. That of a girl, by displaying a small towel indicative of the parts that each would hereafter play in the drama of life. See note 42 to number Roman 2. Literally, plowing with my pen. The patra or bowl, used by Buddhist mendicants, in imitation of the celebrated alms dish of Shakyamuni Buddha. Literally, scratch my head, as is often done by the Chinese in perplexity or doubt. Alluding to the priest Dharmanandi, who came from India to China and tried to convert the Emperor Wu Ti of the Liang dynasty. But failing in his attempt, he retired full of mortification to a temple at Songshan, where he sat for 9 years before a rock, until his own image was imprinted thereon. The 6 gati or conditions of existence, namely, angels, men, demons, hungry devils, brute beasts, and tortured sinners. Literally, putting together the pieces under the forelegs of foxes to make robes. This part of the fox skin is the most valuable for making fur clothes. The work of a well-known writer, named Lin Iching, who flourished during the Sung dynasty. Alluding to an essay by Han Fei, a philosopher of the 3rd century BC, in which he laments the iniquity of the age in general and the corruption of officials in particular. He finally committed suicide in prison, where he had been cast by the intrigues of a rival minister. Confucius, Gospel Roman 14, Sec 37 said, "Alas, there is no one who knows me to be what I am." The great poet Tu Fu, AD 712-770, dreamt that his greater predecessor, Li Tiaipo, AD 699-762, appeared to him, coming when the maple grove was in darkness, and returning while the frontier pass was still obscured. That is, at night, when no one could see him, the meaning being that he never came at all, and that those who know me, Pu Songling, are equally non-existent. Thus, since countless things exist that the senses can take account of, it is evident that nothing exists that the senses cannot take account of. The professor, in W. H. Mallock's New Paul and Virginia. This passage recalls another curious classification by the great Chinese philosopher Han Wang-Kung. There are some things which possess form but are devoid of sound, as for instance jade and stones. Others have sound but are without form, such as wind and thunder. Others again have both form and sound, such as men and animals. And lastly, there is a class devoid of both, namely, devils and spirits. I have never seen any of these works, but I believe they treat, as implied by their titles, chiefly of the supernatural world. Strange stories. From a Chinese studio. 1. Examination for the post of guardian angel. My eldest sister's husband's grandfather, named Sung Tao, was a graduate. One day, while lying down from indisposition, an official messenger arrived, bringing the usual notification in his hand and leading a horse with a white forehead to summon him to the examination for his master's degree. Mr. Sung here remarked that the grand examiner had not yet come and asked why there should be this hurry. The messenger did not reply to this, but pressed so earnestly that at length Mr. Sung roused himself and getting upon the horse rode with him. The way seemed strange, and by and by they reached a city which resembled the capital of a prince. They then entered the prefect's yamern, the apartments of which were beautifully decorated, and there they found some 10 officials sitting at the upper end, all strangers to Mr. Sung, with the exception of one whom he recognized to be the god of war. In the veranda were 2 tables and 2 stools, and at the end of one of the former a candidate was already seated, so Mr. Sung sat down alongside of him. On the table were writing materials for each, and suddenly down flew a piece of paper with a theme on it, consisting of the following 8 words: 1 man, 2 men, by intention, without intention. When Mr. Sung had finished his essay, he took it into the hall. It contained the following passage: those who are virtuous by intention, though virtuous, shall not be rewarded. Those who are wicked without intention, though wicked, shall receive no punishment. The presiding deities praised this sentiment very much, and calling Mr. Sung to come forward, said to him, "A guardian angel is wanted in Honan. Go you and take up the appointment." Mr. Sung no sooner heard this than he bowed his head and wept, saying, "Unworthy though I am of the honor you have conferred upon me, I should not venture to decline it, but that my aged mother has reached her 7th decade, and there is no one now to take care of her. I pray you let me wait until she has fulfilled her destiny, when I will hold myself at your disposal." Thereupon one of the deities, who seemed to be the chief, gave instructions to search out his mother's term of life, and a long-bearded attendant forthwith brought in the book of fate. On turning it over, he declared that she still had 9 years to live, and then a consultation was held among the deities, in the middle of which the god of war said, "Very well, let Mr. Graduate Chang take the post and be relieved in 9 years' time." Then, turning to Mr. Sung, he continued, "You ought to proceed without delay to your post, but as a reward for your filial piety, you are granted a furlough of 9 years. At the expiration of that time, you will receive another summons." He next addressed a few kind words to Mr. Chang, and the 2 candidates, having made their kado, went away together. Grasping Mr. Sung's hand, his companion, who gave Chang Che of Ca Changshan as his name and address, accompanied him beyond the city walls and gave him a stanza of poetry at parting. I cannot recollect it all, but in it occurred this couplet: "With wine and flowers we chase the hours, in one eternal spring. No moon, no light, to cheer the night thyself that ray must bring. Mr. Sung here left him and rode on, and before very long reached his own home. Here he awaked as if from a dream, and found that he had been dead 3 days, when his mother, hearing a groan in the coffin, ran to it and helped him out. It was some time before he could speak, and then he at once inquired about Xie Changshan, where, as it turned out, a graduate named Chang had died that very day. 9 years afterwards, Mr. Sung's mother, in accordance with fate, passed from this life, and when the funeral obsequies were over, her son, having first purified himself, entered into his chamber and died also. Now his wife's family lived within the city, near the western gate, and all of a sudden they beheld Mr. Sung, accompanied by numerous chariots and horses with carved trappings and red-tasseled bits, enter into the hall, make an obeisance, and depart. They were very much disconcerted at this, not knowing that he had become a spirit, and rushed out into the village to make inquiries when they heard he was already dead. Mr. Sung had an account of his adventure written by himself, but unfortunately after the insurrection, it was not to be found. This is only an outline of the story. Footnotes: the tutelar deity of every Chinese city. That is, he had taken the first or bachelor's degree. I shall not hesitate to use strictly English equivalents for all kinds of Chinese terms. The 3 degrees are literally 1. Cultivated talent, 2. Raised man, and 3. Promoted scholar. The official residence of a mandarin above a certain rank. The Chinese Mars, a celebrated warrior named Quan Yu who lived about the beginning of the 3rd century of our era. He was raised after death to the rank of a god and now plays a leading part in the Chinese pantheon. Catalepsy, which is the explanation of many a story in this collection, would appear to be a very common occurrence amongst the Chinese. Such, however, is not the case. In which statement I am borne out by my friend, Dr. Manson, of Amoy, who, after many years' practice among the natives of that port and also of Formosa, informs me that he has never even heard of a single instance of this strange complaint. 2. The talking pupils. At Xiechangan there lived a scholar, named Fang Tung, who though by no means destitute of ability was a very unprincipled rake, and in the habit of following and speaking to any woman he might chance to meet. The day before the spring festival of clear weather, he was strolling about outside the city when he saw a small carriage with red curtains and an embroidered awning, followed by a crowd of waiting maids on horseback, one of whom was exceedingly pretty, and riding on a small palfrey. Going closer to get a better view, Mr. Fang noticed that the carriage curtain was partly open, and inside he beheld a beautifully dressed girl of about 16, lovely beyond anything he had ever seen. Dazzled by the sight, he could not take his eyes off her, and now before, now behind, he followed the carriage for many a mile. By and by he heard the young lady call out to her maid, and when the latter came alongside, say to her, "Let down the screen for me." "Who is this rude fellow that keeps on staring so?" The maid accordingly let down the screen, and looking angrily at Mr. Fang, said to him, "This is the bride of the 7th prince in the city of immortals going home to see her parents, and no village girl that you should stare at her thus." Then taking a handful of dust, she threw it at him and blinded him. He rubbed his eyes and looked round, but the carriage and horses were gone. This frightened him, and he went off home, feeling very uncomfortable about the eyes. He sent for a doctor to examine his eyes, and on the pupils was found a small film, which had increased by next morning, the eyes watering incessantly all the time. The film went on growing, and in a few days was as thick as a cash. On the right pupil there came a kind of spiral, and as no medicine was of any avail, the sufferer gave himself up to grief and wished for death. He then bethought himself of repenting of his misdeeds, and hearing that the Kwangming Sutra could relieve misery, he got a copy and hired a man to teach it to him. At first it was very tedious work, but by degrees he became more composed and spent every evening in a posture of devotion, telling his beads. At the end of a year he had arrived at a state of perfect calm, when one day he heard a small voice, about as loud as a fly's, calling out from his left eye, "It's horridly dark in here." To this he heard a reply from the right eye, saying, "Let us go out for a stroll and cheer ourselves up a bit." Then he felt a wriggling in his nose which made it itch, just as if something was going out of each of the nostrils, and after a while he felt it again as if going the other way. Afterwards he heard a voice from one eye say, "I hadn't seen the garden for a long time. The epidendrums are all withered and dead." Now Mr. Fang was very fond of these epidendrums, of which he had planted a great number, and had been accustomed to water them himself. But since the loss of his sight, he had never even alluded to them. Hearing, however, these words, he at once asked his wife why she had let the epidendrums die. She inquired how he knew they were dead, and when he told her, she went out to see and found them actually withered away. They were both very much astonished at this, and his wife proceeded to conceal herself in the room. She then observed two tiny people, no bigger than a bean, come down from her husband's nose and run out of the door, where she lost sight of them. In a little while they came back and flew up to his face, like bees or beetles seeking their nests. This went on for some days, until Mr. Fang heard from the left eye, "This roundabout road is not at all convenient. It would be as well for us to make a door." To this the right eye answered, "My wall is too thick. It wouldn't be at all an easy job." "I'll try and open mine," said the left eye, "and then it will do for both of us." Whereupon Mr. Fang felt a pain in his left eye as if something was being split, and in a moment he found he could see the tables and chairs in the room. He was delighted at this and told his wife, who examined his eye and discovered an opening in the film, through which she could see the black pupil shining out beneath, the eyeball itself looking like a cracked peppercorn. By next morning the film had disappeared, and when his eye was closely examined, it was observed to contain two pupils. The spiral on the right eye remained as before, and then they knew that the two pupils had taken up their abode in one eye. Further, although Mr. Fang was still blind of one eye, the sight of the other was better than that of the two together. From this time, he was more careful of his behavior, and acquired in his part of the country the reputation of a virtuous man. Footnotes: one of the 24 solar terms. It falls on or about the 5th of April, and is the special time for worshipping at the family tombs. The common European name for the only Chinese coin, about 20 of which go to a penny. Each has a square hole in the middle for the convenience of stringing them together, hence the expression, strings of cash. The belief that the human eye contains a tiny being of the human shape is universal in China. It originated, of course, from the reflection of oneself that is seen on looking into the pupil of anybody's eye, or even, with the aid of a mirror, into one's own. 3. The painted wall. A Kiangsi gentleman named Mernglung Tian was lodging at the capital with a Mr. Chu, M.A., when one day chance led them to a certain monastery, within which they found no spacious halls or meditation chambers, but only an old priest in deshabille. On observing the visitors, he arranged his dress and went forward to meet them, leading them round and showing whatever there was to be seen. In the chapel they saw an image of Qi Kung, and the walls on either side were beautifully painted with lifelike representations of men and things. On the east side were pictured a number of fairies, among whom was a young girl whose maiden tresses were not yet confined by the matron's knot. She was picking flowers and gently smiling, while her cherry lips seemed about to move, and the moisture of her eyes to overflow. Mr. Chu gazed at her for a long time without taking his eyes off, until at last he became unconscious of anything but the thoughts that were engrossing him. Then, suddenly, he felt himself floating in the air, as if riding on a cloud, and found himself passing through the wall, where halls and pavilions stretched away one after another, unlike the abodes of mortals. Here an old priest was preaching the law of Buddha, surrounded by a large crowd of listeners. Mr. Chu mingled with the throng, and after a few moments perceived a gentle tug at his sleeve. Turning round, he saw the young girl above mentioned, who walked laughing away. Mr. Chu at once followed her, and passing a winding balustrade arrived at a small apartment beyond which he dared not venture further. But the young lady, looking back, waved the flowers she had in her hand as though beckoning him to come on. He accordingly entered and found nobody else within. Then they fell on their knees and worshipped heaven and earth together, and rose up as man and wife, after which the bride went away, bidding Mr. Chu keep quiet until she came back. This went on for a couple of days, when the young lady's companions began to smell a rat and discovered Mr. Chu's hiding place. Thereupon they all laughed and said, "My dear, you are now a married woman, and should leave off that maidenly coiffure." So they gave her the proper hairpins and head ornaments, and bade her go bind her hair, at which she blushed very much but said nothing. Then one of them cried out, "My sisters, let us be off. Two's company, more's none." At this they all giggled again and went away. Mr. Chu found his wife very much improved by the alteration in the style of her hair. The high top knot and the coronet of pendants were very becoming to her. But suddenly they heard a sound like the tramping of heavy-soled boots, accompanied by the clanking of chains and the noise of angry discussion. The bride jumped up in a fright, and she and Mr. Chu peeped out. They saw a man clad in golden armor, with a face as black as jet, carrying in his hand chains and whips, and surrounded by all the girls. He asked, "Are you all here?" "All," they replied. "If," said he, "any mortal is here concealed amongst you, denounce him at once, and lay not up sorrow for yourselves." Here they all answered as before that there was no one. The man then made a movement as if he would search the place, upon which the bride was dreadfully alarmed, and her face turned the color of ashes. In her terror she said to Mr. Chu, "Hide yourself under the bed," and opening a small lattice in the wall, disappeared herself. Mr. Chu in his concealment hardly dared to draw his breath, and in a little while he heard the boots tramp into the room and out again, the sound of the voices getting gradually fainter and fainter in the distance. This reassured him, but he still heard the voices of people going backwards and forwards outside, and having been a long time in a cramped position, his ears began to sing as if there was a locust in them, and his eyes to burn like fire. It was almost unbearable. However, he remained quietly awaiting the return of the young lady, without giving a thought to the why and wherefore of his present position. Meanwhile, Mering Lung Tian had noticed the sudden disappearance of his friend, and thinking something was wrong, asked the priest where he was. "He has gone to hear the preaching of the law," replied the priest. "Where?" said Mr. Mering. "Oh, not very far," was the answer. Then with his finger the old priest tapped the wall and called out, "Friend Chu, what makes you stay away so long?" At this, the likeness of Mr. Chu was figured upon the wall, with his ear inclined in the attitude of one listening. The priest added, "Your friend here has been waiting for you some time," and immediately Mr. Chu descended from the wall, standing transfixed like a block of wood, with starting eyeballs and trembling legs. Mr. Mering was much terrified, and asked him quietly what was the matter. Now the matter was that while concealed under the bed, he had heard a noise resembling thunder, and had rushed out to see what it was. Here they all noticed that the young lady on the wall with the maiden's tresses had changed the style of her coiffure to that of a married woman. Mr. Chu was greatly astonished at this, and asked the old priest the reason. He replied, "Visions have their origin in those who see them. What explanation can I give?" This answer was very unsatisfactory to Mr. Chu. Neither did his friend, who was rather frightened, know what to make of it all, so they descended the temple steps and went away. Footnotes, which will doubtless remind the reader of Alice through the looking-glass, and what she saw there. The all-important item of a Chinese marriage ceremony, amounting, in fact, to calling God to witness the contract. 4. Planting a pear tree. A countryman was one day selling his pears in the market. They were unusually sweet and fine-flavored, and the price he asked was high. A Taoist priest in rags and tatters stopped at the barrow and begged one of them. The countryman told him to go away, but as he did not do so, he began to curse and swear at him. The priest said, "You have several hundred pears on your barrow. I ask for a single one, the loss of which, sir, you would not feel. Why then get angry?" The lookers-on told the countryman to give him an inferior one and let him go, but this he obstinately refused to do. Thereupon the beadle of the place, finding the commotion too great, purchased a pear and handed it to the priest. The latter received it with a bow and turning to the crowd said, "We who have left our homes and given up all that is dear to us are at a loss to understand selfish, niggardly conduct in others. Now I have some exquisite pears which I shall do myself the honor to put before you." Here somebody asked, "Since you have pears yourself, why don't you eat those?" "Because," replied the priest, "I wanted one of these pips to grow them from." So saying, he munched up the pear, and when he had finished took a pip in his hand, unstrapped a pick from his back, and proceeded to make a hole in the ground several inches deep, wherein he deposited the pip, filling in the earth as before. He then asked the bystanders for a little hot water to water it with, and one among them who loved a joke fetched him some boiling water from a neighboring shop. The priest poured this over the place where he had made the hole, and every eye was fixed upon him when sprouts were seen shooting up, and gradually growing larger and larger. By and by, there was a tree with branches sparsely covered with leaves, then flowers, and last of all fine, large, sweet-smelling pears hanging in great profusion. These the priest picked and handed round to the assembled crowd until all were gone, when he took his pick and hacked away for a long time at the tree, finally cutting it down. This he shouldered, leaves and all, and sauntered quietly away now. From the very beginning, our friend the countryman had been amongst the crowd, straining his neck to see what was going on and forgetting all about his business. At the departure of the priest, he turned round and discovered that every one of his pears was gone. He then knew that those the old fellow had been giving away so freely were really his own pears. Looking more closely at the barrow, he also found that one of the handles was missing, evidently having been newly cut off. Boiling with rage, he set out in pursuit of the priest, and just as he turned the corner, he saw the lost barrow handle lying under the wall, being in fact the very pear tree that the priest had cut down. But there were no traces of the priest, much to the amusement of the crowd in the marketplace. Footnotes. That is of the religion of Tao, or, as it is sometimes called, rationalism. It was founded some 6 centuries before the Christian era by a man named Lao Tzu, Old Boy, who is said to have been born with white hair and a beard. Originally a pure system of metaphysics, it is now but a shadow of its former self, and is corrupted by the grossest forms of superstition borrowed from Buddhism, which has in its turn adopted many of the forms and beliefs of Taoism, so that the two religions are hardly distinguishable one from the other. What seemed to me the most singular circumstance connected with the matter was the presence of half a dozen Taoist priests, who joined in all the ceremonies, doing everything that the Buddhist priests did, and presenting a very odd appearance with their top knots and queues among their closely shaven Buddhist brethren. It seemed strange that the worship of Sakyamuni by celibate Buddhist priests, with shaved heads, into which holes were duly burned at their initiation, should be participated in by married Taoist priests, whose heads are not wholly shaven and have never been burned. Initiation of Buddhist priests at Kushan by S.L.B. Taoist priests are credited with a knowledge of alchemy and the black art in general. A celibate priesthood belongs properly to Buddhism and is not a doctrine of the Taoist Church. 5. The Taoist priest of Laoshan. There lived in our village a Mr. Wang, the 7th son in an old family. This gentleman had a penchant for the Taoist religion, and hearing that at Laoshan there were plenty of immortals, shouldered his knapsack and went off for a tour thither. Ascending a peak of the mountain, he reached a secluded monastery where he found a priest sitting on a rush mat with long hair flowing over his neck and a pleasant expression on his face. Making a low bow, Wang addressed him thus, "Mysterious indeed is the doctrine. I pray you, sir, instruct me therein." "Delicately nurtured and wanting in energy as you are," replied the priest, "I fear you could not support the fatigue." "Try me," said Wang. So when the disciples, who were very many in number, collected together at dusk, Wang joined them in making obeisance to the priest and remained with them in the monastery. Very early next morning, the priest summoned Wang, and giving him a hatchet sent him out with the others to cut firewood. Wang respectfully obeyed, continuing to work for over a month until his hands and feet were so swollen and blistered that he secretly meditated returning home. One evening, when he came back, he found 2 strangers sitting drinking with his master. It being already dark, and no lamp or candles having been brought in, the old priest took some scissors and cut out a circular piece of paper like a mirror, which he proceeded to stick against the wall. Immediately it became a dazzling moon, by the light of which you could have seen a hair or a beard of corn. The disciples all came crowding round to wait upon them, but one of the strangers said, "On a festive occasion like this, we ought all to enjoy ourselves together." Accordingly, he took a kettle of wine from the table and presented it to the disciples, bidding them drink each his fill, whereupon our friend Wang began to wonder how 7 or 8 of them could all be served out of a single kettle. The disciples, too, rushed about in search of cups, each struggling to get the first drink for fear the wine should be exhausted. Nevertheless, all the candidates failed to empty the kettle, at which they were very much astonished, when suddenly one of the strangers said, "You have given us a fine bright moon, but it's dull work drinking by ourselves. Why not call C.A. Chang and Go to join us?" He then seized a chopstick and threw it into the moon, whereupon a lovely girl stepped forth from its beams. At first she was only a foot high, but on reaching the ground lengthened to the ordinary size of women. She had a slender waist and a beautiful neck, and went most gracefully through the red garment figure. When this was finished, she sang the following words: ye fairies, I'm coming back soon, too lonely and cold is my home in the moon." Her voice was clear and well sustained, ringing like the notes of a flageolet, and when she had concluded her song, she pirouetted round and jumped up on the table, where, with every eye fixed in astonishment upon her, she once more became a chopstick. The three friends laughed loudly, and one of them said, "We are very jolly tonight, but I have hardly room for any more wine. Will you drink a parting glass with me in the palace of the moon?" They then took up the table and walked into the moon, where they could be seen drinking so plainly that their eyebrows and beards appeared like reflections in a looking-glass. By and by the moon became obscured, and when the disciples brought a lighted candle, they found the priest sitting in the dark alone. The viands, however, were still upon the table and the mirror-like piece of paper on the wall. "Have you all had enough to drink?" asked the priest, to which they answered that they had. "In that case," said he, "you had better get to bed, so as not to be behindhand with your woodcutting in the morning." So they all went off, and among them Wang, who was delighted at what he had seen and thought no more of returning home. But after a time he could not stand it any longer, and as the priest taught him no magical arts, he determined not to wait, but went to him and said, "Sir, I traveled many long miles for the benefit of your instruction. If you will not teach me the secret of immortality, let me at any rate learn some trifling trick, and thus soothe my cravings for a knowledge of your art. I have now been here 2 or 3 months, doing nothing but chop firewood, out in the morning and back at night, work to which I was never accustomed in my own home." "Did I not tell you," replied the priest, "that you would never support the fatigue? Tomorrow I will start you on your way home." "Sir," said Wang, "I have worked for you a long time. Teach me some small art, that my coming here may not have been wholly in vain." "What art?" asked the priest. "Well," answered Wang, "I have noticed that whenever you walk about anywhere, walls and so on are no obstacle to you. Teach me this, and I'll be satisfied." The priest laughingly assented, and taught Wang a formula which he bade him recite. When he had done so, he told him to walk through the wall, but Wang, seeing the wall in front of him, didn't like to walk at it. As, however, the priest bade him try, he walked quietly up to it and was there stopped. The priest here called out, "Don't go so slowly. Put your head down and rush at it." So Wang stepped back a few paces and went at it full speed, and the wall yielding to him as he passed, in a moment he found himself outside. Delighted at this, he went in to thank the priest, who told him to be careful in the use of his power, or otherwise there would be no response, handing him at the same time some money for his expenses on the way. When Wang got home, he went about bragging of his Taoist friends and his contempt for walls in general. But as his wife disbelieved his story, he set about going through the performance as before. Stepping back from the wall, he rushed at it full speed with his head down, but coming in contact with the hard bricks, finished up in a heap on the floor. His wife picked him up and found he had a bump on his forehead as big as a large egg, at which she roared with laughter. But Wang was overwhelmed with rage and shame, and cursed the old priest for his base ingratitude. Footnotes. Besides the all-important aspirate, this name is pronounced in a different tone from the first mentioned tongue, and is moreover expressed in writing by a totally different character. To a Chinese ear, the two words are as unlikely to be confounded as Brown and Jones. The 4 seas are supposed by the Chinese to bound the habitable portions of the earth, which, by the way, they further believe to be square. In the center of all is China, extending far and wide in every direction, the eye of the universe, the Middle Kingdom. Away at a distance from her shores lie a number of small islands, wherein dwell such barbarous nations as the English, French, Dutch, etc. The commentator, Aishishi, adds a note to this story which might be summed up in our own. The man that deliberates is lost. 85. The disembodied friend. Mr. C.A. Chern, M.A., of Shuntiyin-fu, when a boy of 16, went to school at a Buddhist temple. There were a great many scholars besides himself, and among others one named C.A. Chu, who said he came from Shantung. This C.A. Chu was a very hard-working fellow. He never seemed to be idle, and actually slept in the schoolroom, not going home at all. C.A. Chern became much attached to him, and one day asked him why he never went away. "Well, you see," replied C.A. Chu, "my people are very poor, and can hardly afford to pay for my schooling. But by dint of working half the night, 2 of my days are equal to 3 of anybody else's." Thereupon C.A. Chern said he would bring his own bed to the school, and that they would sleep there together. To which C.A. Chu replied that the teaching they got wasn't worth much, and that they would do better by putting themselves under a certain old scholar named Lu. This they were easily able to do, as the arrangement at the temple was monthly, and at the end of each month anyone was free to go or to come. So off they went to this Mr. Liu, a man of considerable literary attainments, who had found himself in Shuntian Fu without a cash in his pocket, and was accordingly obliged to take pupils. He was delighted at getting 2 additions to his number, and Chu showing himself an apt scholar, the two soon became very great friends, sleeping in the same room and eating at the same table. At the end of the month, Chu asked for leave of absence, and, to the astonishment of all, 10 days elapsed without anything being heard of him. It then chanced that Chern went to the Tianning temple, and there he saw Chu under one of the verandas, occupied in cutting wood for lucifer matches. The latter was much disconcerted by the arrival of Chern, who asked him why he had given up his studies. So the latter took him aside and explained that he was so poor as to be obliged to work half a month to scrape together funds enough for his next month's schooling. "You come along back with me," cried Chern on hearing this. "I will arrange for the payment," which Chu immediately consented to do on condition that Chern would keep the whole thing a profound secret. Now Chern's father was a wealthy tradesman, and from his till Chern abstracted money wherewith to pay for Chu. And by, when his father found him out, he confessed why he had done so. Thereupon Chern's father called him a fool and would not let him resume his studies, at which Chu was much hurt and would have left the school too, but that old Mr. Liu discovered what had taken place, and gave him the money to return to Chern's father, keeping him still at the school, and treating him quite like his own son. So Chern studied no more, but whenever he met Chu, he always asked him to join in some refreshment at a restaurant, Chu invariably refusing, but yielding at length to his entreaties, being himself loth to break off their old acquaintanceship. Thus 2 years passed away, when Chern's father died, and Chern went back to his books under the guidance of old Mr. Liu, who was very glad to see such determination. Of course, Chern was now far behind Chu, and in about 6 months Liu's son arrived, having begged his way in search of his father, so Mr. Liu gave up his school and returned home with a purse which his pupils had made up for him, Chu adding nothing thereto but his tears. At parting, Mr. Liu advised Chern to take Chu as his tutor, and this he did, establishing him comfortably in the house with him. The examination was very shortly to commence, and Chern felt convinced that he should not get through, but Chu said he thought he should be able to manage the matter for him. On the appointed day, he introduced Chern to a gentleman who he said was a cousin of his, named Liu, and asked Chern to accompany this cousin, which Chern was just proceeding to do when Chu pulled him back from behind, and he would have fallen down but that the cousin pulled him up again, and then, after having scrutinized his appearance, carried him off to his own house. There being no ladies there, Chern was put into the inner apartments, and a few days afterwards Liu said to him, "A great many people will be at the gardens today. Let us go and amuse ourselves a while, and afterwards I will send you home again." He then gave orders that a servant should proceed on ahead with tea and wine, and by and by they themselves went, and were soon in the thick of the fete. Crossing over a bridge, they saw beneath an old willow tree a little painted skiff, and were soon on board, engaged in freely passing round the wine. However, finding this a little dull, Liu bade his servant go and see if Miss Li, the famous singing girl, was at home, and in a few minutes the servant returned bringing Miss Li with him. Chern had met her before, and so they at once exchanged greetings, while Liu begged her to be good enough to favor them with a song. Miss Li, who seemed laboring under a fit of melancholy, forthwith began a funeral dirge, at which Chern was not much pleased, and observed that such a theme was hardly suitable to the occasion. With a forced smile, Miss Li changed her key and gave them a love song, whereupon Chern seized her hand and said, "There's that song of the Huansha River, which you sang once before. I have read it over several times, but have quite forgotten the words." Then Miss Li began. Eyes overflowing with tears, she sits gazing into her glass. Lifting the bamboo screen, one of her comrades approaches. She bends her head and seems intent on her bow-like slippers, and forces her eyebrows to arch themselves into a smile. With her scarlet sleeve, she wipes the tears from her perfumed cheek, in fear and trembling lest they should guess the thoughts that o'erwhelm her. Chern repeated this over several times, until at length the skiff stopped, and they passed through a long veranda, where a great many verses had been inscribed on the walls, to which Chern at once proceeded to add a stanza of his own. Evening was now coming on, and Liu remarked that the candidates would be just about leaving the examination hall, so he escorted him back to his own home and there left him. The room was dark, and there was no one with him, but by and by the servants ushered in someone whom at first he took to be Chu. However, he soon saw that it was not Chu, and in another moment the stranger had fallen against him and knocked him down. "Master's fainted," cried the servants, as they ran to pick him up, and then Chern discovered that the one who had fallen down was really no other than himself. On getting up, he saw Chu standing by his side, and when they had sent away the servants, the latter said, "Don't be alarmed. I am nothing more than a disembodied spirit. My time for reappearing on earth is long overdue, but I could not forget your great kindness to me, and accordingly, I have remained under this form in order to assist in the accomplishment of your wishes. The 3 bouts are over, and your ambition will be gratified." Chern then inquired if Chu could assist him in like manner for his doctor's degree, to which the latter replied, "Alas, the luck descending to you from your ancestors is not equal to that. They were a niggardly lot, and unfit for the posthumous honors you would thus confer on them." Chern next asked him whither he was going, and Chu replied that he hoped, through the agency of his cousin, who was a clerk in purgatory, to be born again in old Mr. Liu's family. They then bade each other adieu, and when morning came, Chern set off to call on Miss Li, the singing girl, but on reaching her house, he found that she had been dead some days. He walked onto the gardens, and there he saw traces of verses that had been written on the walls and evidently rubbed out, so as to be hardly decipherable. In a moment, it flashed across him that the verses and their composers belonged to the other world. Towards evening, Chu reappeared in high spirits, saying that he had succeeded in his design and had come to wish Chern a long farewell. Holding out his open palms, he requested Chern to write the word Chu on each. And then, after refusing to take a parting cup, he went away, telling Chern that the examination list would soon be out and that they would meet again before long. Chern brushed away his tears and escorted him to the door, where a man, who had been waiting for him, laid his hand on Chu's head and pressed it downwards until Chu was perfectly flat. The man then put him in a sack and carried him off on his back. A few days afterwards the list came out, and to his great joy, Chern found his name among the successful candidates, whereupon he immediately started off to visit his old tutor, Mr. Liu. Now Mr. Liu's wife had had no children for 10 years, being about 50 years of age, when suddenly she gave birth to a son, who was born with both fists doubled up so that no one could open them. On his arrival, Chern begged to see the child, and declared that inside its hands would be found written the word Chu. Old Mr. Liu laughed at this, but no sooner had the child set eyes on Chern than both its fists opened spontaneously, and there was the word as Chern had said. The story was soon told, and Chern went home, after making a handsome present to the family. And later on, when Mr. Liu went up for his doctor's degree and stayed at Chern's house, his son was 13 years old and had already matriculated as a candidate for literary honors. Footnotes: Buddhist priests not unusually increase the revenue of their monastery by taking pupils, and it is only fair to them to add that the curriculum is strictly secular, the boys learning precisely what they would at an ordinary school and nothing else. These consist simply of thin slips of wood dipped in brimstone and resemble those used in England as late as the first quarter of the present century. They are said to have been invented by the people of Hangzhou, the capital of Zhejiang, but it is quite possible that the hint may have first reached China from the west. They were called yin quang, bring light, cf. Lucifer, fa chu, give forth illumination, and other names. Lucifer matches are now generally spoken of as tizu lai hu, self-come fire, and are almost universally employed, except in remote parts where the flint and steel still hold sway. The whole point of the story hinges on this. Beside which lived Hsi Shi, the famous beauty of the 5th century after Christ. I fear that the translation of this, Singing Girl's Lament, falls so considerably below the pathetic original as to give but a poor idea of the real merit of the latter as a lyric gem. The Chinese have precisely the same mania as our Browns, Joneses, and Robinsons for scribbling and carving their names and compositions all over the available parts of any place of public resort. The literature of In Walls alone would fill many ponderous tomes. The examination, which lasts 9 days, has been going on all this time. That is, his own body, into which Chu's spirit had temporarily passed, his own occupying, meanwhile, the body of his friend. That is, for being born again, the sole hope and ambition of a disembodied shade. See no LXXI, note 403. See no LXI, note 346. His own spirit in Chu's body had met her in a disembodied state. Such is the invariable custom. Large presents are usually made by those who can afford the outlay, and the tutor's name has ever afterwards an honorable place in the family records. See no Roman 48, note 274. 86. The cloth merchant. A certain cloth merchant went to Chu, where he happened to stroll into an old temple, all tumble down and in ruins. He was lamenting over this sad state of things, when a priest who stood by observed that a devout believer like himself could hardly do better than put the place into repair, and thus obtain favor in the eyes of Buddha. This the merchant consented to do, whereupon the priest invited him to walk into the private quarters of the temple and treated him with much courtesy. But he went on to propose that our friend the merchant should also undertake the general ornamentation of the place both inside and out. The latter declared he could not afford the expense, and the priest began to get very angry, and urged him so strongly that at last the merchant, in terror, promised to give all the money he had. After this he was preparing to go away, but the priest detained him, saying, "You haven't given the money of your own free will, and consequently you'll be owing me a grudge. I can't do better than make an end of you at once." Thereupon he seized a knife, and refused to listen to all the cloth merchant's entreaties, until at length the latter asked to be allowed to hang himself, to which the priest consented, and, showing him into a dark room, told him to make haste about it. At this juncture, a Tartar general happened to pass by the temple, and from a distance, through a breach in the old wall, he saw a damsel in a red dress pass into the priest's quarters. This roused his suspicions, and dismounting from his horse, he entered the temple and searched high and low, but without discovering anything. The dark room above mentioned was locked and double-barred, and the priest refused to open it, saying the place was haunted. The general in a rage burst open the door, and there beheld the cloth merchant hanging from a beam. He cut him down at once, and in a short time he was brought round and told the general the whole story. They then searched for the damsel, but she was nowhere to be found, having been nothing more than a divine manifestation. The general cut off the priest's head and restored the cloth merchant's property to him, after which the latter put the temple in thorough repair and kept it well supplied with lights and incense ever afterwards. Mr. Ko, M.A., told me this story with all its details. Footnotes. The elaborate gilding and woodwork of an ordinary Chinese temple form a very serious item in the expense of restoration. Public subscriptions are usually the means employed for raising sufficient funds, the names of subscribers and amount given by each being published in some conspicuous position. Occasionally devout priests' black swans, indeed, in China shut themselves up in boxes studded with nails, one of which they pull out every time a certain donation is given, and there they remain until every nail is withdrawn. But after all, it is difficult to say whether they endure these trials so much for the faith's sake as for the funds from which they derive more of the luxuries of life, and the temporary notoriety gained by thus coming before the public. A Chinese proverb says, "The image maker doesn't worship Buddha. He knows too much about the idol," and the application of this saying may safely be extended to the majority of Buddhist priests in China. This is the title generally applied to the Manchu commanders of Manchu garrisons, who are stationed at certain of the most important points of the Chinese Empire, and whose presence is intended as a check upon the action of the civil authorities. See number Roman 6, note 52. The moral being, of course, that Buddha protects those who look after his interests on earth. 87. A strange companion. Han Kung Fu of Ucha told me that he was one day traveling along a road with a man of his village, named Pierre, when all of a sudden the latter disappeared, leaving his mule to jog along with an empty saddle. At the same moment, Mr. Han heard his voice calling for assistance, and apparently proceeding from inside one of the panniers strapped across the mule's back. And on looking closely, there indeed he was in one of the panniers, which, however, did not seem to be at all displaced by his weight. On trying to get him out, the mouth of the pannier closed itself tightly, and it was only when he cut it open with a knife that he saw Pierre curled up in it like a dog. He then helped him out and asked him how he managed to get in, but this he was unable to say. It further appeared that his family was under fox influence, many strange things of this kind having happened before. 88. Spiritualistic seances. It is customary in Shantung, when anyone is sick, for the womenfolk to engage an old sorceress or medium, who strums on a tambourine and performs certain mysterious antics. This custom obtains even more in the capital, where young ladies of the best families frequently organize such seances among themselves. On a table in the hall, they spread out a profusion of wine and meat, and burn huge candles which make the place as light as day. Then the sorceress, shortening her skirts, stands on one leg and performs the shangyang, while two of the others support her, one on each side. All this time she is chattering unintelligible sentences, something between a song and a prayer, the words being confused but uttered in a sort of tune, while the hall resounds with the thunder of drums, enough to stun a person, with which her vaticinations are mixed up and lost. By and by her head begins to droop and her eyes to look aslant, and but for her two supporters she would inevitably fall to the ground. Suddenly she stretches forth her neck and bounds several feet into the air, upon which the other women regard her in terror, saying, "The spirits have come to eat," and immediately all the candles are blown out and everything is in total darkness. Thus they remain for about a quarter of an hour, afraid to speak a word, which in any case would not be heard through the din, until at length the sorceress calls out the personal name of the head of the family and some others, whereupon they immediately relight the candles and hurry up to ask if the reply of the spirits is favorable or otherwise. They then see that every scrap of the food and every drop of the wine has disappeared. Meanwhile, they watch the old woman's expression, whereby they can tell if the spirits are well disposed, and each one asks her some question, to which she as promptly replies. Should there be any unbelievers among the party, the spirits are at once aware of their presence, and the old sorceress, pointing her finger at such a one, cries out, "Disrespectful mocker, where are your trousers?" Upon which the mocker alluded to looks down, and lo, her trousers are gone to the top of a tree in the courtyard, where they will subsequently be found. Manchu women and girls especially are firm believers in spiritualism. On the slightest provocation, they consult their medium, who comes into the room gorgeously dressed and riding on an imitation horse or tiger. In her hand she holds a long spear, with which she mounts the couch and postures in an extraordinary manner, the animal she rides snorting or roaring fiercely all the time. Some call her Quan Ti, others Chang Fei, and others again Chu Kung, from her terribly martial aspect, which strikes fear into all beholders. And should any daring fellow try to peep in while the séance is going on, out of the window darts the spear, transfixes his hat, and draws it off his head into the room, while women and girls, young and old, hop round one after the other like geese on one leg without seeming to get the least fatigued. Footnotes. It is related in the Family Sayings, an apocryphal work which professes to give conversations of Confucius, that a number of one-legged birds having suddenly appeared in Sieci, the Duke of Sieci sent off to ask the sage what was the meaning of this strange phenomenon. Confucius replied, "The bird is the Shangyang and portends beneficial rain." And formerly the boys and girls in Shantung would hop about on one leg, crying, "The Shangyang has come," after which rain would be sure to follow. Speaking in the unknown tongue, like the Irvingites and others. This is a clever hit. The personal name of a man may not be uttered except by his father or mother, grandfather, grandmother, uncles, etc. Thus, the mere use of the personal name of the head of a family proves conclusively that the spirit of someone of his ancestors must be present. I consider the whole of the above a curious story to be found in a Chinese work exactly 200 years old, but no part of it more so than the forcible removal of some part of the clothing, which has been so prominent a feature in the séances of our own day. It may be added that in many a courtyard in Peking will be found one or more trees, which cause the view from the city wall to be very pleasing to the eye, in spite of the filth and ruins which a closer inspection reveals. The arrangement being that of the hobby horse of bygone days. The couches of the north of China are brick beds, heated by a stove underneath and covered with a mat. Upon one of these is generally a dwarf table and a couple of pillows, And here it is that the Chinaman loves to recline, his wine kettle, opium pipe, or teapot within reach, and a friend at his side, with whom he may converse far into the night. See No. LXCI, Note 418. Chang Fei was the bosom friend of the last, and was his associate commander in the Wars of the Three Kingdoms. Chu Kung was the first emperor of the Chu dynasty, and a pattern of wisdom and virtue. He is said by the Chinese to have invented the mariner's compass, but the legend will not bear investigation. 89. The mysterious head. Several traders who were lodging at an inn in Peking occupied a room which was divided from the adjoining apartment by a partition of boards from which a piece was missing, leaving an aperture about as big as a basin. Suddenly, a girl's head appeared through the opening, with very pretty features and nicely dressed hair. And the next moment an arm, as white as polished jade. The traders were much alarmed, and thinking it was the work of devils, tried to seize the head, which, however, was quickly drawn in again out of their reach. This happened a second time, and then, as they could see no body belonging to the head, one of them took a knife in his hand and crept up against the partition underneath the hole. In a little while the head reappeared, when he made a chop at it and cut it off, the blood spurting out all over the floor and wall. The traders hurried off to tell the landlord, who immediately reported the matter to the authorities, taking the head with him, and the traders were forthwith arrested and examined. But the magistrate could make nothing of the case, and, as no one appeared for the prosecution, the accused, after about 6 months' incarceration, were accordingly released, and orders were given for the girl's head to be buried. 21. The magnanimous girl. At Chinling there lived a young man named Ku, who had considerable ability but was very poor, and having an old mother, he was very loth to leave home. So he employed himself in writing or painting for people, and gave his mother the proceeds, going on thus till he was 25 years of age without taking a wife. Opposite to their house was another building, which had long been untenanted, and one day an old woman and a young girl came to occupy it, but there being no gentleman with them, young Ku did not make any inquiries as to who they were or whence they hailed. Shortly afterwards, it chanced that just as Ku was entering the house, he observed a young lady come out of his mother's door. She was about 18 or 19, very clever and refined-looking, and altogether such a girl as one rarely sets eyes on, and when she noticed Mr. Ku, she did not run away, but seemed quite self-possessed. "It was the young lady over the way. She came to borrow my scissors and measure," said his mother, "and she told me that there was only her mother and herself. They don't seem to belong to the lower classes. I asked her why she didn't get married, to which she replied that her mother was old. I must go and call on her tomorrow and find out how the land lies. If she doesn't expect too much, you could take care of her mother for her." So next day Ku's mother went and found that the girl's mother was deaf and that they were evidently poor, apparently not having a day's food in the house. Ku's mother asked what their employment was, and the old lady said they trusted for food to her daughter's 10 fingers. She then threw out some hints about uniting the two families, to which the old lady seemed to agree, but on consultation with her daughter, the latter would not consent. Mrs. Ku returned home and told her son, saying, "Perhaps she thinks we are too poor. She doesn't speak or laugh, is very nice looking, and as pure as snow, truly no ordinary girl." There ended that, until one day, as Ku was sitting in his study, up came a very agreeable young fellow who said he was from a neighboring village and engaged Ku to draw a picture for him. The two youths soon struck up a firm friendship and met constantly, when it happened that the stranger chanced to see the young lady of over the way. "Who is that?" said he, following her with his eyes. Ku told him, and then he said, "She is certainly pretty, but rather stern in her appearance." By and by Ku went in, and his mother told him the girl had come to beg a little rice, as they had had nothing to eat all day. "She's a good daughter," said his mother, "and I'm very sorry for her. We must try and help them a little." Ku thereupon shouldered a peck of rice, and knocking at their door, presented it with his mother's compliments. The young lady received the rice but said nothing, and then she got into the habit of coming over and helping Ku's mother with her work and household affairs, almost as if she had been her daughter-in-law, for which Ku was very grateful to her, and whenever he had anything nice, he always sent some of it in to her mother, though the young lady herself never once took the trouble to thank him. So things went on until Ku's mother got an abscess on her leg and lay writhing in agony day and night. Then the young lady devoted herself to the invalid, waiting on her, and giving her medicine with such care and attention that at last the sick woman cried out, "Oh, that I could secure such a daughter-in-law as you to see this old body into its grave." The young lady soothed her, and replied, "Your son is 100 times more filial than I, a poor widow's only daughter." "But even a filial son makes a bad nurse," answered the patient. "Besides, I am now drawing towards the evening of my life, when my body will be exposed to the mists and the dews, and I am vexed in spirit about our ancestral worship and the continuance of our line." As she was speaking, Ku walked in, and his mother, weeping, said, "I am deeply indebted to this young lady. Do not forget to repay her goodness." Ku made a low bow, but the young lady said, "Sir, when you were kind to my mother, I did not thank you. Why then, thank me?" Ku thereupon became more than ever attached to her, but could never get her to depart in the slightest degree from her cold demeanor towards himself. One day, however, he managed to squeeze her hand, upon which she told him never to do so again, and then for some time he neither saw nor heard anything of her. She had conceived a violent dislike to the young stranger above mentioned, and one evening when he was sitting talking with Ku, the young lady reappeared. After a while she got angry at something he said, and drew from her robe a glittering knife about a foot long. The young man, seeing her do this, ran out in a fright and she after him, only to find that he had vanished. She then threw her dagger up into the air, and whish, a streak of light like a rainbow, and something came tumbling down with a flop. Ku got a light and ran to see what it was, and lo, there lay a white fox, head in one place and body in another. "There is your friend," cried the girl. "I knew he would cause me to destroy him sooner or later." Ku dragged it into the house and said, "Let us wait till tomorrow to talk it over. We shall then be more calm." Next day the young lady arrived, and Ku inquired about her knowledge of the black art. But she told Ku not to trouble himself about such affairs, and to keep it secret or it might be prejudicial to his happiness. Ku then entreated her to consent to their union, to which she replied that she had already been as it were a daughter-in-law to his mother, and there was no need to push the thing further. "Is it because I am poor?" asked Ku. "Well, I am not rich," answered she, "but the fact is I had rather not." She then took her leave, and the next evening when Ku went across to their house to try once more to persuade her, the young lady had disappeared and was never seen again. Footnote: the usual occupation of poor scholars who are ashamed to go into trade, and who have not enterprise enough to start as doctors or fortune-tellers. Besides painting pictures and fans, and illustrating books, these men write fancy scrolls in the various ornamental styles so much prized by the Chinese. They keep accounts for people, and write or read business and private letters for the illiterate masses. 22. The Boon Companion. Once upon a time there was a young man named Cha, who was not particularly well off, but at the same time very fond of his wine. So much so that without his 3 stoops of liquor every night, he was quite unable to sleep, and bottles were seldom absent from the head of his bed. One night he had waked up and was turning over and over when he fancied someone was in the bed with him. But then, thinking it was only the clothes which had slipped off, he put out his hand to feel, and lo! He touched something silky like a cat, only larger. Striking a light, he found it was a fox, lying in a drunken sleep like a dog, and then looking at his wine bottle he saw that it had been emptied. "A boon companion," said he, laughing, as he avoided startling the animal, and covering it up, lay down to sleep with his arm across it, and the candle alight so as to see what transformation it might undergo. About midnight the fox stretched itself, and Cha cried, "Well, to be sure, you've had a nice sleep." He then drew off the clothes and beheld an elegant young man in a scholar's dress. But the young man jumped up, and making a low obeisance, returned his host many thanks for not cutting off his head. "Oh," replied Cha, "I am not averse to liquor myself. In fact, they say I'm too much given to it. You shall play Pythias to my Damon, and if you have no objection, we'll be a pair of bottle and glass chums." So they lay down and went to sleep again, Cha urging the young man to visit him often, and saying that they must have faith in each other. The fox agreed to this, but when Cha awoke in the morning, his bedfellow had already disappeared. So he prepared a goblet of first-rate wine in expectation of his friend's arrival, and at nightfall sure enough he came. They then sat together drinking, and the fox cracked so many jokes that Cha said he regretted he had not known him before. "And truly I don't know how to repay your kindness," replied the former, "in preparing all this nice wine for me." "Oh," said Cha, "what's a pint or so of wine? Nothing worth speaking of." "Well," rejoined the fox, "you are only a poor scholar, and money isn't so easily to be got. I must try if I can't secure a little wine capital for you." Next evening when he arrived, he said to C.H. 2 miles down towards the southeast you will find some silver lying by the wayside. Go early in the morning and get it. So, on the morrow C.H. set off, and actually obtained 2 lumps of silver, with which he bought some choice morsels to help them out with their wine that evening. The fox now told him that there was a vault in his backyard which he ought to open, and when he did so, he found therein more than 100 strings of cash. "Now then," cried C.H., delighted, "I shall have no more anxiety about funds for buying wine with all this in my purse." "Ah," replied the fox, "the water in a puddle is not inexhaustible. I must do something further for you." Some days afterwards the fox said to C.H., "Buckwheat is very cheap in the market just now. Something is to be done in this line." Accordingly, C.H. bought over 40 tons, and thereby incurred general ridicule. But by and by there was a bad drought, and all kinds of grain and beans were spoilt. Only buckwheat would grow, and C.H. sold off his stock at a profit of 1,000%. His wealth thus began to increase. He bought 200 acres of rich land, and always planted his crops, corn, millet, or what not, upon the advice of the fox secretly given him beforehand. The fox looked on C.H.'s wife as a sister, and on C.H.'s children as his own. But when, subsequently, C.H. died, it never came to the house again. Footnotes: Quan Chung and Pao Shu are the Chinese types of friendship. They were 2 statesmen of considerable ability who flourished in the 7th century BC. Say about 10 pounds, see number Roman 2, note 42. 23. Miss Lian H. Xiang. There was a young man named Sang Ti Zuming, a native of Aichu, who had been left an orphan when quite young. He lived near the saffron market and kept himself very much to himself, only going out twice a day for his meals to a neighbor's close by, and sitting quietly at home all the rest of his time. One day the said neighbor called and asked him in joke if he wasn't afraid of devil foxes, so much alone as he was. "Oh," replied Sang, laughing, "what has the superior man to fear from devil foxes? If they come as men, I have here a sharp sword for them, and if as women, why, I shall open the door and ask them to walk in." The neighbor went away, and having arranged with a friend of his, they got a young lady of their acquaintance to climb over Sang's wall with the help of a ladder, and knock at the door. Sang peeped through and called out, "Who's there?" To which the girl answered, "A devil?" and frightened Sang so dreadfully that his teeth chattered in his head. The girl then ran away, and next morning when his neighbor came to see him, Sang told him what had happened, and said he meant to go back to his native place. The neighbor then clapped his hands and said to Sang, "Why didn't you ask her in?" Whereupon Sang perceived that he had been tricked and went on quietly again as before. Some 6 months afterwards, a young lady knocked at his door, and Sang, thinking his friends were at their old tricks, opened it at once and asked her to walk in. She did so, and he beheld to his astonishment a perfect Helen for beauty. Asking her whence she came, she replied that her name was Lian H. Xiang, and that she lived not very far off, adding that she had long been anxious to make his acquaintance. After that she used to drop in every now and again for a chat, but one evening when Sang was sitting alone expecting her, another young lady suddenly walked in. Thinking it was Lian H. Xiang, Sang got up to meet her, but found that the newcomer was somebody else. She was about 15 or 16 years of age, wore very full sleeves, and dressed her hair after the fashion of unmarried girls, being otherwise very stylish-looking and refined, and apparently hesitating whether to go on or go back. Sang, in a great state of alarm, took her for a fox, but the young lady said, "My name is Li, and I am of a respectable family. Hearing of your virtue and talent, I hope to be accorded the honor of your acquaintance." Sang laughed and took her by the hand, which he found was as cold as ice, and when he asked the reason, she told him that she had always been delicate and that it was very chilly outside. She then remarked that she intended to visit him pretty frequently and hoped it would not inconvenience him, so he explained that no one came to see him except another young lady, and that not very often. "When she comes, I'll go," replied the young lady, "and only drop in when she's not here." She then gave him an embroidered slipper, saying that she had worn it, and that whenever he shook it she would know that he wanted to see her, cautioning him at the same time never to shake it before strangers. Taking it in his hand, he beheld a very tiny little shoe almost as fine-pointed as an awl, with which he was much pleased. And next evening, when nobody was present, he produced the shoe and shook it, whereupon the young lady immediately walked in. Henceforth, whenever he brought it out, the young lady responded to his wishes and appeared before him. This seemed so strange that at last he asked her to give him some explanation, but she only laughed and said it was mere coincidence. One evening after this, Lian Hsiang came and set an alarm to Sang, "Whatever has made you look so melancholy?" Sang replied that he did not know, and by and by she took her leave, saying they would not meet again for some 10 days. During this period, Miss Li visited Sang every day and on one occasion asked him where his other friend was. Sang told her, and then she laughed and said, "What is your opinion of me as compared with Lian Hsiang?" "You are both of you perfection," replied he, "but you are a little colder of the two." Miss Li didn't much like this and cried out, "Both of us perfection is what you say to me. Then she must be a downright Cynthia, and I am no match for her." Somewhat out of temper, she reckoned that Lian Hsiang's 10 days had expired and said she would have a peep at her, making Sang promise to keep it all secret. The next evening Lian Hsiang came, and while they were talking she suddenly exclaimed, "Oh dear. How much worse you seem to have become in the last 10 days. You must have encountered something bad." Sang asked her why so, to which she answered, "First of all your appearance, and then your pulse is very thready. You've got the devil disease." The following evening when Miss Li came, Sang asked her what she thought of Lian Hsiang. "Oh," said she, "there's no question about her beauty, but she's a fox. When she went away, I followed her to her hole on the hillside." Sang, however, attributed this remark to jealousy and took no notice of it, but the next evening when Lian Hsiang came, he observed, "I don't believe it myself, but someone has told me you are a fox." Lian Hsiang asked who had said so, to which Sang replied that he was only joking, and then she begged him to explain what difference there was between a fox and an ordinary person. "Well," answered Sang, "foxes frighten people to death, and therefore they are very much dreaded." "Don't you believe that?" cried Lian Hsiang, "and now tell me who has been saying this of me." Sang declared at first that it was only a joke of his, but by and by yielded to her instances and let out the whole story. "Of course I saw how changed you were," said Lian Hsiang. "She is surely not a human being to be able to cause such a rapid alteration in you. Say nothing, tomorrow I'll watch her as she watched me." The following evening Miss Li came in, and they had hardly interchanged half a dozen sentences when a cough was heard outside the window, and Miss Li ran away. Lian Hsiang then entered and said to Sang, "You are lost. She is a devil, and if you do not at once forbid her coming here, you will soon be on the road to the other world." "All jealousy," thought Sang, saying nothing as Lian Hsiang continued, "I know that you don't like to be rude to her, but I, for my part, cannot see you sacrificed, and tomorrow I will bring you some medicine to expel the poison from your system. Happily, the disease has not yet taken firm hold of you, and in 10 days you will be well again." The next evening she produced a knife and chopped up some medicine for Sang, which made him feel much better. But, although he was very grateful to her, he still persisted in disbelieving that he had the devil disease. After some days he recovered and Lian Hsiang left him, warning him to have no more to do with Miss Li. Sang pretended that he would follow her advice, and closed the door and trimmed his lamp. He then took out the slipper, and on shaking it Miss Li appeared, somewhat cross at having been kept away for several days. "She merely attended on me these few nights while I was ill," said Sang. "Don't be angry." At this Miss Li brightened up a little, but by and by Sang told her that people said she was a devil. "It's that nasty fox," cried Miss Li, after a pause, "putting these things into your head. If you don't break with her, I won't come here again." She then began to sob and cry, and Sang had some trouble in pacifying her. Next evening Lian Hsiang came and found out that Miss Li had been there again, whereupon she was very angry with Sang and told him he would certainly die. "Why need you be so jealous?" said Sang, laughing, at which she only got more enraged and replied, "When you were nearly dying the other day and I saved you, if I had not been jealous, where would you have been now?" Sang pretended he was only joking and said that Miss Li had told him his recent illness was entirely owing to the machinations of a fox, to which she replied, "It's true enough what you say, only you don't see whose machinations. However, if anything happens to you, I should never clear myself even had I 100 mouths. We will, therefore, part. 100 days hence I shall see you on your bed." Sang could not persuade her to stay, and away she went. And from that time, Miss Li became a regular visitor. 2 months passed away, and Sang began to experience a feeling of great lassitude, which he tried at first to shake off, but by and by he became very thin and could only take thick gruel. He then thought about going back to his native place. However, he could not bear to leave Miss Li, and in a few more days he was so weak that he was unable to get up. His friend next door, seeing how ill he was, daily sent in his boy with food and drink, and now Sang began for the first time to suspect Miss Li. So he said to her, "I am sorry I didn't listen to Li and Xiang before I got as bad as this." He then closed his eyes and kept them shut for some time, and when he opened them again, Miss Li had disappeared. Their acquaintanceship was thus at an end, and Sang lay all emaciated as he was upon his bed in his solitary room, longing for the return of Li and Xiang. One day, while he was still thinking about her, someone drew aside the screen and walked in. It was Li and Xiang, and approaching the bed she said with a smile, "Was I then talking such nonsense?" Sang struggled a long time to speak, and at length, confessing he had been wrong, implored her to save him. "When the disease has reached such a pitch as this," replied Li and Xiang, "there is very little to be done. I merely came to bid you farewell and to clear up your doubts about my jealousy." In great tribulation, Sang asked her to take something she would find under his pillow and destroy it, and she accordingly drew forth the slipper, which she proceeded to examine by the light of the lamp, turning it over and over. All at once Miss Li walked in, but when she saw Li and Xiang, she turned back as though she would run away, which Li and Xiang instantly prevented by placing herself in the doorway. Sang then began to reproach her, and Miss Li could make no reply, whereupon Li and Xiang said, "At last we meet. Formerly you attributed this gentleman's illness to me. What have you to say now?" Miss Li bent her head in acknowledgement of her guilt, and Li and Xiang continued, "How is it that a nice girl like you can thus turn love into hate?" Here Miss Li threw herself on the ground in a flood of tears and begged for mercy, and Li and Xiang, raising her up, inquired of her as to her past life. "I am a daughter of a petty official named Lai, and I died young, leaving the web of my destiny incomplete, like the silkworm that perishes in the spring. To be the partner of this gentleman was my ardent wish, but I had never any intention of causing his death." "I have heard," remarked Li and Xiang, "that the advantage devils obtain by killing people is that their victims are ever with them after death. Is this so?" "It is not," replied Miss Li. "The companionship of two devils gives no pleasure to either. Were it otherwise, I should not have wanted for friends in the realms below. But tell me, how do foxes manage not to kill people?" "You allude to such foxes as suck the breath out of people," replied Li and Xiang. "I am not of that class. Some foxes are harmless. No devils are, because of the dominance of the yin in their compositions." Sang now knew that these two girls were really a fox and a devil. However, from being long accustomed to their society, he was not in the least alarmed. His breathing had dwindled to a mere thread, and at length he uttered a cry of pain. Li and Xiang looked round and said, "How shall we cure him?" Upon which Miss Li blushed deeply and drew back, and then Li and Xiang added, "If he does get well, I'm afraid you will be dreadfully jealous." Miss Li drew herself up and replied, "Could a physician be found to wipe away the wrong I have done to this gentleman, I would bury my head in the ground. How should I look the world in the face?" Li and Xiang here opened a bag and drew forth some drugs, saying, "I have been looking forward to this day. When I left this gentleman, I proceeded to gather my simples, as it would take 3 months for the medicine to be got ready. But then, should the poison have brought anyone even to death's door, this medicine is able to call him back. The only condition is that it be administered by the very hand which wrought the ill." Miss Li did as she was told and put the pills Li and Xiang gave her one after another into Sang's mouth. They burnt his inside like fire, but soon vitality began to return and Li and Xiang cried out, "He is cured!" Just at this moment, Miss Li heard the cock crow and vanished, Li and Xiang remaining behind in attendance on the invalid, who was unable to feed himself. She bolted the outside door and pretended that Sang had returned to his native place so as to prevent visitors from calling. Day and night she took care of him, and every evening Miss Li came in to render assistance, regarding Li and Xiang as an elder sister, and being treated by her with great consideration and kindness. 3 months afterwards Sang was as strong and well as ever he had been, and then for several evenings Miss Li ceased to visit them, only staying a few moments when she did come, and seeming very uneasy in her mind. One evening Sang ran after her and carried her back in his arms, finding her no heavier than so much straw, and then, being obliged to stay, she curled herself up and lay down, to all appearance in a state of unconsciousness, and by and by she was gone. For many days they heard nothing of her, and Sang was so anxious that she should come back that he often took out her slipper and shook it. "I don't wonder at your missing her," said Lian H. Xiang. "I do myself very much indeed." "Formerly," observed Sang, "when I shook the slipper she invariably came. I thought it very strange, but I never suspected her of being a devil. And now, alas, all I can do is to sit and think about her with this slipper in my hand." He then burst into a flood of tears. Now a young lady named Yenair, belonging to the wealthy Chang family, and about 15 years of age, had died suddenly without any apparent cause and had come to life again in the night when she got up and wished to go out. They barred the door and would not hear of her doing so, upon which she said, "I am the spirit daughter of a petty magistrate. A Mr. Sang has been very kind to me, and I have left my slipper at his house. I am really a spirit. What is the use of keeping me in?" There being some reason for what she said, they asked her why she had come there, but she only looked up and down without being able to give any explanation. Someone here observed that Mr. Sang had already gone home, but the young lady utterly refused to believe them. The family was much disturbed at all this, and when Sang's neighbor heard the story, he jumped over the wall and peeping through beheld Sang sitting there chatting with a pretty-looking girl. As he went in, there was some commotion, during which Sang's visitor had disappeared, and when his neighbor asked the meaning of it all, Sang replied, laughing, "Why, I told you if any ladies came I should ask them in." His friend then repeated what Miss Yenair had said, and Sang, unbolting his door, was about to go and have a peep at her, but unfortunately had no means of so doing. Meanwhile Mrs. Chang, hearing that he had not gone away, was more lost in astonishment than ever, and sent an old woman servant to get back the slipper. Sang immediately gave it to her, and Miss Yenair was delighted to recover it, though when she came to try it on, it was too small for her by a good inch. In considerable alarm, she seized a mirror to look at herself, and suddenly became aware that she had come to life again in someone else's body. She therefore told all to her mother, and finally succeeded in convincing her, crying all the time because she was so changed for the worse as regarded personal appearance from what she had been before. And whenever she happened to see Lian H. Xiang, she was very much disconcerted, declaring that she had been much better off as a devil than now as a human being. She would sit and weep over the slipper, no one being able to comfort her, and finally, covering herself up with bedclothes, she lay all stark and stiff, positively refusing to take any nourishment. Her body swelled up, and for 7 days she refused all food, but did not die, and then the swelling began to subside, and an intense hunger to come upon her which made her once more think about eating. Then she was troubled with a severe irritation, and her skin peeled entirely away, and when she got up in the morning, she found that the shoes had fallen off. On trying to put them on again, she discovered that they did not fit her any longer, and then she went back to her former pair, which were now exactly of the right size and shape. In an ecstasy of joy, she grasped her mirror, and saw that her features had also changed back to what they had formerly been, so she washed and dressed herself and went in to visit her mother. Everyone who met her was much astonished, and when Lian H. Xiang heard the strange story, she tried to persuade Mr. Sang to make her an offer of marriage. But the young lady was rich and Sang was poor, and he did not see his way clearly. However, on Mrs. Chang's birthday, when she completed her cycle of 61 years, Sang went along with the others to wish her many happy returns of the day, and when the old lady knew who was coming, she bade Yenair take a peep at him from behind the curtain. Sang arrived last of all, and immediately out rushed Miss Yenair and seized his sleeve, and said she would go back with him. Her mother scolded her well for this, and she ran in abashed, but Sang, who had looked at her closely, began to weep and threw himself at the feet of Mrs. Chang, who raised him up without saying anything unkind. Sang then took his leave, and got his uncle to act as medium between them, the result being that an auspicious day was fixed upon for the wedding. At the appointed time, Sang proceeded to the house to fetch her, and when he returned, he found that, instead of his former poor-looking furniture, beautiful carpets were laid down from the very door, and thousands of colored lanterns were hung about in elegant designs. Lian H. Xiang assisted the bride to enter, and took off her veil, finding her the same bright girl as ever. She also joined them while drinking the wedding cup, and inquired of her friend as to her recent transmigration, and Yenair related as follows. Overwhelmed with grief, I began to shrink from myself as some unclean thing, and after separating from you that day, I would not return any more to my grave. So I wandered about at random, and whenever I saw a living being, I envied its happy state. By day I remained among trees and shrubs, but at night I used to roam about anywhere. And once I came to the house of the Chang family, where, seeing a young girl lying upon the bed, I took possession of her mortal coil, unknowing that she would be restored to life again. When Lian Hsiang heard this, she was for some time lost in thought, and a month or two afterwards became very ill. She refused all medical aid and gradually got worse and worse, to the great grief of Mr. Sang and his wife, who stood weeping at her bedside. Suddenly she opened her eyes and said, "You wish to live, I am willing to die. If fate so ordains it, we shall meet again 10 years hence." As she uttered these words, her spirit passed away, and all that remained was the dead body of a fox. Sang, however, insisted on burying it with all the proper ceremonies. Now his wife had no children, but one day a servant came in and said, "There is an old woman outside who has got a little girl for sale." Sang's wife gave orders that she should be shown in, and no sooner had she set eyes on the girl than she cried out, "Why, she's the image of Lian Hsiang." Sang then looked at her, and found to his astonishment that she was really very like his old friend. The old woman said she was 14 years old, and when asked what her price was, declared that her only wish was to get the girl comfortably settled, and enough to keep herself alive and ensure not being thrown out into the kennel at death. So Sang gave a good price for her, and his wife, taking the girl's hand, led her into a room by themselves. Then, chucking her under the chin, she asked her, smiling, "Do you know me?" The girl said she did not, after which she told Mrs. Sang that her name was Wei, and that her father, who had been a pickle merchant at HSUCA Chang, had died 3 years before. Mrs. Sang then calculated that Lian Hsiang had been dead just 10 years, and looking at the girl, who resembled her so exactly in every trait, at length patted her on the head, saying, "Ah, my sister, you promised to visit us again in 10 years, and you have not played us false." The girl here seemed to wake up as if from a dream, and uttering an exclamation of surprise, fixed a steady gaze upon Sang's wife. Sang himself laughed and said, "Just like the return of an old familiar swallow." "Now I understand," cried the girl in tears. "I recollect my mother saying that when I was born I was able to speak, and that, thinking it an inauspicious manifestation, they gave me dog's blood to drink, so that I should forget all about my previous state of existence. Is it all a dream, or are you not the Miss Li who was so ashamed of being a devil?" Thus they chatted of their existence in a former life, with alternate tears and smiles. But when it came to the day for worshipping at the tombs, Yen Er explained that she and her husband were in the habit of annually visiting and mourning over her grave. The girl replied that she would accompany them, and when they got there, they found the whole place in disorder, and the coffin wood all warped. "Lian Hsiang and I," said Yen Er to her husband, "have been attached to each other in 2 states of existence. Let us not be separated, but bury my bones here with hers." Sang consented, and opening Miss Li's tomb, took out the bones and buried them with those of Lian Hsiang, while friends and relatives, who had heard the strange story, gathered round the grave in gala dress to the number of many hundreds. I learnt the above when traveling through Aichu, where I was detained at an inn by rain, and read a biography of Mr. Sang written by a comrade of his named Wang Tizuchang. It was lent me by a Mr. Liu Tizuching, a relative of Sang S, and was quite a long account. This is merely an outline of it. Footnotes. The term constantly employed by Confucius to denote the man of perfect probity, learning, and refinement. The nearest, if not an exact, translation would be gentleman. Literally, a young lady whose beauty would overthrow a kingdom, in allusion to an old story which it is not necessary to reproduce here. The Lady of the Moon, see No. v. Note 49. See number Roman 8, Note 64. Miss Lian Hsiang was here speaking without book, as will be seen in a story later on. The female principle. In a properly constituted, human being, the male and female principles are harmoniously combined. Nothing short of a small volume would place this subject, the basis of Chinese metaphysics, in a clear light before the uninitiated reader. Broadly speaking, the yin and the yang are the 2 primeval forces from the interaction of which all things have been evolved. Barrett was about to speak when the cock crew. Whore, and then it started like a guilty thing upon a fearful summons. "I have heard, the cock, that is the trumpet to the morn doth with his lofty and shrill-sounding throat awake the god of day. And, at his warning, whether in sea or fire, in earth or air, the extravagant and erring spirit hies to his confine. Hamlet. From time immemorial, the Chinese have employed a combination of two sets of characters, numbering 10 and 12 respectively, to form a cycle of 60 terms for the purpose of chronological notation. The period at which this cycle was invented is a subject upon which complete uncertainty prevails, but there is little doubt that it first came into use as a method of reckoning years after the reform of the calendar in BC. 104. Mayer's Reader's Manual. The birthday on which any person completes his cycle is considered a very auspicious occasion. The second emperor of the present dynasty, Kang Hsi, completed a cycle in his reign, with 1 year to spare, and his grandson, Qin Lung or Qin Lung, fell short of this only by a single year, dying in the same cyclical period as that in which he had ascended the throne. Bride and bridegroom drink wine together out of 2 cups joined by a red string, typical of that imaginary bond which is believed to unite the destinies of husband and wife long before they have set eyes on each other. Popular tradition assigns to an old man who lives in the moon the arrangement of all matches among mortals. Hence the common Chinese expression, marriages are made in the moon. The bill of sale always handed to the purchaser of a child in China, as a proof that the child is his bona fide property and has not been kidnapped, is by a pleasant fiction called a deed of gift, the amount paid over to the seller being therein denominated ginger and vinegar money, or compensation for the expense of rearing and educating up to the date of sale. This phrase originates from the fact that a dose of ginger and vinegar is administered to every Chinese woman immediately after the delivery of her child. We may here add that the value of male children to those who have no heirs, and of female children to those who want servants, has fostered a regular kidnapping trade, which is carried on with great activity in some parts of China, albeit the penalty on discovery is instant decapitation. Some years ago I was present in the streets of Tientsin when a kidnapper was seized by the infuriated mob, and within 2 hours I heard that the man had been summarily executed. The power of recalling events which have occurred in a previous life will be enlarged upon in several stories to come. 24. Miss Apao, or Perseverance Rewarded. In the province of Guangxi, there lived a scholar of some reputation, named Sun Tizu Siechu. He was born with 6 fingers, and such a simple fellow was he that he readily believed any nonsense he was told. Very shy with the fair sex, the sight of a woman was enough to send him flying in the opposite direction, and once when he was inveigled into a room where there were some young ladies, he blushed down to his neck, and the perspiration dripped off him like falling pearls. His companions laughed heartily at his discomfiture, and told fine stories of what a noodle he looked, so that he got the nickname of Silly Sun. In the town where our hero resided, there was a rich trader whose wealth equaled that of any prince or nobleman, and whose connections were all highly aristocratic. He had a daughter, Apao, of great beauty, for whom he was seeking a husband, and the young men of position in the neighborhood were vying with each other to obtain her hand, but none of them met with the father's approval. Now Silly Sun had recently lost his wife, and someone in joke persuaded him to try his luck and send in an application. Sun, who had no idea of his own shortcomings, proceeded at once to follow this advice, but the father, though he knew him to be an accomplished scholar, rejected his suit on the ground of poverty. As the go-between was leaving the house, she chanced to meet Apao and related to her the object of her visit. "Tell him," cried Apao, laughing, "that if he'll cut off his extra finger, I'll marry him." The old woman reported this to Sun, who replied, "That is not very difficult," and seizing a chopper, cut the finger clean off. The wound was extremely painful and he lost so much blood that he nearly died, it being many days before he was about again. He then sought out the go-between and bade her inform Miss Apao, which she did, and Apao was taken rather aback, but she told the old woman to go once more and bid him cut off the silly from his reputation. Sun got much excited when he heard this, and denied that he was silly. However, as he was unable to prove it to the young lady herself, he began to think that probably her beauty was overstated, and that she was giving herself great airs. So he ceased to trouble himself about her until the following spring festival, when it was customary for both men and women to be seen abroad, and the young rips of the place would stroll about in groups and pass their remarks on all and sundry. Sun's friends urged him to join them in their expedition, and one of them asked him with a smile if he did not wish to look out for a suitable mate. Sun knew they were chaffing him, but he thought he should like to see the girl that had made such a fool of him, and was only too pleased to accompany them. They soon perceived a young lady resting herself under a tree, with a throng of young fellows crowding round her, and they immediately determined that she must be Pu, as in fact they found she was. Possessed of peerless beauty, the ring of her admirers gradually increased, till at last she rose up to go. The excitement among the young men was intense. They criticized her face and discussed her feet, Sun only remaining silent, and when they had passed on to something else, there they saw Sun rooted like an imbecile to the same spot. As he made no answer when spoken to, they dragged him along with them, saying, "Has your spirit run away after Pu?" He made no reply to this either, but they thought nothing of that, knowing his usual strangeness of manner, so by dint of pushing and pulling they managed to get him home. There he threw himself on the bed and did not get up again for the rest of the day, lying in a state of unconsciousness just as if he were drunk. He did not wake when called, and his people, thinking that his spirit had fled, went about in the fields calling out to it to return. However, he showed no signs of improvement, and when they shook him and asked him what was the matter, he only answered in a sleepy kind of voice, "I am at Pu's house." But to further questions he would not make any reply, and left his family in a state of keen suspense. Now when silly Sun had seen the young lady get up to go, he could not bear to part with her, and found himself first following and then walking along by her side without anyone saying anything to him. Thus he went back with her to her home, and there he remained for 3 days, longing to run home and get something to eat, but unfortunately not knowing the way. By that time Sun had hardly a breath left in him, and his friends, fearing that he was going to die, sent to beg of the rich trader that he would allow a search to be made for Sun's spirit in his house. The trader laughed and said he wasn't in the habit of coming here, so he could hardly have left his spirit behind him, but he yielded to the entreaties of Sun's family and permitted the search to be made. Thereupon a magician proceeded to the house, taking with him an old suit of Sun's clothes and some grass matting, and when Miss Pu heard the reason for which he had come, she simplified matters very much by leading the magician straight to her own room. The magician summoned the spirit in due form and went back towards Sun's house. By the time he had reached the door, Sun groaned and recovered consciousness, and he was then able to describe all the articles of toilette and furniture in Pu's room without making a single mistake. Pu was amazed when the story was repeated to her, and could not help feeling kindly towards him on account of the depth of his passion. Sun himself, when he got well enough to leave his bed, would often sit in a state of abstraction as if he had lost his wits, and he was forever scheming to try and have another glimpse at Pu. One day he heard that she intended to worship at the Shuyu temple on the 8th of the 4th moon, that day being the Wash Buddha festival, and he set off early in the morning to wait for her at the roadside. He was nearly blind with straining his eyes, and the sun was already past noontide before the young lady arrived. But when she saw from her carriage a gentleman standing there, she drew aside the screen and had a good stare at him. Sun followed her in a great state of excitement, upon which she bade one of her maids to go and ask his name. Sun told her who he was, his perturbation all the time increasing, and when the carriage drove on he returned home. Again he became very ill and lay on his bed unconscious, without taking any food, occasionally calling on Pu by name, at the same time abusing his spirit for not having been able to follow her as before. Just at this juncture a parrot that had been long with the family died, and a child, playing with the body, laid it upon the bed. Sun then reflected that if he was only a parrot, one flap of his wings would bring him into the presence of Pu, and while occupied with these thoughts, lo, the dead body moved and the parrot flew away. It flew straight to Pu's room, at which she was delighted, and catching it, tied a string to its leg and fed it upon hemp seed. "Dear sister," cried the bird, "do not tie me by the leg, I am Sun Tizu Chu." In great alarm Pu untied the string, but the parrot did not fly away. "Alas," said she, "your love has engraved itself upon my heart, but now you are no longer a man, how shall we ever be united together? To be near your dear self," replied the parrot, "is all I care about." The parrot then refused to take food from anyone else, and kept close to Miss Pu wherever she went, day and night alike. At the expiration of 3 days, Pu, who had grown very fond of her parrot, secretly sent someone to ask how Mr. Sun was. But he had already been dead 3 days, though the part over his heart had not grown cold. "Oh, come to life again as a man," cried the young lady, "and I swear to be yours forever." "You are surely not in earnest," said the parrot, "are you?" Miss Pu declared she was, and the parrot, cocking its head aside, remained some time as if absorbed in thought. By and by Pu took off her shoes to bind her feet a little tighter, and the parrot, making a rapid grab at one, flew off with it in its beak. She called loudly after it to come back, but in a moment it was out of sight. So she next sent a servant to inquire if there was any news of Mr. Sun, and then learnt that he had come round again, the parrot having flown in with an embroidered shoe and dropped down dead on the ground. Also, that directly he regained consciousness he asked for the shoe, of which his people knew nothing, at which moment her servant had arrived and demanded to know from him where it was. "It was given to me by Miss Pu as a pledge of faith," replied Sun. "I beg you will tell her I have not forgotten her promise." Pu was greatly astonished at this, and instructed her maid to divulge the whole affair to her mother, who, when she had made some inquiries, observed that Sun was well known as a clever fellow, but was desperately poor, and to get such a son-in-law after all our trouble would give our aristocratic friends the laugh against us. However, Pu pleaded that with the shoe there as a proof against her, she would not marry anybody else, and ultimately, her father and mother gave their consent. This was immediately announced to Mr. Sun, whose illness rapidly disappeared in consequence. Pu's father would have had Sun come and live with them, but the young lady objected, on the score that a son-in-law should not remain long at a time with the family of his wife, and that as he was poor, he would lower himself still more by doing so. "I have accepted him," added she, "and I shall gladly reside in his humble cottage and share his poor fare without complaint." The marriage was then celebrated, and bride and bridegroom met as if for the first time in their lives. The dowry Pu brought with her somewhat raised their pecuniary position and gave them a certain amount of comfort, but Sun himself stuck only to his books and knew nothing about managing affairs in general. Luckily his wife was clever in that respect, and did not bother him with such things, so much so that by the end of 3 years they were comparatively well off, when Sun suddenly fell ill and died. Mrs. Sun was inconsolable and refused either to sleep or take nourishment, being deaf to all entreaties on the subject, and before long, taking advantage of the night, she hanged herself. Her maid, hearing a noise, ran in and cut her down just in time, but she still steadily refused all food. 3 days passed away, and the friends and relatives of Sun came to attend his funeral, when suddenly they heard a sigh proceeding forth from the coffin. The coffin was then opened, and they found that Sun had come to life again. He told them that he had been before the great judge, who, as a reward for his upright and honorable life, had conferred upon him an official appointment. "At this moment," said Sun, "it was reported that my wife was close at hand, but the judge, referring to the register, observed that her time had not yet come. They told him she had taken no food for 3 days, and then the judge, looking at me, said that as a recompense for her wifely virtues she should be permitted to return to life. Thereupon he gave orders to his attendants to put to the horses and see us safely back. From that our Sun gradually improved, and the next year went up for his master's degree. All his old companions chaffed him exceedingly before the examination, and gave him 7 themes on out-of-the-way subjects, telling him privately that they had been surreptitiously obtained from the examiners. Sun believed them as usual, and worked at them day and night until he was perfect, his comrades all the time enjoying a good laugh against him. However, when the day came, it was found that the examiners, fearing lest the themes they had chosen in an ordinary way should have been dishonestly made public, took a set of fresh ones quite out of the common run in fact, on the very subjects Sun's companions had given to him. Consequently, he came out at the head of the list, and the next year, after taking his doctor's degree, he was entered among the Hanlin academicians. The emperor, too, happening to hear of his curious adventures, sent for him and made him repeat his story, subsequently summoning Pu and making her some very costly presents. Footnotes: there is nothing in China like an aristocracy of birth. Any man may raise himself from the lowest level to the highest, and as long as he and his family keep themselves there, they may be considered aristocratic. Wealth has nothing to do with the question. Official rank and literary tastes, separate or combined, these constitute a man's title to the esteem of his fellows. Trade is looked upon as ignoble and debasing, and friendly intercourse between merchants and officials, the two great social divisions, is so rare as to be almost unknown. The medium, without whose good offices no marriage can be arranged, generally, but not always, a woman. This system of go-betweens is not confined to matrimonial engagements. No servant ever offers himself for a place. He invariably employs someone to introduce him. So also in mercantile transactions, the broker almost invariably appears upon the scene. See number Roman 2, note 41. The so-called golden lilies always come in for a large share of criticism. See no. Roman 12, note 86. This term originated with an emperor who reigned in the 5th century, when, in ecstasies at the graceful dancing of a concubine upon a stage ornamented with lilies, he cried out, "Every footstep makes a lily grow." A common custom, e.g. in the case of a little child lying dangerously ill, its mother will go outside the door into the garden or field and call out its name several times in the hope of bringing back the wandering spirit. This process must be regularly gone through night and morning, otherwise the bandages become loose and the gait of the walker unsteady. I have explained before that any great disparity of means is considered an obstacle to a matrimonial alliance between two families. This is a not unusual arrangement in cases where there are other sons in the bridegroom's family, but none in that of the bride, especially if the advantage of wealth is on the side of the latter. Such is the Chinese rule, adopted simply with a view to the preservation of harmony. They are supposed never to see each other before the wedding day, but after careful investigation of the subject, I have come to the conclusion that certainly in 7 cases out of 10, the intended bridegroom secretly procures a sight of his future wife. I am now speaking of the higher classes. Among the poor, both sexes mix almost as freely as with us. This would still be considered a creditable act on the part of a Chinese widow. It is, however, of exceedingly rare occurrence, being nearly dead from hanging. This is occasionally done, great influence or a heavy bribe being brought to bear upon the examiners, of whom there are only 2 for the master's degree, and the second of these, or assistant examiner, holds but a subordinate position. See Appendix A and No. LXXV, Note 426. Admission to the Hanlin, or Chinese National Academy, is the highest honor obtainable by a scholar. Its members are employed in drawing up government documents, histories, etc. 25. Zhen Hsu. Zhen Qinqi was a native of UTI and a dealer in rugs and furs. One day he set off for Shensi, taking with him every penny he could scrape together. And on the road, he met a man who told him that his name was Sharon Chu Tiang and his native place Su Siechin. These two soon became firm friends and entered into a Masonic bond with each other, journeying on together by the same stages until they reached their destination. By and by Mr. Zhen fell sick, and his companion had to nurse him, which he did with the utmost attention. But for 10 days he gradually got worse and worse, and at length said to Sharon, "My family is very poor. 8 mouths depend upon my exertions for food, and now, alas, I am about to die, far from my own home. You and I are brothers. At this distance there is no one else to whom I can look. Now in my purse you will find 200 ounces of silver. Take half, and when you have defrayed my funeral expenses, use the balance for your return journey, and give the other half to my family, that they may be able to send for my coffin. If, however, you will take my mortal remains with you home to my native place, these expenses need not be incurred." He then, with the aid of a pillow, wrote a letter, which he handed to Sharon, and that evening he died. Thereupon Sharon purchased a cheap coffin for some 5 or 6 ounces of silver, and, as the landlord kept urging him to take away the body, he said he would go out and seek for a temple where it might be temporarily deposited. But he ran away and never went back to the inn, and it was more than a year before Zhen's family knew what had taken place. His son was just about 17 years of age and had recently been reading with a tutor, but now his books were laid aside, and he proposed to go in search of his father's body. His mother said he was too young, and it was only when he declared he would rather not live than stay at home, that with the aid of the pawnshop money was raised to start him on his way. An old servant accompanied him, and it was 6 months before they returned and performed the last ceremonies over Jen's remains. The family was thus reduced to absolute destitution, but happily young Hsiu was a clever fellow, and when the days of mourning were over, took his bachelor's degree. On the other hand, he was somewhat wild and very fond of gambling, and although his mother strictly prohibited such diversions, all her prohibitions were in vain. By and by the grand examiner arrived, and Hsiu came out in the 4th class. His mother was extremely angry and refused to take food, which brought young Hsiu to his senses, and he promised her faithfully he would never gamble again. From that day he shut himself up, and the following year took a 1st-class degree, coming out among the senior graduates. His mother now advised him to take pupils, but his reputation as a disorderly fellow stuck to him, and no one would entrust their sons to his care. Just then an uncle of his, named Chang, was about to start with merchandise for the capital, and recommended that Hsiu should go along with him, promising himself to pay all expenses, an offer which Hsiu was only too pleased to accept. When they reached Linxiacheng, they anchored outside the custom house, where they found a great number of salt junks, in fact a perfect forest of masts. And what with the noise of the water and the people, it was quite impossible to sleep. Besides, as the row was beginning to subside, the clear rattle of dice from a neighboring boat fell upon Hsiu's ear, and before long he was itching to be back again at his old games. Listening to hear if all around him were sound asleep, he drew forth a string of cash that he had brought with him, and thought he would just go across and try his luck. So he got up quietly with his money, and was on the point of going, when he suddenly recollected his mother's injunctions, and at once tying his purse strings laid himself down to sleep. He was far too excited, however, to close his eyes, and after a while got up again and reopened his purse. This he did 3 times, until at last it was too much for him, and off he went with his money. Crossing over into the boat whence the sounds proceeded, he beheld 2 persons engaged in gambling for high stakes. So throwing his money on the table, he begged to be allowed to join. The others readily consented, and they began to play, Hsiu winning so rapidly that soon one of the strangers had no money left, and was obliged to get the proprietor of the boat to change a large piece of silver for him, proceeding to lay down as much as several ounces of silver for a single stake. As the play was in full swing, another man walked in, who after watching for some time at length got the proprietor to change another lump of silver for him of 100 ounces in weight, and also asked to be allowed to join. Now Hsiu's uncle, waking up in the middle of the night, and finding his nephew gone, and hearing the sound of dice throwing hard by, knew at once where he was, and immediately followed him to the boat with a view of bringing him back. Finding, however, that Hsiu was a heavy winner, he said nothing to him, only carrying off a portion of his winnings to their own boat, and making the others of his party get up and help him to fetch the rest, even then leaving behind a large sum for Hsiu to go on with. By and by the 3 strangers had lost all their ready money, and there wasn't a farthing left in the boat, upon which one of them proposed to play for lumps of silver, but Hsiu said he never went so high as that. This made them a little quarrelsome, Hsiu's uncle all the time trying to get him away, and the proprietor of the boat, who had only his own commission in view, managed to borrow some 100 strings of cash from another boat and started them all again. Hsiu soon took this out of them, and, as day was beginning to dawn and the custom house was about to open, he went off with his winnings back to his own boat. The proprietor of the gambling boat now found that the lumps of silver which he had changed for his customers were nothing more than so much tinsel, and rushing off in a great state of alarm to Hsiu's boat, told him what had happened and asked him to make it good. But when he discovered he was speaking to the son of his former traveling companion, Jen Qinqi, he hung his head and slunk away covered with shame. For the proprietor of that boat was no other than Sharon Chu Tiang, of whom Hsiu had heard when he was in Shensi. Now, however, that with supernatural aid the wrongs of his father had been avenged, he determined to pursue the man no further. So going into partnership with his uncle, they proceeded north together, and by the end of the year their capital had increased 5-fold. Hsiu then purchased the status of Qinsheng, and by further careful investment of his money, ultimately became the richest man in that part of the country. Footnotes. Besides the numerous secret societies so much dreaded by the government, membership of which is punishable by death, very intimate friends are in the habit of adopting each other as sworn brothers, bound to stand by one another in cases of danger and difficulty to the last drop of blood. The bond is cemented by an oath, accompanied by such ceremonies as fancy may at the moment dictate. The most curious of all, however, are the so-called Golden Orchid societies, the members of which are young girls who have sworn never to enter into the matrimonial state. To such an extent have these sisterhoods spread in the Kwangtung province that the authorities have been compelled to prohibit them under severe penalties. A Chinaman loves to be buried alongside of his ancestors, and poor families are often put to great straits to pay this last tribute of respect and affection to the deceased. At all large cities are to be found temporary burial grounds, where the bodies of strangers are deposited until their relatives can come to carry them away. Large freights of dead bodies are annually brought back to China from California, Queensland, and other parts to which the Chinese are in the habit of emigrating, to the great profit of the steamer companies concerned. Coffins are also used as a means of smuggling, respect for the dead being so great that they are only opened under the very strongest suspicion. See No. Roman 14, Note 104. The price of an elaborate Chinese coffin goes as high as £100 or £150. The never-failing resource of an impecunious Chinaman who has any property whatever bearing an exchange value. The pawnshop proper is a licensed institution where 3% per month is charged on all loans, all pledges being redeemable within 16 months. It is generally a very high brick structure, towering far above the surrounding houses, with the deposits neatly packed up in paper and arranged on the shelves of a huge wooden skeleton-like frame that completely fills the interior of the building, on the top of which are ranged buckets of water in case of fire, and a quantity of huge stones to throw down on any thieves who may be daring enough to attempt to scale the wall. In Peking, houses are not allowed to be built above a certain height, as during the long summer months ladies are in the habit of sitting to spin or sew in their courtyards, very lightly clad. Pawning goods in China is not held to be so disgraceful as with us. In fact, most people, at the beginning of the hot weather, pawn their furs and winter clothes, these being so much more carefully looked after there than they might be at home. Nominally of 3 years really, of 28 months duration. These are entitled to receive from government a small allowance of rice, besides being permitted to exercise certain petty functions for which a certain charge is authorized. See Appendix A. One of the strangers was the disembodied spirit of Hsiu's father, helping his son to take vengeance on the wicked Sharon. An intermediate step between the first and second degrees, to which certain privileges are attached. 26. The Lost Brother. In Honan there lived a man named Chang, who originally belonged to Shantung. His wife had been seized and carried off by the soldiery during the period when Qing Nan's troops were overrunning the latter province, and as he was frequently in Honan on business, he finally settled there and married a Honan wife, by whom he had a son named Na. By and by this wife died, and he took another, who bore him a son named Chang. The last mentioned lady was from the Niu family and a very malicious woman. So jealous was she of Na, that she treated him like a slave or a beast of the field, giving him only the coarsest food, and making him cut a large bundle of wood every day, in default of which she would beat and abuse him in a most shameful manner. On the other hand, she secretly reserved all the titbits for Chang, and also sent him to school. As Chang grew up and began to understand the meaning of filial piety and fraternal love, he could not bear to see this treatment of his elder brother, and spoke privately to his mother about it. But she would pay no heed to what he said. One day, when Na was on the hills performing his task, a violent storm came on, and he took shelter under a cliff. However, by the time it was over the sun had set, and he began to feel very hungry. So, shouldering his bundle, he wended his way home, where his stepmother, displeased with the small quantity of wood he had brought, refused to give him anything to eat. Quite overcome with hunger, Na went in and lay down, and when Chang came back from school and saw the state he was in, he asked him if he was ill. Na replied that he was only hungry, and then told his brother the whole story, whereupon Chang colored up and went away, returning shortly with some cakes which he offered to Na. "Where did you get them?" asked the latter. "Oh," replied Chang, "I stole some flour and got a neighbor's wife to make them for me. Eat away and don't talk." Na ate them up, but begged his brother not to do this again, as he might get himself into trouble. I shan't die, added he, if I only get 1 meal a day. You are not strong, rejoined Cha, and shouldn't cut so much wood as you do. Next day after breakfast, Cha slipped away to the hills and arrived at the place where Na was occupied with his usual task, to the great astonishment of the latter, who inquired what he was going to do. To help you cut wood, replied Cha. And who sent you? Asked his brother. No one, said he, I came of my own accord. Ah, cried Na, you can't do this work, and even if you can you must not. Run along home again. Cha, however, remained, aiding his brother with his hands and feet alone, but declaring that on the morrow he would bring an axe. Na tried to stop him, and found that he had already hurt his finger and worn his shoes into holes, so he began to cry and said, If you don't go home directly, I'll kill myself with my axe. Cha then went away, his brother seeing him halfway home and going back to finish his work by himself. He also called in the evening at Cha's school, and told the master his brother was a delicate boy and should not be allowed to go on the hills, where, he said, there were fierce tigers and wolves. The master replied that he didn't know where Cha had been all the morning, but that he had caned him for playing truant. Na further pointed out to Cha that by not doing as he had told him, he had let himself in for a beating. Cha laughed and said he hadn't been beaten, and the very next day off he went again, and this time with a hatchet. I told you not to come, cried Na, much alarmed. Why have you done so? Cha made no reply, but set to work chopping wood with such energy that the perspiration poured down his face, and when he had cut about a bundle, he went away without saying a word. The master caned him again, and then Cha told him how the matter stood, at which the former became full of admiration for his pupil's kind behavior, and no longer prevented him from going. His brother, however, frequently urged him not to come, though without the slightest success. And one day, when they went with a number of others to cut wood, a tiger rushed down from the hills upon them. The woodcutters hid themselves in the greatest consternation, and the tiger, seizing Cha, ran off with him in his mouth. Cha's weight caused the tiger to move slowly, and Na, rushing after them, hacked away at the tiger's flanks with his axe. The pain only made the tiger hurry off, and in a few minutes they were out of sight. Overwhelmed with grief, Na went back to his comrades, who tried to soothe him, but he said, My brother was no ordinary brother, and besides he died for me. Why then should I live? Here, seizing his hatchet, he made a great chop at his own neck, upon which his companions prevented him from doing himself any more mischief. The wound, however, was over an inch deep, and blood was flowing so copiously that Na became faint and seemed at the point of death. They then tore up their clothes, and after having bandaged his neck, proceeded to carry him home. His stepmother cried bitterly and cursed him, saying, You have killed my son, and now you go and cut your neck in this make-believe kind of way. Don't be angry, mother, replied Na. I will not live now that my brother is dead. He then threw himself on the bed, but the pain of his wound was so great he could not sleep, and day and night he sat leaning against the wall in tears. His father, fearing that he too would die, went every now and then and gave him a little nourishment. But his wife cursed him so for doing it, that at length Na refused all food, and in 3 days he died. Now in the village where these events took place, there was a magician who was employed in certain devil work among mortals, and Na's ghost, happening to fall in with him, related the story of its previous sorrows, winding up by asking where his brother's ghost was. The magician said he didn't know, but turned round with Na and showed him the way to a city where they saw an official servant coming out of the city gates. The magician stopped him and inquired if he could tell them anything about Cha. Whereupon the man drew out a list from a pouch at his side, and after carefully examining it, replied that among the male and female criminals within there was no one of the name of Chang. The magician here suggested that the name might be on another list, but the man replied that he was in charge of that road and surely ought to know. Na, however, was not satisfied, and persuaded the magician to enter the city, where they met many new and old devils walking about, among whom were some Na had formerly known in life. So he asked them if they could direct him to his brother, but none of them knew where he was. And suddenly there was a great commotion, the devils on all sides crying out, Pu Sa has come. Then, looking up, Na beheld a most beautiful man descending from above, encircled by rays of glory, which shot forth above and below, lighting up all around him. "You are in luck's way, sir," said the magician to Na. "Only once in many thousand years does Pu descend into hell and banish all suffering. He has come today." He then made Na kneel, and all the devils began with clasped hands to sing songs of praise to Pu for his compassion in releasing them from their misery, shaking the very earth with the sound. Pu himself, seizing a willow branch, sprinkled them all with holy water, and when this was done the clouds and glory melted away, and he vanished from their sight. Na, who had felt the holy water fall upon his neck, now became conscious that the axe wound was no longer painful, and the magician then proceeded to lead him back, not quitting him until within sight of the village gate. In fact, Na had been in a trance for 2 days, and when he recovered he told them all that he had seen, asserting positively that Chang was not dead. His mother, however, looked upon the story as a make-up and never ceased reviling him, and as he had no means of proving his innocence and his neck was now quite healed, he got up from the bed and said to his father, "I am going away to seek for my brother throughout the universe. If I do not find him, never expect to see me again, but I pray you regard me as dead." His father drew him aside and wept bitterly. However, he would not interfere with his son's design, and Na accordingly set off. Whenever he came to a large town or populous place, he used to ask for news of Chang, and by, when his money was all spent, he begged his way on foot. A year had passed away before he reached Nanking, and his clothes were all in tatters as ragged as a quail's tail, when suddenly he met some 10 or a dozen horsemen and drew away to the roadside. Among them was a gentleman of about 40, who appeared to be a mandarin, with numerous lusty attendants and fiery steeds accompanying him before and behind. One young man on a small palfrey, whom Na took to be the mandarin's son, and at whom, of course, he did not venture to stare, eyed him closely for some time, and at length stopped his steed, and jumping off, cried out, "Are you not my brother?" Na then raised his head, and found that Chang stood before him. Grasping each other's hands, the brothers burst into tears, and at length Chang said, "My brother, how is it you have strayed so far as this?" Na told him the circumstances, at which he was much affected, and Chang's companions, jumping off their horses to see what was the matter, went off and informed the mandarin. The latter ordered one of them to give up his horse to Na, and thus they rode together back to the mandarin's house. Chang then told his brother how the tiger had carried him away, and how he had been thrown down in the road, where he had passed a whole night. Also how the mandarin, Mr. Chang, on his return from the capital, had seen him there, and, observing that he was no common-looking youth, had set to work and brought him round again. Also how he had said to Mr. Chang that his home was a great way off, and how Mr. Chang had taken him to his own home and finally cured him of his wounds, when, having no son of his own, he had adopted him. And now, happening to be out with his father, he had caught sight of his brother. As he was speaking, Mr. Chang walked in, and Na thanked him very heartily for all his kindness. Chang, meanwhile, going into the inner apartments to get some clothes for his brother. Wine and food was placed on the table, and while they were chatting together, the mandarin asked Na about the number of their family in Honan. "There is only my father," replied Na, "and he is a Shantung man who came to live in Honan." "Why, I am a Shantung man too," rejoined Mr. Chang. "What is the name of your father's native place?" "I have heard that it was in the Chang district," replied Na. "Then we are from the same place," cried the mandarin. "Why did your father go away to Honan?" "His first wife," said Na, "was carried off by soldiers, and my father lost everything he possessed, so, being in the habit of trading to Honan, he determined to settle down there for good." The mandarin then asked what his father's other name was, and when he heard, he sat some time staring at Na, and at length hurried away within. In a few moments out came an old lady, and when they had all bowed to her, she asked Na if he was Chang Pingche's grandson. On his replying in the affirmative, the old lady wept, and turning to Mr. Chang said, "These two are your younger brothers." And then she explained to Na and Chang as follows: "3 years after my marriage with your father, I was carried off to the north and made a slave in a mandarin's family. 6 months afterwards, your elder brother here was born, and in another 6 months the mandarin died. Your elder brother being his heir, he received this appointment, which he is now resigning. I have often thought of my native place, and have not unfrequently sent people to inquire about my husband, giving them the full particulars as to name and clan, but I could never hear anything of him. How should I know that he had gone to Honan?" Then addressing Mr. Chang, she continued, "That was rather a mistake of yours, adopting your own brother. "He never told me anything about Shantung," replied Mr. Chang. "I suppose he was too young to remember the story, and I only looked at the difference between our ages. For he, the elder of the brothers, was 41, C.A. Chang, the younger, being only 16, and Na, 20 years of age. Mr. Chang was very glad to get two young brothers, and when he heard the tale of their separation, proposed that they should all go back to their father. Mrs. Chang was afraid her husband would not care to receive her back again, but her eldest son said, "We will cast our lot together, all or none. How can there be a country where fathers are not valued?" They then sold their house and packed up, and were soon on the way to Honan. When they arrived, C.A. Chang went in first to tell his father, whose third wife had died since Na left, and who now was a desolate old widower, left alone with only his own shadow. He was overjoyed to see C.A. Chang again, and looking fondly at his son, burst into a flood of tears. C.A. Chang told him his mother and brothers were outside, and the old man was then perfectly transfixed with astonishment, unable either to laugh or to cry. Mr. Chang next appeared, followed by his mother, and the two old people wept in each other's arms, the late solitary widower hardly knowing what to make of the crowd of men and women servants that suddenly filled his house. Here C.A. Chang, not seeing his own mother, asked where she was, and when he heard she was dead, he fainted away and did not come round for a good half-hour. Mr. Chang found the money for building a fine house and engaged a tutor for his two brothers. Horses pranced in the stables, and servants chattered in the hall. It was quite a large establishment. Footnotes: A.D. 1400. The first of the 16 maxims, which form the so-called Sacred Edict, embodies these two all-important family ties. The doctrine of primogeniture is carried so far in China as to put every younger brother in a subordinate position to every elder brother. All property, however, of whatever kind, is equally divided among the sons. The Sacred Edict was delivered by the great Emperor Kayang Hsi, and should be publicly read and explained in every city of the empire on the 1st and 15th of each month. Ordinary devils being unable to stand for any length of time the light and life of the upper world, the souls of certain persons are often temporarily employed in this work by the authorities of purgatory, their bodies remaining meanwhile in a trance or cataleptic fit. Their family name. The Chinese corrupted form of bodhisattva, now widely employed to designate any deity of any kind. The usual similitude for a Chinese tatterdemalion. The surnames Chang, Wang, and Li correspond in China to our Brown, Jones, and Robinson. Slavery under a modified form exists in China at the present day. All parents, having absolute power over their children, are at liberty to sell them as servants or slaves to their wealthier neighbors. This is not an infrequent occurrence in times of distress, the children even going so far as to voluntarily sell themselves and exposing themselves in some public thoroughfare, with a notice affixed to a kind of arrow on their backs, stating that they are for sale and the amount required from the purchaser. This I have seen with my own eyes. The chief source, however, from which the supply of slaves is kept up is kidnapping. As to the condition of the slaves themselves, it is by no means an unhappy one. Their master has nominally the power of life and death over them, but no Chinaman would ever dream of availing himself of this dangerous prerogative. They are generally well fed and fairly well clothed, being rarely beaten, for fear they should run away and either be lost altogether or entail much expense to secure their capture. The girls do not have their feet compressed, hence they are infinitely more useful than small-footed women, and on reaching a marriageable age, their masters are bound to provide them with husbands. They live on terms of easy familiarity with the whole household, and, ignorant of the meaning and value of liberty, seem quite contented with a lot which places them beyond the reach of hunger and cold. Slaves take the surnames of their masters, and the children of slaves are likewise slaves. Manumission is not uncommon, and Chinese history furnishes more than one example of a quondam slave attaining to the highest offices of state. 27. The Three Genii. There was a certain scholar who, passing through Susiachin on his way to Nanking, where he was going to try for his master's degree, happened to fall in with 3 other gentlemen, all graduates like himself, and was so charmed with their unusual refinement that he purchased a quantity of wine and begged them to join him in drinking it. While thus pleasantly employed, his 3 friends told him their names. One was Chi Ca Chin Hang, the second Ca Chang Fernglin, and the other Ma Hsi Ch. They drank away and enjoyed themselves very much, until evening had crept upon them unperceived, when she said, "Here we, who ought to have been playing the host, have been feasting at a stranger's expense. This is not right, but come, my house is close by, I will provide you with a bed." Xie Chang and Ma got up, and taking our hero by the arm, bade his servant come along with them. When they reached a hill to the north of the village, there before them was a house and grounds, with a stream of clear water in front of the door, all the apartments within being beautifully clean and nice. Chi then gave orders to light the lamps and see after his visitor's servant, whereupon Ma observed, "Of old it was customary to set intellectual refreshments before one's friends. Let us not miss the opportunity of this lovely evening, but decide on 4 themes, one for each of us. And then, when we have finished our essays, we can set to work on the wine." To this the others readily agreed, and each wrote down a theme and threw it on the table. These were next divided amongst them as they sat, and before the second watch was over the essays were all completed and handed round for general inspection. And our scholar was so struck with the elegance and vigor of those by his 3 friends that he ran off a copy of them and put it in his pocket. The host then produced some excellent wine, which was drunk by them in such bumpers that soon they were all tolerably tipsy. The other 2 now took their leave, but she led the scholar into another room, where, so overcome was he with wine, that he went to bed in his boots and clothes. The sun was high in the heavens when our hero awaked, and looking round, he saw no house or grounds, only a dell on the hillside, in which he and his servant had been sleeping. In great alarm, he called out to the servant, who also got up, and then they found a hole with a rill of water trickling down before it. Much astonished at all this, he felt in his pocket, and there, sure enough, was the paper on which he had copied the 3 essays of his friends. On descending the hill and making inquiries, he found that he had been to the grotto of the 3 genii, namely, Crab, Snake, and Frog, 3 very wonderful beings, who often came out for a stroll, and were occasionally visible to mortal eyes. Subsequently, when our hero entered the examination hall, lo! The 3 themes set were those of the 3 genii, and he came out at the top of the list. Footnotes. No Chinese wine party is complete without more or less amusement of a literary character. Capping verses, composing impromptu odes on persons or places, giving historical and mythological allusions, are among the ordinary diversions of this kind. The Chinese night lasts from 7 p.m. to 5 a.m. and is divided into 5 watches of 2 hours each, which are subdivided into 5 beats of the watchman's wooden tom-tom. 28. The Singing Frogs. Wang Tizu-sun told me that when he was at the capital, he saw a man in the street who gave the following performance. He had a wooden box, divided by partitions into 12 holes, in each of which was a frog. And whenever he tapped any one of these frogs on the head with a tiny wand, the frog so touched would immediately begin to sing. Someone gave him a piece of silver, and then he tapped the frogs all round, just as if he was striking a gong. Whereupon they all sang together, with their do, re, mi, fa, in perfect time and harmony. 29. The Performing Mice. Mr. Wang also told me that there was a man at Xiechangan who made his living by exhibiting performing mice. He had a pouch on his back in which he kept some 10 of these little animals, and whenever he got among a number of people, he would fix a little frame on his back, exactly resembling a stage. Then beating a drum, he would sing some old theatrical melody, at the first sounds of which the mice would issue forth from the pouch. And then, with masks on their faces, and arrayed in various costumes, they would climb up his back onto the stage, where standing on their hind legs they would go through a performance portraying the various emotions of joy and anger, exactly like human actors of either sex. Footnote. The rôles of women are always played in China by men, dressed up so perfectly, small feet and all, as to be quite undistinguishable from real women. 30. The Tiger of Xiechang. At Xiechang, there lived an old woman more than 70 years of age, who had an only son. One day he went up to the hills and was eaten by a tiger, at which his mother was so overwhelmed with grief that she hardly wished to live. With tears and lamentations, she ran and told her story to the magistrate of the place, who laughed and asked her how she thought the law could be brought to bear on a tiger. But the old woman would not be comforted, and at length the magistrate lost his temper and bade her begone. Of this, however, she took no notice, and then the magistrate, in compassion for her great age and unwilling to resort to extremities, promised her that he would have the tiger arrested. Even then she would not go until the warrant had been actually issued, so the magistrate, at a loss what to do, asked his attendants which of them would undertake the job. Upon this one of them, Li Nering, who happened to be gloriously drunk, stepped forward and said that he would, whereupon the warrant was immediately issued and the old woman went away. When our friend, Li Nering, got sober, he was sorry for what he had done, but reflecting that the whole thing was a mere trick of his master, to get rid of the old woman's importunities, did not trouble himself much about it, handing in the warrant as if the arrest had been made. "Not so," cried the magistrate. "You said you could do this, and now I shall not let you off." Li Nering was at his wits' end and begged that he might be allowed to impress the hunters of the district. This was conceded, so collecting together these men, he proceeded to spend day and night among the hills in the hope of catching a tiger, and thus making a show of having fulfilled his duty. A month passed away, during which he received several hundred blows with the bamboo, and at length, in despair, he betook himself to the Chang Wang temple in the eastern suburb, where, falling on his knees, he prayed and wept by turns. By and by a tiger walked in, and Li Nering, in a great fright, thought he was going to be eaten alive. But the tiger took no notice of anything, remaining seated in the doorway. Li Nering then addressed the animal as follows: "O tiger, if thou didst slay that old woman's son, suffer me to bind thee with this cord," and drawing a rope from his pocket, threw it over the animal's neck. The tiger drooped its ears and, allowing itself to be bound, followed Li Nering to the magistrate's office. The latter then asked it, saying, "Did you eat the old woman's son?" To which the tiger replied by nodding its head, whereupon the magistrate rejoined, "That murderers should suffer death has ever been the law. Besides, this old woman had but one son, and by killing him you took from her the sole support of her declining years. But if now you will be as a son to her, your crime shall be pardoned." The tiger again nodded assent, and accordingly the magistrate gave orders that he should be released, at which the old woman was highly incensed, thinking that the tiger ought to have paid with its life for the destruction of her son. Next morning, however, when she opened the door of her cottage, there lay a dead deer before it, and the old woman, by selling the flesh and skin, was able to purchase food. From that day this became a common event, and sometimes the tiger would even bring her money and valuables, so that she became quite rich, and was much better cared for than she had been even by her own son. Consequently, she became very well disposed to the tiger, which often came and slept in the veranda, remaining for a whole day at a time, and giving no cause of fear either to man or beast. In a few years the old woman died, upon which the tiger walked in and roared its lamentations in the hall. However, with all the money she had saved, she was able to have a splendid funeral. And while her relatives were standing round the grave, out rushed a tiger, and sent them all running away in fear. But the tiger merely went up to the mound, and, after roaring like a thunder peal, disappeared again. Then the people of that place built a shrine in honor of the faithful tiger, and it remains there to this day. Footnotes: all underlings, and we might add overlings in China being unpaid, it behoves them to make what they can out of the opportunities afforded. In most yamerns, the various warrants and such documents are distributed to the runners in turn, who squeeze the victims thus handed over to them. For a small bribe, they will go back and report, not at home. For a larger one has absconded, and so on. Gatekeepers charge a fee on every petition that passes through their hands. Jailers, for a consideration and with proper security, allow their prisoners to be at large until wanted. Clerks take bribes to use their influence, honestly or dishonestly, with the magistrate who is to try the case. And all the servants share equally in the gratuities given by anyone to whom their master may send presents. The amount, whatever it may be, is enclosed in a red envelope and addressed to the sender of the present, with the words, instead of tea, in large characters. The meaning being that the refreshments which should have been set before the servants who brought the gifts have been commuted by a money payment. This money is put into a general fund and equally divided at stated periods. All government officers holding a post, from the highest to the lowest, are entitled to a nominal, and what would be a quite inadequate, salary, but no one ever sees this. It is customary to refuse acceptance of it on some such grounds as want of merit, and refund it to the imperial treasury. Anybody is liable to be impressed, at any moment for the service of the government. Boat owners, sedan chair and coolie proprietors especially dread the frequent and heavy calls that are made upon them for assistance, the remuneration they receive being in all cases insufficient to defray mere working expenses. But inasmuch as Chinese officials may not seize any men, or boats, or carts, holding passes to show that they are in the employ of a foreign merchant, a lively trade in such documents has sprung up in certain parts of China between the dishonest of the native and foreign commercial circles. Constables, detectives, and others are liable to be bambooed at intervals, generally of 3 or 5 days, until the mission on which they are engaged has been successfully accomplished. In cases of theft and non-restoration of the stolen property within a given time, the detectives or constables employed may be required to make it good. Extended by the Chinese to certain cases of simple manslaughter. 31. A dwarf. In the reign of Kang Hsi, there was a magician who carried about with him a wooden box, in which he had a dwarf not much more than a foot in height. When people gave him money, he would open the box and bid the little creature come out. The dwarf would then sing a song and go in again. Arriving one day at Ye, the magistrate there seized the box, and taking it into his yammern asked the dwarf whence he came. At first, he dared not reply, but on being pressed told the magistrate everything. He said he belonged to a respectable family, and that once when returning home from school he was stupefied by the magician, who gave him some drug which made his limbs shrink, and then took him about to exhibit to people. The magistrate was very angry and had the magician beheaded, himself taking charge of the dwarf. He was subsequently very anxious to get him cured, but unable to obtain the proper prescription. Footnote: the Cantonese believe the following to be the usual process. Young children are bought or stolen at a tender age and placed in a sieching or vase with a narrow neck, and having in this case a movable bottom. In this receptacle, the unfortunate little wretches are kept for years in a sitting posture, their heads outside, being all the while carefully tended and fed. When the child has reached the age of 20 or over, he or she is taken away to some distant place and discovered in the woods as a wild man or woman. China Mail, 15th May, 1878. 32. 8 Xiangju's misfortunes. At Quangping, there lived an old man named Feng, who had an only son called 8 Xiangju. Both of them were graduates, and the father was very particular and strict, though the family had long been poor. Mrs. Feng and 8 Xiangju's wife had died one shortly after the other, so that the father and son were obliged to do their household work for themselves. One night 8 Xiangju was sitting out in the moonlight, when suddenly a young lady from next door got on the wall to have a look at him. He saw she was very pretty, and as he approached her she began to laugh. He then beckoned to her with his hand, but she did not move either to come or to go away. At length, however, she accepted the invitation and descended the ladder that he had placed for her. In reply to 8 Xiangju's inquiries, the young lady said her name was Hengyu, and that she lived next door. So 8 Xiangju, who was much taken with her beauty, begged her to come over frequently and have a chat. To this she readily assented, and continued to do so for several months, until one evening old Mr. Feng, hearing sounds of talking and laughing in his son's room, got up and looked in. Seeing Miss Hengyu, he was exceedingly angry and called his son out, saying, "You good-for-nothing fellow. Poor as we are, why aren't you at your books, instead of wasting your time like this? A pretty thing for the neighbors to hear of, and even if they don't hear of it, somebody else will and shorten your life accordingly." 8 Xiangju fell on his knees and with tears implored forgiveness, whereupon his father turned to the young lady and said, "A girl who behaves like this disgraces others as well as herself, and if people find this out, we shan't be the only ones to suffer." The old man then went back to bed in a rage, and Miss Hengyu, weeping bitterly, said to 8 Xiangju, "Your father's reproaches have overwhelmed me with shame. Our friendship is now at an end." "I could say nothing," replied he, "as long as my father was here, but if you have any consideration for me, I pray you think nothing of his remarks." Miss Hengyu protested, however, that they could meet no more, and then 8 Xiangju also burst into tears. "Do not weep," cried she. "Our friendship was an impossible one, and time must sooner or later have put an end to these visits. Meanwhile, I hear there is a very good match to be made in the neighborhood." 8 Xiangju replied that he was poor, but Miss Hengyu told him to meet her again the following evening, when she would endeavor to do something for him. At the appointed time she arrived, and, producing 40 ounces of silver, presented them to H. Xiangju, telling him that at a village some distance off there was a Miss Wei, 18 years of age, who was not yet married because of the exorbitant demands of her parents, but that a little extra outlay would secure for him the young lady's hand. Miss Hengyu then bade him farewell, and H. Xiangju went off to inform his father, expressing a desire to go and make inquiries, but saying nothing about the 40 ounces. His father, thinking that they were not sufficiently well off, urged him not to go. However, by dint of argument, he finally persuaded the old man that, at any rate, there was no harm in trying. So he borrowed horses and attendants, and set off to the house of Mr. Y, who was a man of considerable property. And when he got there, he asked Mr. Wei to come outside and accord him a few minutes' conversation. Now the latter knew that H. Xiangju belonged to a very good family, and when he saw all the retinue that H. Xiangju had brought with him, he inwardly consented to the match, though he was afraid that perhaps his would-be son-in-law might not be as liberal as he would like. H. Xiangju soon perceived what Mr. Wei's feelings were and emptied his purse on the table, at which Mr. Wei was delighted and begged a neighbor to allow the marriage contract to be drawn up in his house. H. Xiangju then went in to pay his respects to Mrs. Y, whom he found in a small, miserable room, with Miss Wei hiding behind her. Still, he was pleased to see that, in spite of her homely toilette, the young lady herself was very nice-looking, and, while he was being entertained in the neighbor's house, the old lady said, "It will not be necessary for you, sir, to come and fetch our daughter. As soon as we have made up a small trousseau for her, we will send her along to you." H. Xiangju then agreed with them upon a day for the wedding, and went home and informed his father, pretending that the Y family only asked for respectability and did not care about money. His father was overjoyed to hear this, and when the day came, the young lady herself arrived. She proved to be a thrifty housekeeper and an obedient wife, so that she and her husband got along capitally together. In 2 years she had a son, who was called Fu'er. And once, on the occasion of the great spring festival, she was on her way to the family tombs with her boy in her arms, when she chanced to meet a man named Sung, who was one of the gentry of the neighborhood. This Mr. Sung had been a censor, but had purchased his retirement, and was now leading a private life, characterized by many overbearing and violent acts. He was returning from his visit to the graves of his ancestors when he saw H. Xiangju's wife, and attracted by her beauty, found out who she was. And imagining that, as her husband was a poor scholar, he might easily be induced for a consideration to part with the lady, sent one of his servants to find out how the land lay. When H. Xiangju heard what was wanted, he was very angry, but, reflecting on the power of his adversary, controlled his passion, and passed the thing off with a laugh. His father, however, to whom he repeated what had occurred, got into a violent rage, and, rushing out, flung his arms about, and called Mr. Sung every name he could lay his tongue to. Mr. Sung's emissary slunk off and went home, and then a number of men were sent by the enraged Sung, and these burst into the house and gave old Fang and his son a most tremendous beating. In the middle of the hubbub, H. Xiangju's wife ran in, and, throwing her child down on the bed, tore her hair and shrieked for help. Sung's attendants immediately surrounded her and carried her off, while there lay her husband and his father, wounded on the ground and the baby squalling on the bed. The neighbors, pitying their wretched condition, helped them up onto the couches, and by the next day H. Xiangju could walk with a stick. However, his father's anger was not to be appeased, and after spitting a quantity of blood, he died. H. Xiangju wept bitterly at this, and, taking his child in his arms, used every means to bring the offenders to justice, but without the slightest success. He then heard that his wife had put an end to her own existence, and with this his cup of misery was full. Unable to get his wrongs redressed, he often meditated assassinating Sung in the open street, but was deterred from attempting this by the number of his retainers and the fear of leaving his son with no one to protect him. Day and night he mourned over his lot, and his eyelids were never closed in sleep, when suddenly in walked a personage of striking appearance to condole with him on his losses. The stranger's face was covered with a huge curly beard, and H. Xiangju, not knowing who he was, begged him to take a seat, and was about to ask whence he came, when all at once he began, "Sir, have you forgotten your father's death, your wife's disgrace?" Thereupon H. Xiangju, suspecting him to be a spy from the Sung family, made some evasive reply, which so irritated the stranger that he roared out, "I thought you were a man, but now I know that you are a worthless, contemptible wretch." H. Xiangju fell on his knees and implored the stranger to forgive him, saying, "I was afraid it was a trick of Sung S. I will speak frankly to you. For days I have lain, as it were, upon thorns, my mouth filled with gall, restrained only by pity for this little one and fear of breaking our ancestral line. Generous friend, will you take care of my child if I fall?" "That," replied the stranger, "is the business of women. I cannot undertake it. But what you wish others to do for you, do yourself. And that which you would do yourself, I will do for you." When H. Xiangju heard these words, he knocked his head upon the ground, but the stranger took no more notice of him and walked out. Following him to the door, H. Xiangju asked his name, to which he replied, "If I cannot help you, I shall not wish to have your reproaches. If I do help you, I shall not wish to have your gratitude." The stranger then disappeared, and H. Xiangju, having a presentiment that some misfortune was about to happen, fled away with his child. When night came, and the members of the Sung family were wrapped in sleep, someone found his way into their house and slew the ex-censor and his 2 sons, besides a maidservant and one of the ladies. Information was at once given to the authorities, and as the Sung family had no doubt that the murderer was H. Xiangju, the magistrate, who was greatly alarmed, sent out lictors to arrest him. H. Xiangju, however, was nowhere to be found, a fact which tended to confirm the suspicions of the Sung family, and they, too, dispatched a number of servants to aid the mandarin in effecting his capture. Towards evening, the lictors and others reached a hill, and, hearing a child cry, made for the sound, and thus secured the object of their search, whom they bound and led away. As the child went on crying louder than ever, they took it from him and threw it down by the wayside, thereby nearly causing H. Xiangju to die of grief and rage. On being brought before the magistrate, he was asked why he had killed these people, to which he replied that he was falsely accused, for, said he, they died in the night, whereas I had gone away in the daytime. Besides, added he, how, with a crying baby in my arms, could I scale walls and kill people? If you didn't kill people, cried the magistrate, why did you run away? H. Xiang had no answer to make to this, and he was accordingly ordered to prison, whereupon he wept and said, I can die without regret, but what has my child done that he too should be punished? You, replied the magistrate, have slain the children of others. How can you complain if your child meets the same fate? H. Xiangju was then stripped of his degree and subjected to all kinds of indignities, but they were unable to wring a confession from his lips. And that very night, as the magistrate lay down, he heard a sharp noise of something striking the bed, and, jumping up in a fright, found, by the light of a candle, a small, keen blade sticking in the wood at the head of his couch so tightly that it could not be drawn out. Terribly alarmed at this, the magistrate walked round the room with a spear over his shoulder, but without finding anything. And then, reflecting that nothing more was to be feared from Sung, who was dead as well as his 2 sons, he laid H. Xiangju's case before the higher authorities and obtained for him an acquittal. H. Xiangju was released and went home. His cupboard, however, was empty, and there was nothing except his own shadow within the 4 walls of his house. Happily, his neighbors took pity on him and supplied him with food, and whenever he thought upon the vengeance that had been wreaked, his countenance assumed an expression of joy. But as often as his misfortunes and the extinction of his family came into his mind, his tears would begin to flow. And when he remembered the poverty of his life and the end of his ancestral line, he would seek out some solitary spot, and there burst into an ungovernable fit of grief. Thus things went on for about 6 months, when the search after the murderer began to be relaxed. And then H. Xiangju petitioned for the recovery of his wife's bones, which he took home with him and buried. His sorrows made him wish to die, and he lay tossing about on the bed without any object in life, when suddenly he heard somebody knock at the door. Keeping quiet to listen, he distinguished the sound of a voice outside talking with a child, and getting up to look, he perceived a young lady who said to him, Your great wrongs are all redressed, and now, luckily, you have nothing to ail you. The voice seemed familiar to him, but he could not at the moment recall where he had heard it, so he lighted a candle, and Miss Hung-yu stood before him. She was leading a small, happy-looking child by the hand, and after she and H. Xiangju had expressed their mutual satisfaction at meeting once more, Miss Hung-yu pushed the boy forward, saying, Have you forgotten your father? The boy clung to her dress and looked shyly at H. Xiangju, who, on examining him closely, found that he was Fu-er. Where did he come from? Asked his father in astonishment, not unmingled with tears. I will tell you all, replied Miss Hung-yu. I was only deceiving you when I said I belonged to a neighboring family. I am really a fox, and happening to go out one evening, I heard a child crying in a ditch. I took him home and brought him up, and now that your troubles are over, I return him to you, that father and son may be together." Xiangju wiped away his tears and thanked her heartily, but Fu Er kept close to Miss Hengyu, whom he had come to regard as a mother, and did not seem to recognize his father again. Before daybreak, Miss Hengyu said she must go away, but Xiangju fell upon his knees and entreated her to stop, until at last she said she was only joking, adding that, in a new establishment like theirs, it would be a case of early to rise and late to bed. She then set to work cutting fuel and sweeping it up, toiling hard as if she had been a man, which made Xiangju regret that he was too poor to have all this done for her. However, she bade him mind his books and not trouble himself about the state of their affairs, as they were not likely to die of hunger. She also produced some money and bought implements for spinning, besides renting a few acres of land and hiring laborers to till them. Day by day, she would shoulder her hoe and work in the fields, or employ herself in mending the roof, so that her fame as a good wife spread abroad, and the neighbors were more than ever pleased to help them. In half a year's time, their home was like that of a well-to-do family, with plenty of servants about, but one day Xiangju said to Miss Hengyu, "With all that you have accomplished on my behalf, there is still one thing left undone." On her asking him what it was, he continued, "The examination for master's degree is at hand, and I have not yet recovered the bachelor's degree of which I was stripped." "Ah," replied she, "some time back I had your name replaced upon the list. Had I waited for you to tell me, it would have been too late." Xiangju marveled very much at this, and accordingly took his master's degree. He was then 36 years of age, the master of broad lands and fine houses, and Miss Hengyu, who looked delicate enough to be blown away by the wind, and yet worked harder than an ordinary laborer's wife, keeping her hands smooth and nice in spite of winter weather, gave herself out to be 38, though no one took her to be much more than 20. Footnotes, meaning that it would become known to the arbiter of life and death in the world below, who would punish him by shortening his appointed term of years. See the YCHE devil, number CXXXI. One important preliminary consists in the exchange of the 4 pairs of characters, which denote the year, month, day, and hour of the births of the contracting parties. It remains for a geomancer to determine whether these are in harmony or not, and a very simple expedient for backing out of a proposed alliance is to bribe him to declare that the nativities of the young couple could not be happily brought together. The bridegroom invariably fetches the bride from her father's house, conveying her to his home in a handsomely gilt red sedan chair, closed in on all sides and accompanied by a band of music. The censorate is a body of 56 officials, whose duty it is to bring matters to the notice of the emperor which might otherwise have escaped attention, to take exception to any acts, including those of His Majesty himself, calculated to interfere with the welfare of the people, and to impeach, as occasion may require, the high provincial authorities, whose position, but for this wholesome check, would be almost unassailable. Censors are popularly termed the ears and eyes of the monarch. In the Book of Rights, IPT, IV 10, which dates in its present form only from the 1st century BC, occurs this passage, with the slayer of his father, a man may not live under the same heaven, and in the family sayings, BK, ex ob init. A work which professes, though on quite insufficient authority, to record a number of the conversations and apophthegms of Confucius not given in the Lenyu or Confucian Gospels, we find the following course laid down for a man whose father has been murdered. He must sleep upon a grass mat with his shield for his pillow. He must decline to take office. He must not live under the same heaven with the murderer. When he meets him in the court or in the marketplace, he must not return for a weapon, but engage him there and then, being always careful, as the commentator observes, to carry a weapon about with him. Sir John Davis and Dr. Legge agree in stigmatizing this as one of the objectionable principles of Confucius. It must, however, be admitted that 1. A patched-up work which appeared as we have it now from 2 to 3 centuries after Confucius's death, and 2. A confessedly apocryphal work such as the family sayings, are hardly sufficient grounds for affixing to the fair fame of China's great sage the positive inculcation of a dangerous principle of blood vengeance like that I have just quoted. The Chinese theory being that every official is responsible for the peace and well-being of the district committed to his charge, and even liable to punishment for occurrences over which he could not possibly have had any control. See No. X Note 75. See No. X Note 78. 33. Chang's transformation. Chang Yutan of Kaoyuan was a wild fellow who pursued his studies at the Hsio Temple. Now it chanced that the magistrate of the district, Mr. Tsering of Sanhan, had a daughter who was very fond of hunting, and that one day young Chang met her in the fields and was much struck with her great beauty. She was dressed in an embroidered sable jacket and rode about on a small palfrey, for all the world like a girl in a picture. Chang went home with the young lady still in his thoughts, his heart being deeply touched. But he soon after heard, to his infinite sorrow and dismay, that Miss Tsering had died suddenly. Their own home being at a distance, her father deposited the coffin in a temple, the very temple, in fact, where her lover was residing. Accordingly, Chang paid to her remains the same respect he would have offered to a god. He burnt incense every morning and poured out libations at every meal, always accompanied by the following invocation. I had hardly seen you when your spirit became ever present to me in my dreams. But you passed suddenly away, and now, near as we are together, we are as far apart as if separated by hills and rivers. Alas, alas! In life you were under the control of your parents. Now, however, there is nothing to restrain you, and with your supernatural power, I should be hearing the rustle of your robe as you approach to ease the sorrow of my heart. Day and night he prayed thus, and when some 6 months had passed away, and he was one night trimming his lamp to read, he raised his head and saw a young lady standing, all smiles, before him. Rising up, he inquired who she was, to which his visitor replied, "Grateful to you for your love of me, I was unable to resist the temptation of coming to thank you myself." Chang then offered her a seat, and they sat together chatting for some time. From this date, the young lady used to come in every evening, and on one occasion said to Chang, "I was formerly very fond of riding and archery, shooting the musk and slaying the deer. It is a great sorrow to me to be deprived of these pleasures by death. If you have any friendly feelings towards me, I pray you recite for me the Diamond Sutra 5,048 times, and I will never forget your kindness." Chang did as he was asked, getting up every night and telling his beads before the coffin, until the occasion of a certain festival, when he wished to go home to his parents and take the young lady with him. Miss Tsering said she was afraid her feet were too tender to walk far, but Chang offered to carry her, to which she laughingly assented. It was just like carrying a child, she was so light, and by degrees Chang got so accustomed to taking her about with him that when he went up for his examination she went in too. The only thing was she could not travel except at night. Later on, Chang would have gone up for his master's degree, but the young lady told him it was of no use to try, for it was not destined that he should pass, and accordingly he desisted from his intention. 4 or 5 years afterwards, Miss Tsering's father resigned his appointment, and so poor was he that he could not afford to pay for the removal of his daughter's coffin, but wanted to bury it economically where it was. Unfortunately, he had no ground of his own, and then Chang came forward and said that a friend of his had a piece of waste land near the temple, and that he might bury it there. Mr. Tsering was very glad to accept, and Chang kindly assisted him with the funeral, for what reason the former was quite unable to guess. One night after this, as Miss Tsering was sitting by Chang's side, her father having already returned home, she burst into a flood of tears and said, "For 5 years we have been good friends, we must now part. I can never repay your goodness to me." Chang was alarmed and asked her what she meant, to which she replied, "Your sympathy has told for me in the realms below. The sum of my sutras is complete, and today I am to be born again in the family of a high official, Mr. Liu of Hopei. If you do not forget the present time, meet me there in 15 years from now on the 16th of the 8th moon." "Alas," cried Chang, "I am already over 30, and in 15 years more I shall be drawing near the wood. What good will our meeting do?" "I can be your servant," replied Miss Tsering, "and so make some return to you. But come, escort me a few miles on my way. The road is beset with brambles, and I shall have some trouble with my dress." So Chang carried her as before until they reached a high road, where they found a number of carriages and horses, the latter with 1 or 2 riders on the backs of each, and 3 or 4 or even more persons in every carriage. But there was one richly decorated carriage, with embroidered curtains and red awnings, in which sat only one old woman, who, when she saw Miss Tsering, called out, "Ah, there you are." "Here I am," replied Miss Tsering, and then she turned to Chang and said, "We must part here, do not forget what I told you." Chang promised he would remember, and then the old woman helped her up into the carriage. Round went the wheels, off went the attendants, and they were gone. Sorrowfully, Chang wended his way home, and there wrote upon the wall the date mentioned by Miss Tsering. After which, bethinking himself of the efficacy of prayer, he took to reciting sutras more energetically than ever. By and by he dreamed that an angel appeared to him and said, "The bent of your mind is excellent indeed, but you must visit the southern sea." Asking how far off the southern sea was, the angel informed him it was close by. And then waking up and understanding what was required of him, he fixed his sole thoughts on Buddha and lived a purer life than before. In 3 years' time, his 2 sons, Ming and Chang, came out very high on the list at the examination for the 2nd degree, in spite of which worldly successes Chang continued to lead his usual holy life. Then one night he dreamed that another angel led him among beautiful halls and palaces, where he saw a personage sitting down who resembled Buddha himself. This personage said to him, "My son, your virtue is a matter of great joy. Unhappily, your term of life is short, and I have therefore made an appeal to God on your behalf." Chang prostrated himself and knocked his head upon the ground, upon which he was commanded to rise and was served with tea, fragrant as the epidendrum. A boy was next instructed to take him to bathe in a pool, the water of which was so exquisitely clear that he could count the fishes swimming about therein. He found it warm as he walked in and scented like the leaves of the lotus flower, and gradually the water got deeper and deeper, until he went down altogether and passed through with his head under water. He then waked up in a fright, but from this moment he became more robust and his sight improved. As he stroked his beard, the white hairs all came out, and by the black ones too. The wrinkles on his face were smoothed away, and in a few months he had the beardless face of a boy of 15 or 16. He also grew very fond of playing about like other boys, and would sometimes tumble head over heels and be picked up by his sons. Soon afterwards his wife died of old age, and his sons begged him to marry again into some good family, but he said he should be obliged to go to Hopei first, and then, calculating his dates, found that the appointed time had arrived. So he ordered his horses and servants and set off for Hopei, where he discovered that there actually was a high official named Liu. Now Mr. Liu had a daughter, who when born was able to talk and became very clever and beautiful as she grew up. She was the idol of her parents and had been asked in marriage by many suitors but would not accept any of them, and when her father and mother inquired her motives for refusal, she told them the story of her engagement in her former life. "Silly child," said they, reckoning up the time and laughing at her, "that Mr. Chang would now be about 50 years of age, a changed and feeble old man. Even if he is still alive, his hair will be white and his teeth gone." But their daughter would not listen to them, and finding her so obstinate in her determination, they instructed the doorkeeper to admit no strangers until the appointed time should have passed, that thus her expectations might be brought to naught. Before long, Chang arrived, but the doorkeeper would not let him in, and he went back to his inn in great distress, not knowing what to do. He then took to walking about the fields and secretly making inquiries concerning the family. Meanwhile, Miss Tsering thought that he had broken his engagement and refused all food, giving herself up to tears alone. Her mother argued that he was probably dead, or in any case that the breach of engagement was no fault of her daughter's, to none of which, however, would Miss Tsering listen, lying where she was the livelong day. Mr. Liu now became anxious about her, and determined to see what manner of man this Chang might be. So, on the plea of taking a walk, he went out to meet him in the fields, and to his astonishment found quite a young man. They sat down together on some leaves, and after chatting a while, Mr. Liu was so charmed with his young friend's bearing that he invited him to his house. No sooner had they arrived than Mr. Liu begged Chang to excuse him a moment and ran in first to tell his daughter, who exerted herself to get up and take a peep at the stranger. Finding, however, that he was not the Chang she had formerly known, she burst into tears and crept back to bed, upbraiding her parents for trying to deceive her thus. Her father declared he was no other than Chang, but his daughter replied only with tears, and then he went back very much upset to his guest, whom he treated with great want of courtesy. Chang asked him if he was not the Mr. Liu, of such and such a position, to which he replied in a vacant kind of way that he was, looking the other way all the time and paying no attention to Chang. The latter did not approve of this behavior and accordingly took his leave, and in a few days Miss Tsering had cried herself to death. Chang then dreamed that she appeared to him and said, "Was it you after all that I saw? You were so changed in age and appearance that when I looked upon your face I did not know you. I have already died from grief, but if you make haste to the little street shrine and summon my spirit back, I may still recover. Be not late." Chang then waked and immediately made inquiries at Mr. Lu's house, when he found that the young lady had been dead 2 days. Telling her father his dream, they went forth to summon the spirit back. And on opening the shroud and throwing themselves with lamentations over the corpse, a noise was heard in the young lady's throat, and her cherry lips parted. They moved her on to a bed, and soon she began to moan, to the great joy of Mr. Lu, who took Chang out of the room and, over a bumper of wine, asked some questions about his family. He was glad to find that Chang was a suitable match for his daughter, and an auspicious day was fixed for the wedding. In a fortnight the event came off, the bride being escorted to Chang's house by her father, who remained with them 6 months before going home again. They were a youthful pair, and people who didn't know the story mistook Chang's son and daughter-in-law for his father and mother. A year later Mr. Lu died, and his son, a mere child, having been badly wounded by some scoundrels, and the family property being almost gone, Chang made him come and live with them and be one of their own family. Footnotes: no man being allowed to hold office within a radius of 500 li, or nearly 200 miles, from his native place. This is a very common custom all over China. Of all the Buddhist sutras, this is perhaps the favorite with the Chinese. Contrary to the German notion that the spirit of the dead mother, coming back at night to suckle the child she has left behind, makes an impress on the bed alongside the baby. Being, of course, invisible to all except himself. A very ancient expression signifying the grave, the word wood being used by synecdoche for coffin. The supposed residence of Kuan Yin, the Chinese goddess of mercy, she who hears prayers and is the giver of children. The great supreme ruler, who is supposed to have absolute sway over the various other deities of the Chinese pantheon. Generally spoken of as an inauspicious phenomenon. 34. A Taoist priest. Once upon a time there was a Mr. Han who belonged to a wealthy family and was fond of entertaining people. A man named Hsu of the same town frequently joined him over the bottle, and on one occasion when they were together, a Taoist priest came to the door with his alms bowl in his hand. The servants threw him some money and food, but the priest would not accept them, neither would he go away, and at length they would take no more notice of him. Mr. Han heard the noise of the priest knocking his bowl going on for a long time, and asked his servants what was the matter, and they had hardly told him when the priest himself walked in. Mr. Han begged him to be seated, whereupon the priest bowed to both gentlemen and took his seat. On making the usual inquiries, they found that he lived at an old tumble-down temple to the east of the town, and Mr. Han expressed regret at not having heard sooner of his arrival, so that he might have shown him the proper hospitality of a resident. The priest said that he had only recently arrived and had no friends in the place, but hearing that Mr. Han was a jovial fellow, he had been very anxious to take a glass with him. Mr. Han then ordered wine, and the priest soon distinguished himself as a hard drinker. Mr. Hsu treating him all the time with a certain amount of disrespect in consequence of his shabby appearance, while Mr. Han made allowances for him as being a traveler. When he had drunk over 20 large cups of wine, the priest took his leave, returning subsequently whenever any jollification was going on, no matter whether it was eating or drinking. Even Han began now to tire a little of him, and on one occasion Hsu said to him in raillery, "Good priest, you seem to like being a guest. Why don't you play the host sometimes for a change?" "Ah," replied the priest, "I am much the same as yourself, a mouth carried between a couple of shoulders." This put Hsu to shame, and he had no answer to make, so the priest continued, "But although that is so, I have been revolving the question with myself for some time, and when we do meet, I shall do my best to repay your kindness with a cup of my own poor wine." When they had finished drinking, the priest said he hoped he should have the pleasure of their company the following day at noon. And at the appointed time the two friends went together, not expecting, however, to find anything ready for them. But the priest was waiting for them in the street, and passing through a handsome courtyard, they beheld long suites of elegant apartments stretching away before them. In great astonishment, they remarked to the priest that they had not visited this temple for some time, and asked when it had been thus repaired, to which he replied that the work had been only lately completed. They then went inside, and there was a magnificently decorated apartment, such as would not be found even in the houses of the wealthy. This made them begin to feel more respect for their host, and no sooner had they sat down than wine and food were served by a number of boys, all about 16 years of age, and dressed in embroidered coats with red shoes. The wine and the eatables were delicious and very nicely served, and when the dinner was taken away, a course of rare fruits was put on the table, the names of all of which it would be impossible to mention. They were arranged in dishes of crystal and jade, the brilliancy of which lighted up the surrounding furniture, and the goblets in which the wine was poured were of glass and more than a foot in circumference. The priest here cried out, "Call the she-sisters," whereupon one of the boys went out, and in a few moments 2 elegant young ladies walked in. The first was tall and slim like a willow wand, the other was short and very young, both being exceedingly pretty girls. Being told to sing while the company were drinking, the younger beat time and sang a song, while the elder accompanied her on the flageolet. They acquitted themselves admirably, and when the song was over, the priest, holding his goblet bottom upwards in the air, challenged his guests to follow his example, bidding his servants pour out more wine all round. He then turned to the girls and remarked that they had not danced for a long time, asking if they were still able to do so, upon which a carpet was spread by one of the boys, and the 2 young ladies proceeded to dance, their long robes waving about and perfuming the air around. The dance concluded, they leant against a painted screen, while the 2 guests gradually became more and more confused and were at last irrecoverably drunk. The priest took no notice of them, but when he had finished drinking, he got up and said, "Pray, go on with your wine. I am going to rest a while and will return by and by." He then went away and lay down on a splendid couch at the other end of the room, at which HSU was very angry and shouted out, "Priest, you are a rude fellow," at the same time making towards him with a view of rousing him up. The priest then ran out, and Han and HSU lay down to sleep, one at each end of the room, on elaborately carved couches covered with beautiful mattresses. When they woke up, they found themselves lying in the road, Mr. HSU with his head in a dirty drain. Hard by were a couple of rush huts, but everything else was gone. Footnotes. This is the Buddhist patra, which modern writers have come to regard as an instrumental part of the Taoist religion. See no, Roman 4, note 46. To call attention to his presence. Beggars in China accomplish their purpose more effectually by beating a gong in the shop where they ask for alms so loudly as to prevent the shopkeeper from hearing his customers speak. Or they vary the performance by swinging about some dead animal tied to the end of a stick. Mendicity not being prohibited in China, there results a system of black mail payable by every householder to a beggars' guild, and this frees them from the visits of the beggars of their own particular district. Many, however, do not subscribe, but take their chance in the struggle as to who will tire out the other first, the shopkeeper, who has all to lose, being careful to stop short of anything like manual violence, which would forthwith bring down upon him the myrmidons of the law and subject him to innumerable squeezes. A sponge. Said to have been introduced into China from the West by a eunuch named Sanpao during the Ming Dynasty. 35. The fight with the foxes. In the province of Chilai, there was a wealthy family in want of a tutor. One day, a graduate presented himself at the door and was asked by the master of the house to walk in, and he conversed so pleasantly that in a short time it was clear to both sides that they were mutually pleased with each other. The tutor said his name was Hu, and when the usual present had been made to him, he was forthwith provided with apartments and entered very energetically upon his duties, proving himself a scholar of no mean order. He was, however, very fond of roaming, and generally came back in the middle of the night, not troubling himself to knock if the door was locked, but suddenly appearing on the inside. It was therefore suspected that he was a fox, though as his intentions seemed to be harmless, he was treated extremely well, and not with any want of courtesy as if he had been something uncanny. By and by he discovered that his master had a daughter, and being desirous of securing the match was always dropping hints to that effect, which his master, on the other hand, invariably pretended not to understand. One day he went off for a holiday, and on the next day a stranger called, who, tying a black mule at the door, accepted the invitation of the master to take a seat within. He was about 50 years of age, very neat and clean in his dress, and gentlemanly in his manners. When they were seated, the stranger began by saying that he was come with proposals of marriage on behalf of Mr. Hu, to which his host, after some consideration, replied that he and Mr. Hu got along excellently well as friends, and there was no object in bringing about a closer connection. Besides, added he, my daughter is already betrothed, and I beg you, therefore, to ask Mr. Hu to excuse me. The stranger said he was quite sure the young lady was not engaged, and inquired what might be the objection to the match, but it was all of no avail until at length he remarked, Mr. Hu is of a good family. I see no reason why you should have such an aversion to him. Well then, replied the other, I will tell you what it is. We don't like his species. The stranger here got very angry, and his host also lost his temper, so that they came to high words and were already on the way to blows, when the latter bade his servants give the stranger a beating and turn him out. The stranger then retired, leaving his mule behind him, and when they drew near to look at it, they found a huge creature with black hair, drooping ears, and a long tail. They tried to lead it away, but it would not move, and on giving it a shove with the hand from behind, it toppled over and was discovered to be only of straw. In consequence of the angry words that had been said, the master of the house felt sure that there would be an attempt at revenge, and accordingly made all preparations. And sure enough, the next day a whole host of fox soldiers arrived, some on horseback, some on foot, some with spears, and others with crossbows, men and horses trampling along with an indescribable din. The family were afraid to leave the house, and the foxes shouted out to set the place on fire, at which the inmates were dreadfully alarmed. But just then one of the bravest of them rushed forth with a number of the servants to engage the foxes. Stones and arrows flew about in all directions, and many on both sides were wounded. At length, however, the foxes drew off, leaving their swords on the field. These glittered like frost or snow, but when picked up turned out to be only millet stalks. Is this all their cunning? Cried their adversary, laughing, at the same time making still more careful preparations in case the foxes should come again. Next day they were deliberating together, when suddenly a giant descended upon them from the sky. He was over 10 feet in height by several feet in breadth, and brandished a sword as broad as half a door, but they attacked him so vigorously with arrows and stones that he was soon stretched dead upon the ground, when they saw that he was made of grass. Our friends now began to make light of their fox foes, and as they saw nothing more of them for 3 days, their precautions were somewhat relaxed. The foxes, however, soon reappeared, armed with bows and arrows, and succeeded in shooting the master of the house in the back, disappearing when he summoned his servants and proceeded to attack them. Then, drawing the arrow from his back, he found it was a long thorn, and thus the foxes went on for a month or so, coming and going, and making it necessary to take precautions, though not really inflicting any serious injury. This annoyed the master of the family very much, until one day Mr. Hu himself appeared with a troop of soldiers at his back, and he immediately went out to meet him. Mr. Hu withdrew among his men, but the master called to him to come forth, and then asked him what he had done that soldiers should be thus brought against his family. The foxes were now on the point of discharging their arrows. Mr. Hu, however, stopped them, whereupon he and his old master shook hands, and the latter invited him to walk into his old room. Wine being served, his host observed, "You, Mr. Hu, are a man of intelligence, and I trust you will make allowances for me. Friends as we were, I should naturally have been glad to form a connection with you. Your carriages, however, horses, houses, etc., are not those of ordinary mortals, and even had my daughter consented, you must know the thing would have been impossible, she being still a great deal too young." Mr. Hu was somewhat disconcerted at this, but his host continued, "It's of no consequence. We can still be friends as before, and if you do not despise us earthly creatures, there is my son whom you have taught. He is 15 years old, and I should be proud to see him connected with you if such an arrangement should be feasible." Mr. Hu was delighted and said, "I have a daughter 1 year younger than your son. She is neither ugly nor stupid. How would she do?" His host got up and made a low bow, which Mr. Hu forthwith returned, and they then became the best of friends, forgetting all about the former unpleasantness. Wine was given to Mr. Hu's attendants, and everyone was made happy. The host now inquired where Mr. Hu lived, that the ceremony of pouring out a libation to the geese might be performed, but Mr. Hu said this would not be necessary and remained drinking till night, when he went away again. From this time there was no more trouble, and a year passed without any news of Mr. Hu, so that it seemed as if he wished to get out of his bargain. The family, however, went on waiting, and in 6 months more Mr. Hu reappeared, when, after a few general remarks, he declared that his daughter was ready, and requested that an auspicious day might be fixed for her to come to her husband's home. This being arranged, the young lady arrived with a retinue of sedan chairs and horses and a beautiful trousseau that nearly filled a room. She was unusually respectful to her father and mother-in-law, and the former was much pleased with the match. Her father and a younger brother of his had escorted her to the house, and conversing away in a most refined style they sat drinking till daybreak before they went away. The bride herself had the gift of foreknowing whether the harvest would be good or bad, and her advice was always taken in such matters. Mr. Hu and his brother, and also their mother, often came to visit her in her new home, and were then very frequently seen by people. 52. Playing at hanging. A number of wild young fellows were one day out walking when they saw a young lady approach, riding on a pony. One of them said to the others, "I'll back myself to make that girl laugh," and a supper was at once staked by both sides on the result. Our hero then ran out in front of the pony and kept on shouting, "I'm going to die, I'm going to die," at the same time pulling out from over the top of a wall a stalk of millet, to which he attached his own waistband, and tying the latter round his neck, made a pretense of hanging himself. The young lady did laugh as she passed by, to the great amusement of the assembled company, but as when she was already some distance off their friend did not move, the others laughed louder than ever. However, on going up to him they saw that his tongue protruded, and that his eyes were glazed. He was, in fact, quite dead. Was it not strange that a man should be able to hang himself on a millet stalk? It is a good warning against practical joking. Footnotes. Women in China ride a califorchan, which, although tolerably stout and strong, is hardly capable of sustaining a man's weight. 53. The Rat Wife. HSI Shan was a native of Kaomai and a trader by occupation. He frequently slept at a place called Merengai. One day he was delayed on the road by rain, and when he arrived at his usual quarters, it was already late in the night. He knocked at all the doors, but no one answered, and he was walking backwards and forwards in the piazza when suddenly a door flew open and an old man came out. He invited the traveler to enter, an invitation to which HSI Shan gladly responded, and, tying up his mule, he went in. The place was totally unfurnished, and the old man began by saying that it was only out of compassion that he had asked him in, as his house was not an inn. "There are only 3 or 4 of us," added he, "and my wife and daughter are fast asleep. We have some of yesterday's food, which I will get ready for you. You must not object to its being cold." He then went within, and shortly afterwards returned with a low couch, which he placed on the ground, begging his guest to be seated, at the same time hurrying back for a low table, and soon for a number of other things, until at last HSI Shan was quite uncomfortable, and entreated his host to rest himself a while. By and by a young lady came out, bringing some wine, upon which the old man said, "Oh, our ACHine has got up." She was about 16 or 17, a slender and pretty-looking girl, and as HSI Shan had an unmarried brother, he began to think directly that she would do for him. So he inquired of the old man his name and address, to which the latter replied that his name was Ku, and that his children had all died save this one daughter. "I didn't like to wake her just now, but I suppose my wife told her to get up." HSI Shan then asked the name of his son-in-law, and was informed that the young lady was not yet engaged, at which he was secretly very much pleased. A tray of food was now brought in, evidently the remains from the day before, and when he had finished eating, HSI Shan began respectfully to address the old man as follows: "I am only a poor wayfarer, but I shall never forget the kindness with which you have treated me. Let me presume upon it, and submit to your consideration a plan I have in my head. My younger brother, Sanlang, is 17 years old. He is a student, and by no means unsteady or dull. May I hope that you will unite our families together and not think it presumption on my part." "I, too, am but a temporary sojourner," replied the old man, rejoicing, and if you will only let me have a part of your house, I shall be very glad to come and live with you." HSI Shan consented to this, and got up and thanked him for the promise of his daughter. Upon which the old man set to work to make him comfortable for the night, and then went away. At cock-crow, he was outside, calling his guest to come and have a wash, and when HSI Shan had packed up ready to go, he offered to pay for his night's entertainment. This, however, the old man refused, saying, "I could hardly charge a stranger anything for a single meal. How much less could I take money from my intended son-in-law?" They then separated, and in about a month HSI Shan returned. But when he was a short distance from the village, he met an old woman with a young lady, both dressed in deep mourning. As they approached, he began to suspect it was Achin, and the young lady, after turning round to look at him, pulled the old woman's sleeve and whispered something in her ear, which HSI Shan himself did not hear. The old woman stopped immediately and asked if she was addressing Mr. HSI, and when informed that she was, she said mournfully, "Alas, my husband has been killed by the falling of a wall. We are going to bury him today. There is no one at home, but please wait here, and we will be back by and by." They then disappeared among the trees, and returning after a short absence, they walked along together in the dusk of the evening. The old woman complained bitterly of their lonely and helpless state, and HSI Shan himself was moved to compassion by the sight of her tears. She told him that the people of the neighborhood were a bad lot, and that if he thought of marrying the poor widow's daughter, he had better lose no time in doing so. HSI Shan said he was willing, and when they reached the house, the old woman, after lighting the lamp and setting food before him, proceeded to speak as follows. "Knowing, sir, that you would shortly arrive, we sold all our grain except about 20 pickles. We cannot take this with us so far, but a mile or so to the north of the village, at the first house you come to, there lives a man named Tian Chuan, who often buys grain from me. Don't think it too much trouble to oblige me by taking a sack with you on your mule and proceeding thither at once. Tell Mr. Tian that the old lady of the southern village has several pickles of grain, which she wishes to sell in order to get money for a journey, and beg him to send some animals to carry it." The old woman then gave him a sack of grain, and HSI Shan, whipping up his mule, was soon at the place. And knocking at the door, a great fat fellow came out, to whom he told his errand. Emptying the sack he had brought, he went back himself first, and before long a couple of men arrived leading 5 mules. The old woman took them into the granary, which was a cellar below ground, and HSI Shan, going down himself, handed up the bags to the mother and daughter, who passed them on from one to the other. In a little while the men had got a load, with which they went off, returning altogether 4 times before all the grain was exhausted. They then paid the old woman, who kept 1 man and 2 mules, and packing up her things, set off towards the east. After traveling some 7 miles, day began to break, and by they reached a market town, where the old woman hired animals and sent back Tian's servant. When they arrived at HSI Shan's home, he related the whole story to his parents, who were very pleased at what had happened, and provided separate apartments for the old lady, at the same time engaging a fortune-teller to fix on a lucky day for Achin's marriage with their son Songling. The old woman prepared a handsome trousseau, and as for Achin herself, she spoke but little, seldom losing her temper, and if anyone addressed her, she would only reply with a smile. She employed all her time in spinning, and thus became a general favorite with all alike. "Tell your brother," said she to Songling, "that when he happens to pass our old residence, he will do well not to make any mention of my mother and myself." In 3 or 4 years' time, the HSI family had made plenty of money, and Songling had taken his bachelor's degree, when one day HSI Shan happened to pass a night with the people who lived next door to the house where he had met Achin. After telling them the story of his having had nowhere to sleep, and taking refuge with the old man and woman, his host said to him, "You must make a mistake, sir. The house you allude to belongs to my uncle, but was abandoned 3 years ago in consequence of its being haunted. It has now been uninhabited for a long time. What old man and woman can have entertained you there?" HSI Shan was very much astonished at this, but did not put much faith in what he heard. Meanwhile his host continued, "For 10 years no one dared enter the house. However, one day the back wall fell down, and my uncle, going to look at it, found, half buried underneath the ruins, a large rat, almost as big as a cat. It was still moving, and my uncle went off to call for assistance, but when he got back the rat had disappeared. Everyone suspected some supernatural agency to be at work, though on returning to the spot 10 days afterwards, nothing was to be either heard or seen. And about a year subsequently, the place was inhabited once more. HSI Shan was more than ever amazed at what he now heard, and on reaching home told the family what had occurred, for he feared that his brother's wife was not a human being, and became rather anxious about him. Songling himself continued to be much attached to Achin, but by and by the other members of the family let Achin perceive that they had suspicions about her. So one night she complained to Songling, saying, "I have been a good wife to you for some years. Now I have become an object of contempt. I pray you give me my divorce and seek for yourself some worthier mate." She then burst into a flood of tears, whereupon Songling said, "You should know my feelings by this time. Ever since you entered the house, the family has prospered, and that prosperity is entirely due to you. Who can say it is not so?" "I know full well," replied Achin, "what you feel. Still there are the others, and I do not wish to share the fate of an autumn fan." At length, Songling succeeded in pacifying her, but HSI Shan could not dismiss the subject from his thoughts, and gave out that he was going to get a first-rate mouser, with a view to testing Achin. She did not seem very frightened at this, though evidently ill at ease, and one night she told Songling that her mother was not very well, and that he needn't come to bid her good night as usual. In the morning, mother and daughter had disappeared, at which Songling was greatly alarmed and sent out to look for them in every direction. No traces of the fugitives could be discovered, and Songling was overwhelmed with grief, unable either to eat or to sleep. His father and brother thought it was a lucky thing for him, and advised him to console himself with another wife. This, however, he refused to do, until about a year afterwards, nothing more having been heard of Achin, he could not resist their importunities any longer and bought himself a concubine. But he never ceased to think of Achin, and some years later, when the prosperity of the family was on the wane, they all began to regret her loss. Now Songling had a stepbrother named Lan, who, when traveling to Chaiochu on business, passed a night at the house of a relative named Lu. He noticed that during the night sounds of weeping and lamentation proceeded from their next-door neighbors, but he did not inquire the reason of it. However, on his way back he heard the same sounds, and then asked what was the cause of such demonstrations. Mr. Lu told him that a few years ago an old widow and her daughter had come there to live, and that the mother had died about a month previously, leaving her child quite alone in the world. Lan inquired what her name was, and Mr. Lu said it was Ku. "But," added he, "the door is closely barred, and as they never had any communication with the village, I know nothing of their antecedents." "It's my sister-in-law," cried Lan in amazement, and at once proceeded to knock at the door of the house. Someone came to the front door and said, in a voice that betokened recent weeping, "Who's there? There are no men in this house." Lan looked through a crack and saw that the young lady really was his sister-in-law, so he called out, "Sister, open the door. I am your step-brother Asway." Achin immediately opened the door and asked him in, and recounted to him the whole story of her troubles. "Your husband," said Lan, "is always thinking of you. For a trifling difference you need hardly have run away so far from him." He then proposed to hire a vehicle and take her home, but Achin replied, "I came hither with my mother to hide because I was held in contempt, and should make myself ridiculous by now returning thus. If I am to go back, my elder brother HSI Shan must no longer live with us. Otherwise, I will assuredly poison myself." Lan then went home and told Songling, who set off and traveled all night until he reached the place where Achin was. Husband and wife were overjoyed to meet again, and the following day Songling notified the landlord of the house where Achin had been living. Now this landlord had long desired to secure Achin as a concubine for himself, and after making no claim for rent for several years, he began to hint as much to her mother. The old lady, however, refused flatly, but shortly afterwards she died, and then the landlord thought that he might be able to succeed. At this juncture Songling arrived, and the landlord sought to hamper him by putting in his claim for rent, and, as Songling was anything but well off at the moment, it really did annoy him very much. Achin here came to the rescue, showing Songling a large quantity of grain she had in the house, and bidding him use it to settle accounts with the landlord. The latter declared he could not accept grain, but must be paid in silver, whereupon Achin sighed, and said it was all her unfortunate self that had brought this upon them, at the same time telling Songling of the landlord's former proposition. San Lang was very angry and was about to take out a summons against him when Mr. Liu interposed and, by selling the grain in the neighborhood, managed to collect sufficient money to pay off the rent. San Lang and his wife then returned home, and the former, having explained the circumstances to his parents, separated his household from that of his brother. Aca Chin now proceeded to build, with her own money, a granary, which was a matter of some astonishment to the family, there not being 100 weight of grain in the place. But in about a year the granary was full, and before very long San Lang was a rich man, Hsi Shan remaining as poor as before. Accordingly, Aca Chin persuaded her husband's parents to come and live with them and made frequent presents of money to the elder brother, so that her husband said, "Well, at any rate, you bear no malice." "Your brother's behavior," replied she, "was from his regard for you. Had it not been for him, you and I would never have met." After this, there were no more supernatural manifestations. Footnotes. The Chinese acknowledge 7 just causes for putting away a wife. 1. Bad behavior towards the husband's father and mother. 2. Adultery. 3. Jealousy. 4. Garrulity. 5. Theft. 6. Disease. 7. Barrenness. The right of divorce may not, however, be enforced if the husband's father and mother have died since the marriage, as thus it would be inferred that the wife had served them well up to the time of their death, or if the husband has recently risen to wealth and power. Hence the saying, "The wife of my poverty shall not go down from my hall." Or thirdly, if the wife's parents and brothers are dead, and she has no home in which she can seek shelter. This elegant simile is taken from a song ascribed to Pan Chiyu, a favorite of the Emperor Ca Chang Ti of the Han Dynasty, written when her influence with the Son of Heaven began to wane. I venture to reproduce it here. O fair white silk, fresh from the weaver's loom, clear as the frost, bright as the winter's snow, see. Friendship fashions out of the afan round as the round moon shines in heaven above. At home, abroad, a close companion thou, stirring at every move the grateful gale. And yet I fear, ah me, that autumn chills, cooling the dying summer's torrid rage, will see thee laid neglected on the shelf, all thought of bygone days like them bygone. Signifying that it would be impossible for him to enter. The result of Aca Chin's depredations as a rat. 54. The man who was thrown down a well. Mr. Tai of Ansiaching was a wild fellow when young. One day as he was returning home tipsy, he met by the way a dead cousin of his named Kai, and having, in his drunken state, quite forgotten that his cousin was dead, he asked him where he was going. "I am already a disembodied spirit," replied Kai. "Don't you remember?" Tai was a little disturbed at this, but being under the influence of liquor, he was not frightened and inquired of his cousin what he was doing in the realms below. "I am employed as scribe," said Kai, "in the court of the great king." "Then you must know all about our happiness and misfortunes to come," cried Tai. "It is my business," answered his cousin, "so of course I know. But I see such an enormous mass that, unless of special reference to myself or family, I take no notice of any of it. 3 days ago, by the way, I saw your name in the register." Tai immediately asked what there was about himself, and his cousin replied, "I will not deceive you. Your name was put down for a dark and dismal hell." Tai was dreadfully alarmed, and at the same time sobered, and entreated his cousin to assist him in some way. "You may try," said Kai. "What merit will do for you as a means of mitigating your punishment, but the register of your sins is as thick as my finger, and nothing short of the most deserving acts will be of any avail. What can a poor fellow like myself do for you? Were you to perform one good act every day, you would not complete the necessary total under a year and more, and it is now too late for that. But henceforth amend your ways, and there may still be a chance of escape for you." When Tai heard these words, he prostrated himself on the ground, imploring his cousin to help him. But on raising his head, Kai had disappeared. He therefore returned sorrowfully home and set to work to cleanse his heart and order his behavior. Now Tai's next-door neighbor had long suspected him of paying too much attention to his wife, and one day meeting Tai in the fields shortly after the events narrated above, he inveigled him into inspecting a dry well and then pushed him down. The well was many feet deep, and the man felt certain that Tai was killed. However, in the middle of the night he came round, and sitting up at the bottom, he began to shout for assistance, but could not make anyone hear him. On the following day, the neighbor, fearing that Tai might possibly have recovered consciousness, went to listen at the mouth of the well, and hearing him cry out for help, began to throw down a quantity of stones. Tai took refuge in a cave at the side and did not dare utter another sound, but his enemy knew he was not dead and forthwith filled the well almost up to the top with earth. In the cave, it was as dark as pitch, exactly like the infernal regions, and not being able to get anything to eat or drink, Tai gave up all hopes of life. He crawled on his hands and knees further into the cave, but was prevented by water from going further than a few paces, and returned to take up his position at the old spot. At first he felt hungry. By and by, however, this sensation passed away, and then reflecting that there, at the bottom of a well, he could hardly perform any good action, he passed his time in calling loudly on the name of Buddha. Before long, he saw a number of will-o'-the-wisps flitting over the water and illuminating the gloom of the cave, and immediately prayed to them, saying, "O will-o'-the-wisps, I have heard that ye are the shades of wronged and injured people. I have not long to live, and am without hope of escape. Still, I would gladly relieve the monotony of my situation by exchanging a few words with you." Thereupon, all the wills came flitting across the water to him, and among them was a man of about half the ordinary size. Tai asked him whence he came, to which he replied, "This is an old coal mine. The proprietor, in working the coal, disturbed the position of some graves, and Mr. Lung Fei flooded the mine and drowned 43 workmen. We are the shades of those men." He further said he did not know who Mr. Lung Fei was, except that he was secretary to the city god, and that in compassion for the misfortunes of the innocent workmen, he was in the habit of sending them a quantity of gruel every 3 or 4 days. "But the cold water," added he, "soaks into our bones, and there is but small chance of ever getting them removed. If, sir, you some day return to the world above, I pray you fish up our decaying bones and bury them in some public burying ground. You will thus earn for yourself boundless gratitude in the realms below." Tai promised that if he had the luck to escape he would do as they wished. "But how," cried he, "situated as I am, can I ever hope to look again upon the light of day?" He then began to teach the wills to say their prayers, making for them beads out of bits of mud, and repeating to them the liturgies of Buddha. He could not tell night from morning, he slept when he felt tired, and when he waked he sat up. Suddenly, he perceived in the distance the light of lamps, at which the shades all rejoiced and said, "It is Mr. Lung Fei with our food." They then invited Tai to go with them, and when he said he couldn't because of the water, they bore him along over it so that he hardly seemed to walk. After twisting and turning about for nearly 1/4 of a mile, he reached a place at which the wills bade him walk by himself, and then he appeared to mount a flight of steps, at the top of which he found himself in an apartment lighted by a candle as thick round as one's arm. Not having seen the light of fire for some time, he was overjoyed and walked in. But observing an old man in a scholar's dress and cap seated in the post of honor, he stopped, not liking to advance further. But the old man had already caught sight of him and asked him how he, a living man, had come there. Tai threw himself on the ground at his feet and told him all, whereupon the old man cried out, "My great-grandson?" He then bade him get up, and offering him a seat, explained that his own name was Tai Chin, and that he was otherwise known as Lung Fei. He said, moreover, that in days gone by a worthless grandson of his named Tiang had associated himself with a lot of scoundrels and sunk a well near his grave, disturbing the peace of his everlasting night, and that therefore he had flooded the place with salt water and drowned them. He then inquired as to the general condition of the family at that time. Now Tai was a descendant of one of 5 brothers, from the eldest of whom Tiang himself was also descended, and an influential man of the place had bribed Tiang to open a mine alongside the family grave. His brothers were afraid to interfere, and by the water rose and drowned all the workmen, whereupon actions for damages were commenced by the relatives of the deceased, and Tiang and his friend were reduced to poverty, and Tiang's descendants to absolute destitution. Tai was a son of one of Tiang's brothers, and having heard this story from his seniors, now repeated it to the old man. "How could they be otherwise than unfortunate?" cried the latter, "with such an unfilial progenitor. But since you have come hither, you must on no account neglect your studies." The old man then provided him with food and wine, and spreading a volume of essays according to the old style before him, bade him study it most carefully. He also gave him themes for composition, and corrected his essays as if he had been his tutor. The candle remained always burning in the room, never needing to be snuffed and never decreasing. When he was tired, he went to sleep, but he never knew day from night. The old man occasionally went out, leaving a boy to attend to his great-grandson's wants. It seemed that several years passed away thus, but Tai had no troubles of any kind to annoy him. He had no other book except the volume of essays, 100 in all, which he read through more than 4,000 times. One day the old man said to him, "Your term of expiation is nearly completed, and you will be able to return to the world above. My grave is near the coal mine, and the grosser breeze plays upon my bones. Remember to remove them to Tungyuan." Tai promised he would see to this, and then the old man summoned all the shades together and instructed them to escort Tai back to the place where they had found him. The shades now bowed one after the other and begged Tai to think of them as well, while Tai himself was quite at a loss to guess how he was going to get out. Meanwhile, Tai's family had searched for him everywhere, and his mother had brought his case to the notice of the officials, thereby implicating a large number of persons, but without getting any trace of the missing man. 3 or 4 years passed away, and there was a change of magistrate, in consequence of which the search was relaxed, and Tai's wife, not being happy where she was, married another husband. Just then, an inhabitant of the place set about repairing the old well and found Tai's body in the cave at the bottom. Touching it, he found it was not dead, and at once gave information to the family. Tai was promptly conveyed home, and within a day he could tell his own story. Since he had been down the well, the neighbor who pushed him in had beaten his own wife to death, and his father-in-law having brought an action against him, he had been in confinement for more than a year while the case was being investigated. When released, he was a mere bag of bones, and then hearing that Tai had come back to life, he was terribly alarmed and fled away. The family tried to persuade Tai to take proceedings against him, but this he would not do, alleging that what had befallen him was a proper punishment for his own bad behavior, and had nothing to do with the neighbor. Upon this, the said neighbor ventured to return, and when the water in the well had dried up, Tai hired men to go down and collect the bones, which he put in coffins and buried all together in one place. He next hunted up Mr. Lungfei's name in the family tables of genealogy, and proceeded to sacrifice all kinds of nice things at his tomb. By and by the literary chancellor heard this strange story, and was also very pleased with Tai's compositions. Accordingly, Tai passed successfully through his examinations, and having taken his master's degree, returned home and reburied Mr. Lungfei at Tungyuan, repairing thither regularly every spring without fail. Footnotes. I have already discussed the subject of drunkenness in China, Chinese Sketches, pp. 113, 114, and shall not return to it here further than to quote a single sentence, to which I adhere as firmly now as when the book in question was published. Who ever sees in China a tipsy man reeling about a crowded thoroughfare, or lying with his head in a ditch by the side of some country road? It is not, however, generally known that the Chinese, with their usual quaintness, distinguish between 5 kinds of drunkenness, different people being differently affected, according to the physical constitution of each. Wine may fly 1 to the heart and produce maudlin emotions, or 2 to the liver and incite to pugnacity, or 3 to the stomach and cause drowsiness, accompanied by a flushing of the face, or 4 to the lungs and induce hilarity, or 5 to the kidneys and excite desire. The very name of Buddha, if pronounced with a devout heart 1,000 or 5,000 times, will effectually dispel all harassing thoughts, all fightings within and fears without. Idle. A religious and social offense of the deepest dye, sure to entail punishment in the world to come, even if the perpetrator escapes detection in this life. The Buddhist rosary consists of 108 beads, which number is the same as that of the compartments in the phrabat or sacred footprint of Buddha. It here occurred to me that the word hitherto translated well should have been shaft, but the commentator refers expressly to the Tso Chuan, where the phrase for a dry well, as first used, is so explained. We must accordingly fall back on the supposition that our author has committed a trifling slip. See Li, note 285. That is, as to whether or not there were extenuating circumstances, in which case no punishment would be inflicted. Such is the invariable result of confinement in a Chinese prison, unless the prisoner has the wherewithal to purchase food. The provincial examiner for the degree of bachelor. To worship at his tomb. 55. The virtuous daughter-in-law. And Ta Sieh Chang was a Chung Sieh Ching man. His father, who had gained the master's degree, died early, and his brother Chang was a mere boy. He himself had married a wife from the Chang family, whose name was Shanhu, and this young lady had much to put up with from the violent and malicious disposition of her husband's mother. However, she never complained, and every morning dressed herself up smart and went in to pay her respects to the old lady. Once when Chang was ill, his mother abused Shanhu for dressing so nicely, whereupon Shanhu went back and changed her clothes, but even then Mrs. and was not satisfied and began to tear her own hair with rage. Chang, who was a very filial son, at once gave his wife a beating, and this put an end to the scene. From that moment, his mother hated her more than ever, and although she was everything that a daughter-in-law could be, would never exchange a word with her. Chang then treated her in much the same way, that his mother might see he would have nothing to do with her. Still, the old lady wasn't pleased, and was always blaming Shanhu for every trifle that occurred. "A wife," cried Chang, "is taken to wait upon her mother-in-law. This state of things hardly looks like the wife doing her duty." So he bade Shanhu be gone, and sent an old maidservant to see her home. But when Shanhu got outside the village gate, she burst into tears and said, "How can a girl who has failed in her duties as a wife ever dare to look her parents in the face? I had better die." Thereupon, she drew a pair of scissors and stabbed herself in the throat, covering herself immediately with blood. The servant prevented any further mischief, and supported her to the house of her husband's aunt, who was a widow living by herself, and who made Shanhu stay with her. The servant went back and told Chang, and he bade her say nothing to anyone, for fear his mother should hear of it. In a few days, Shanhu's wound was healed, and Chang went off to ask his aunt to send her away. His aunt invited him in, but he declined, demanding loudly that Shanhu should be turned out, and in a few moments Shanhu herself came forth, and inquired what she had done. Chang said she had failed in her duty towards his mother, whereupon Shanhu hung her head and made no answer, while tears of blood trickled from her eyes and stained her dress all over. Chang was much touched by this spectacle and went away without saying any more. But before long, his mother heard all about it and, hurrying off to the aunt's, began abusing her roundly. This the aunt would not stand, and said it was all the fault of her own bad temper, adding, "The girl has already left you and has nothing more to do with the family. Miss Chern is staying with me, not your daughter-in-law, so you had better mind your own business." This made Mrs. furious, but she was at a loss for an answer, and, seeing that the aunt was firm, she went off home abashed and in tears. Shanhu herself was very much upset, and determined to seek shelter elsewhere, finally taking up her abode with Mrs. N's elder sister, a lady of 60-odd years of age, whose son had died, leaving his wife and child to his mother's care. This Mrs. Yu was extremely fond of Shanhu, and when she heard the facts of the case, said it was all her sister's horrid disposition, and proposed to send Shanhu back. The latter, however, would not hear of this, and they continued to live together like mother and daughter. Neither would Shanhu accept the invitation of her two brothers to return home and marry someone else, but remained there with Mrs. Yu, earning enough to live upon by spinning and such work. Ever since Shanhu had been sent away, Chang's mother had been endeavoring to get him another wife. But the fame of her temper had spread far and wide, and no one would entertain her proposals. In 3 or 4 years, Chang had grown up, and he was married first to a young lady named Sangku, whose temper turned out to be something fearful and far more ungovernable even than her mother-in-law, S. When the latter only looked angry, Sangku was already at the shrieking stage, and Chang, being of a very meek disposition, dared not side with either. Thus it came about that Mrs. and began to be in mortal fear of Sangku, and whenever her daughter-in-law was in a rage she would try and turn off her anger with a smile. She seemed never to be able to please Sangku, who in her turn worked her mother-in-law like a slave, Chang himself not venturing to interfere, but only assisting his mother in washing the dishes and sweeping the floor. Mother and son would often go to some secluded spot, and there in secret tell their griefs to one another. But before long Mrs. N was stretched upon a sick bed with nobody to attend to her except Chang. He watched her day and night without sleeping, until both eyes were red and inflamed. And then when he went to summon the younger son to take his place, Sangku told him to leave the house. Chang now went off to inform Mrs. Yu, hoping that she would come and assist, and he had hardly finished his tale of woe before Shanhu walked in. In great confusion at seeing her, he would have left immediately had not Shanhu held out her arms across the door, whereupon he bolted underneath them and escaped. He did not dare tell his mother, and shortly afterwards Mrs. Yu arrived, to the great joy of Tasia Chang's mother, who made her stay in the house. Every day something nice was sent for Mrs. Yu, and even when she told the servants that there was no occasion for it, she having all she wanted at her sister's, the things still came as usual. However, she kept none of them for herself, but gave what came to the invalid, who gradually began to improve. Mrs. Yu's grandson also used to come by his mother's orders and inquire after the sick lady's health, besides bringing a packet of cakes and so on for her. "Ah me," cried Mrs. N, "what a good daughter-in-law you have got, to be sure. What have you done to her?" "What sort of a person was the one you sent away?" asked her sister in reply. "She wasn't as bad as someone I know of," said Mrs., "and though not so good as yours." "When she was here you had but little to do," replied Mrs. Yu, "and when you were angry she took no notice of it. How was she not as good?" Mrs. N then burst into tears, and saying how sorry she was, asked if Shanhu had married again, to which Mrs. Yu replied that she did not know but would make inquiries. In a few more days the patient was quite well, and Mrs. Yu proposed to return. Her sister, however, begged her to stay and declared she should die if she didn't. Mrs. Yu then advised that Ca Chang and his wife should live in a separate house, and Ca Chang spoke about it to his wife, but she would not agree, and abused both Tasia Chang and his mother alike. It ended by Tasia Chang giving up a large share of the property, and ultimately Tsangku consented, and a deed of separation was drawn up. Mrs. Yu then went away, returning next day with a sedan chair to carry her sister back, and no sooner had the latter put her foot inside Mrs. Yu's door than she asked to see the daughter-in-law, whom she immediately began to praise very highly. "Ah," said Mrs. Yu, "she's a good girl with her little faults like the rest of us, but your daughter-in-law is just as good, though you are not aware of it." "Alas," replied her sister, "I must have been as senseless as a statue not to have seen what she was." "I wonder what Shanhu, whom you turned out of doors, says of you," rejoined Mrs. Yu. "Why, swears at me, of course," answered Mrs. N. "If you examine yourself honestly and find nothing which should make people swear at you, is it at all likely you would be sworn at?" asked Mrs. Yu. "Well, all people are fallible," replied the other, "and as I know she is not perfect, I conclude she would naturally swear at me. If a person has just cause for resentment, and yet does not indulge that resentment, such behavior should meet with a grateful acknowledgement. Or if anyone has just cause for leaving another, and yet does not do so, such behavior should entitle them to kind treatment. Now, all the things that were sent when you were ill, and all the various little attentions, did not come from my daughter-in-law but from yours." Mrs. and was amazed at hearing this, and asked for some explanation, whereupon Mrs. Yu continued, "Shanhu has been living here for a long time. Everything she sent to you was bought with money earned by her spinning, and that, too, continued late into the night." Mrs. and here burst into tears, and begged to be allowed to see Shanhu, who came in at Mrs. Yu's summons, and threw herself on the ground at her mother-in-law's feet. Mrs. N was much abashed, and beat her head with shame, but Mrs. Yu made it all up between them, and they became mother and daughter as at first. In about 10 days they went home, and, as their property was not enough to support them, Tasia Chang had to work with his pen while his wife did the same with her needle. Ca Chang was quite well off, but his brother would not apply to him, neither did he himself offer to help them. Tsangku, too, would have nothing to do with her sister-in-law, because she had been divorced, and Shanhu in her turn, knowing what Tsangku's temper was, made no great efforts to be friendly. So the two brothers lived apart, and when Tsangku was in one of her outrageous moods, all the others would stop their ears, till at length there was only her husband and the servants upon whom to vent her spleen. One day a maid-servant of hers committed suicide, and the father of the girl brought an action against Tsangku for having caused her death. Ca Chang went off to the mandarins to take her place as defendant, but only got a good beating for his pains, as the magistrate insisted that Tsangku herself should appear and answer to the charge, in spite of all her friends could do. The consequence was she had her fingers squeezed until the flesh was entirely taken off, and the magistrate, being a grasping man, a very severe fine was inflicted as well. Ca Chang had now to mortgage his property before he could raise enough money to get Tsangku released. But before long, the mortgagee threatened to foreclose, and he was obliged to enter into negotiations for the sale of it to an old gentleman of the village named Jen. Now Mr. Jen, knowing that half the property had belonged to Tassier Chang, said the deed of sale must be signed by the elder brother as well. However, when Tassier Chang reached his house, the old man cried out, "I am Mr. and M.A., who is this Jen that he should buy my property?" Then, looking at Tassier Chang, he added, "The filial piety of you and your wife has obtained for me in the realms below this interview." Upon which Tassier Chang said, "O father, since you have this power, help my younger brother. The unfilial son and the vixenish daughter-in-law," said the old man, "deserve no pity. Go home and quickly buy back our ancestral property." "We have barely enough to live upon," replied Tassier Chang. "Where then shall we find the necessary money?" "Beneath the crepe myrtle tree," answered his father, "you will find a store of silver, which you may take and use for this purpose." Tassier Chang would have questioned him further, but the old gentleman said no more, recovering consciousness shortly afterwards without knowing a word of what had happened. Tassier Chang went back and told his brother, who did not altogether believe the story. Tsangku, however, hurried off with a number of men and had soon dug a hole 4 or 5 feet deep, at the bottom of which they found a quantity of bricks and stones, but no gold. She then gave up the idea and returned home, Tassier Chang having meanwhile warned his mother and wife not to go near the place while she was digging. When Tsangku left, Mrs. N went herself to have a look, and seeing only bricks and earth mingled together, she too retraced her steps. Shan-hu was the next to go, and she found the hole full of silver bullion, and then Tassier Chang repaired to the spot and saw that there was no mistake about it. Not thinking it right to apply this heirloom to his own private use, he now summoned Tassier Chang to share it, and having obtained twice as much as was necessary to redeem the estate, the brothers returned to their homes. Tassier Chang and Tsangku opened their half together, when lo, the bag was full of tiles and rubbish. They at once suspected Tassier Chang of deceiving them, and Tassier Chang ran off to see how things were going at his brother's. He arrived just as Tassier Chang was spreading the silver on the table, and with his mother and wife rejoicing over their acquisition. And when he had told them what had occurred, Tassier Chang expressed much sympathy for him, and at once presented him with his own half of the treasure. Tassier Chang was delighted, and paid off the mortgage on the land, feeling very grateful to his brother for such kindness. Tsangku, however, declared it was a proof that Tassier Chang had been cheating him. "For how otherwise," argued she, "can you understand a man sharing anything with another, and then resigning his own half?" Tassier Chang himself did not know what to think of it, but next day the mortgagee sent to say that the money paid in was all imitation silver, and that he was about to lay the case before the authorities. Husband and wife were greatly alarmed at this, and Tsangku exclaimed, "Well, I never thought your brother was as bad as this. He's simply trying to take your life." Tassier Chang himself was in a terrible fright, and hurried off to the mortgagee to entreat for mercy. But as the latter was extremely angry and would hear of no compromise, Tassier Chang was obliged to make over the property to him to dispose of himself. The money was then returned, and when he got home, he found that 2 lumps had been cut through, showing merely an outside layer of silver, about as thick as an onion leaf, covering nothing but copper within. Tsangku and Tassier Chang then agreed to keep the broken pieces themselves, but send the rest back to Tassier Chang, with a message saying that they were deeply indebted to him for all his kindness, and that they had ventured to retain 2 of the lumps of silver out of compliment to the giver. Also that Tassier Chang might consider himself the owner of the mortgaged land, which he could redeem or not as he pleased. Tassier Chang, who did not perceive the intention in all this, refused to accept the land. However, Tassier Chang entreated him to do so, and at last he consented. When he came to weigh the money, he found it was 5 ounces short, and therefore bade Shan-hu pawn something from her jewel box to make up the amount, with which he proceeded to pay off the mortgage. The mortgagee, suspecting it was the same money that had been offered him by Tassier Chang, cut the pieces in halves and saw that it was all silver of the purest quality. Accordingly, he accepted it in liquidation of his claim and handed the mortgage back to Tassier Chang. Meanwhile, Tassier Chang had been expecting some catastrophe, but when he found that the mortgaged land had been redeemed, he did not know what to make of it. Tsangku thought that at the time of the digging Tassier Chang had concealed the genuine silver and immediately rushed off to his house and began to revile them all round. Chang now understood why they had sent him back the money, and Shanhu laughed and said, "The property is safe. Why then this anger?" Thereupon, she made Chang hand over the deeds to Tsangku. One night after this, Chang's father appeared to him in a dream and reproached him, saying, "Unfilial son, unfraternal brother, your hour is at hand. Wherefore usurp rights that do not belong to you?" In the morning, Chang told Tsangku of his dream and proposed to return the property to his brother, but she only laughed at him for a fool. Just then the eldest of his two sons, a boy of 7, died of smallpox, and this frightened Tsangku so that she agreed to restore the deeds. Chang would not accept them, and now the second child, a boy of 3, died also, whereupon Tsangku seized the deeds and threw them into her brother-in-law's house. Spring was over, but the land was in a terribly neglected state, so Chang set to work and put it in order again. From this moment, Tsangku was a changed woman towards her mother and sister-in-law, and when, 6 months later, Mrs. and died, she was so grieved that she refused to take any nourishment. "Alas," cried she, "that my mother-in-law has died thus early, and prevented me from waiting upon her. Heaven will not allow me to retrieve my past errors." Tsangku had 13 children, but as none of them lived, they were obliged to adopt one of Chang's, who, with his wife, lived to a good old age and had 3 sons, 2 of whom took their doctor's degree. People said this was a reward for filial piety and brotherly love. Footnotes. See no, Roman 43, note 248. See no, Lei, note 288. Such is the Chinese idiom for what we should call bitter tears. This phrase is constantly employed in the notices of the death of a parent sent round to friends and relatives. A disgraceful state of things in the eyes of the Chinese. See the paraphrase of the Sacred Edict, Maxim 1. An illegal form of punishment under the present dynasty, which authorizes only bambooing of 2 kinds, each of 5 degrees of severity. Banishment of 3 degrees of duration, transportation for life of 3 degrees of distance, and death of 2 kinds, namely, by strangulation and decapitation. That torture is occasionally resorted to by the officers of the Chinese Empire is an indisputable fact. That it is commonly employed by the whole body of mandarins could only be averred by those who have not had the opportunities or the desire to discover the actual truth. Lagerstroemia indica. That is, old Mr. Jen's body had been possessed by the disembodied spirit of Chang's father. 5 is considered a large number for an ordinary Chinese woman. In order to leave someone behind to look after their graves and perform the duties of ancestral worship, no one can well refuse to give a son to be adopted by a childless brother. 56. Dr. Tsang's dream. There was a Phocian gentleman named Tsang who had just taken his doctor's degree. One day he was out walking with several other recently elected doctors when they heard that at a temple hard by there lived an astrologer, and accordingly the party proceeded thither to get their fortunes told. They went in and sat down, and the astrologer made some very complimentary remarks to Tsang, at which he fanned himself and smiled, saying, "Have I any chance of ever wearing the dragon robes and the jade girdle?" The astrologer immediately put on a serious face and replied that he would be a Secretary of State during 20 years of national tranquility. Thereupon Tsang was much pleased and began to give himself greater airs than ever. A slight rain coming on, they sought shelter in the priest's quarters, where they found an old bonze, with sunken eyes and a big nose, sitting upon a mat. He took no notice of the strangers, who, after having bowed to him, stretched themselves upon the couches to chat, not forgetting to congratulate Tsang upon the destiny which had been foretold him. Tsang, too, seemed to think the thing was a matter of certainty, and mentioned the names of several friends he intended to advance, amongst others the old family butler. Roars of laughter greeted this announcement, mingled with the patter-patter of the increasing rain outside. Tsang then curled himself up for a nap, when suddenly in walked 2 officials bearing a commission under the great seal appointing Tsang to the Grand Secretariat. As soon as Tsang understood their errand, he rushed off at once to pay his respects to the emperor, who graciously detained him some time in conversation, and then issued instructions that the promotion and dismissal of all officers below the 3rd grade should be vested in Tsang alone. He was next presented with the dragon robes, the jade girdle, and a horse from the imperial stables. after which he performed the koto before his majesty and took his leave. He then went home, but it was no longer the old home of his youth. Painted beams, carved pillars, and a general profusion of luxury and elegance made him wonder where on earth he was, until, nervously stroking his beard, he ventured to call out in a low tone. Immediately, the responses of numberless attendants echoed through the place like thunder. Presents of costly food were sent to him by all the grandees, and his gate was absolutely blocked up by the crowds of retainers who were constantly coming and going. When privy councillors came to see him, he would rush out in haste to receive them. When under-secretaries of state visited him, he made them a polite bow, but to all below these he would hardly vouchsafe a word. The governor of Shanxi sent him 12 singing girls, 2 of whom, Nai and Fairy, he made his favorites. All day long he had nothing to do but find amusement as best he could, until he bethought himself that formerly a man named Wang had often assisted him with money. Thereupon, he memorialized the throne and obtained official employment for him. Then he recollected that there was another man to whom he owed a long-standing grudge. He at once caused this man, who was in the government service, to be impeached and stripped of his rank and dignities. Thus he squared accounts with both. One day when out in his chair, a drunken man bumped against one of his tablet-bearers. Tsering had him seized and sent in to the mayor's yammern, where he died under the bamboo. Owners of land adjoining his would make him a present of the richest portions, fearing the consequences if they did not do so, and thus he became very wealthy, almost on a par with the state itself. By and by, Nai and Fairy died, and Tsering was overwhelmed with grief. Suddenly, he remembered that in former years he had seen a beautiful girl whom he wished to purchase as a concubine, but want of money had then prevented him from carrying out his intention. Now there was no longer that difficulty, and accordingly, he sent off 2 trusty servants to get the girl by force. In a short time she arrived, when he found that she had grown more beautiful than ever, and so his cup of happiness was full. But years rolled on, and gradually his fellow officials became estranged, Tsering taking no notice of their behavior, until at last one of them impeached him to the throne in a long and bitter memorial. Happily, however, the emperor still regarded him with favor, and for some time kept the memorial by him unanswered. Then followed a joint memorial from the whole of the Privy Council, including those who had once thronged his doors and had falsely called him their dear father. The imperial rescript to this document was banishment to Yunnan, his son, who was governor of Pyongyang, being also implicated in his guilt. When Tsering heard the news, he was overcome with fear, but an armed guard was already at his gate, and the lictors were forcing their way into his innermost apartments. They tore off his robe and official hat and bound him and his wife with cords. Then they collected together in the hall his gold, his silver and banknotes, to the value of many hundred thousands of taels. His pearls and jade and precious stones filled many bushel baskets. His curtains and screens and beds and other articles of furniture were brought out by thousands, while the swaddling clothes of his infant boy and the shoes of his little girl were lying littered about the steps. It was a sad sight for Tsering, but a worse blow was that of his concubine carried off almost lifeless before his eyes, himself not daring to utter a word. Then all the apartments, storerooms, and treasuries were sealed up, and with a volley of curses, the soldiers bade Tsering begone and proceeded to leave the place, dragging Tsering with them. The husband and wife prayed that they might be allowed some old cart, but this favor was denied them. After about 10 li, Tsering's wife could barely walk, her feet being swollen and sore. Tsering helped her along as best he could, but another 10 li reduced him to a state of abject fatigue. By and by they saw before them a great mountain, the summit of which was lost in the clouds, and fearing they should be made to ascend it, Tsering and his wife stood still and began to weep. The lictors, however, clamored round them and would permit of no rest. The sun was rapidly sinking, and there was no place at hand where they could obtain shelter for the night. So they continued on their weary way until about halfway up the hill, when his wife's strength was quite exhausted, and she sat down by the roadside. Tsering, too, halted to rest in spite of the soldiers and their abuse, but they had hardly stopped a moment before down came a band of robbers upon them, each with a sharp knife in his hand. The soldiers immediately took to their heels, and Tsering fell on his knees before the robbers, saying, "I am a poor criminal going into banishment and have nothing to give you. I pray you spare my life." But the robbers sternly replied, "We are all the victims of your crimes, and now we want your wicked head." Then Tsering began to revile them, saying, "Dogs, though I am under sentence of banishment, I am still an officer of the state." But the robbers cursed him again, flourishing a sword over his neck, and the next thing he heard was the noise of his own head as it fell with a thud to the ground. At the same instant, 2 devils stepped forward and seized him each by one hand, compelling him to go with them. After a little while, they arrived at a great city where there was a hideously ugly king sitting upon a throne judging between good and evil. Tsering crawled before him on his hands and knees to receive sentence, and the king, after turning over a few pages of his register, thundered out, "The punishment of a traitor who has brought misfortune on his country. The cauldron of boiling oil?" To this 10,000 devils responded with a cry like a clap of thunder, and one huge monster led Tsering down alongside the cauldron, which was 7 feet in height, and surrounded on all sides by blazing fuel, so that it was of a glowing red heat. Tsering shrieked for mercy, but it was all up with him, for the devil seized him by the hair and the small of his back and pitched him headlong in. Down he fell with a splash, and rose and sank with the bubbling of the oil, which ate through his flesh into his very vitals. He longed to die, but death would not come to him. After about half an hour's boiling, a devil took him out on a pitchfork and threw him down before the infernal king, who again consulted his notebook, and said, "You relied on your position to treat others with contumely and injustice, for which you must suffer on the sword hill." Again, he was led away by devils to a large hill thickly studded with sharp swords, their points upwards like the shoots of bamboo, with here and there the remains of many miserable wretches who had suffered before him. Tsering again cried for mercy and crouched upon the ground, but a devil bored into him with a poisoned awl until he screamed with pain. He was then seized and flung up high into the air, falling down right on the sword points, to his most frightful agony. This was repeated several times until he was almost hacked to pieces. He was then brought once more before the king, who asked what was the amount of his peculations while on earth. Immediately an accountant came forward with an abacus, and said that the whole sum was 3,210,000 taels, whereupon the king replied, "Let him drink that amount." Forthwith the devils piled up a great heap of gold and silver, and, when they had melted it in a huge crucible, began pouring it into Tsering's mouth. The pain was excruciating as the molten metal ran down his throat into his vitals, but since in life he had never been able to get enough of the dross, it was determined he should feel no lack of it then. He was half a day drinking it, and then the king ordered him away to be born again as a woman in Kanchu. A few steps brought them to a huge frame, where on an iron axle revolved a mighty wheel many hundred yojanas in circumference, and shining with a brilliant light. The devils flogged Tsering onto the wheel, and he shut his eyes as he stepped up. Then wizened away he went, feet foremost, round with the wheel, until he felt himself tumble off and a cold thrill ran through him, when he opened his eyes and found he was changed into a girl. He saw his father and mother in rags and tatters, and in one corner a beggar's bowl and a staff, and understood the calamity that had befallen him. Day after day he begged about the streets, and his inside rumbled for want of food. He had no clothes to his back. At 14 years of age he was sold to a gentleman as concubine, and then, though food and clothes were not wanting, he had to put up with the scoldings and floggings of the wife, who one day burnt him with a hot iron. Luckily the gentleman took a fancy to him and treated him well, which kindness Tsering repaid by an irreproachable fidelity. It happened, however, that on one occasion when they were chatting together, burglars broke into the house and killed the gentleman, Tsering having escaped by hiding himself under the bed. Thereupon, he was immediately charged by the wife with murder, and on being taken before the authorities was sentenced to die the lingering death. This sentence was at once carried out with tortures more horrible than any in all the courts of purgatory, in the middle of which Tsering heard one of his companions call out, "Hullo, there. You've got the nightmare." Tsering got up and rubbed his eyes, and his friends said, "It's quite late in the day and we're all very hungry." But the old priest smiled and asked him if the prophecy as to his future rank was true or not. Tsering bowed and begged him to explain, whereupon the old priest said, "For those who cultivate virtue, a lily will grow up even in the fiery pit." Tsering had gone thither full of pride and vainglory. He went home an altered man. From that day he thought no more of becoming a secretary of state, but retired into the hills, and I know not what became of him after that. Footnotes. That is, of rising to the highest offices of state. The Chinese term used throughout is starman. Chinese official life, is divided into 9 grades. Prostrating himself 3 times, and knocking his head on the ground thrice at each prostration. The retinue of a high mandarin is composed as follows: first, gong bearers, then bannermen, tablet bearers, on which tablets are inscribed the titles of the official, a large red umbrella mounted attendants, a box containing a change of clothes, bearers of regalia, a second gong, a small umbrella or sunshade, a large wooden fan, executioners, lictors from hell who wear tall hats, a mace called a golden melon, bamboos for bambooing, incense bearers, more attendants, and now the great man himself, followed by a bodyguard of soldiers and a few personal attendants, amounting in all to nearly 100 persons, many of whom are mere street rowdies or beggars, hired at a trifling outlay when required to join what might otherwise be an imposing procession. The scanty retinues of foreign officials in China still continue to excite the scorn of the populace, who love to compare the ragtag and bobtail magnificence of their own functionaries with the modest show even of HBM's minister at Peking. A land journey of about 3 months, ending in a region which the Chinese have always regarded as semi-barbarous. This use of paper money in China is said to date from AD 1236, that is, during the reign of the Mongol Emperor Ogdai Khan. This contingency is much dreaded by the Chinese. A yajana has been variously estimated at from 5 to 9 English miles. The patra and kakaram of the bhikshu, or Buddhist mendicant. It is not considered quite correct to take a concubine unless the wife is childless, in which case it is held that the proposition to do so, and thus secure the much-desired posterity, should emanate from the wife herself. On page 41 of volume Roman 13, of this author, we read, "And if at 30 years of age you have no children, then sell your hairpins and other ornaments, and buy a concubine for your husband. For the childless state is a hard one to bear." Or, as Victor Hugo puts it in his Legende des Cycles, there is nothing so sad as la maison sans enfants. This is the celebrated form of death, reserved for parricide and similar awful crimes, about which so much has been written. Strictly speaking, the malefactor should be literally chopped to pieces in order to prolong his agonies, but the sentence is now rarely, if ever, carried out in its extreme sense. A few gashes are made upon the wretched victim's body, and he is soon put out of his misery by decapitation. As a matter of fact, this death is not enumerated among the 5 punishments authorized by the penal code of the present dynasty. See No. LV, note 306. Alluding to a well-known Buddhist miracle in which a bhikshu was to be thrown into a cauldron of boiling water in a fiery pit. When suddenly a lotus flower came forth, the fire was extinguished, and the water became cold. 57. The country of the cannibals. At Chaiochu, there lived a man named Hsu, who gained his living by trading across the sea. On one occasion, he was carried far out of his course by a violent tempest and reached a country of high hills and dense jungle, where, after making fast his boat and taking provisions with him, he landed, hoping to meet with some of the inhabitants. He then saw that the rocks were covered with large holes, like the cells of bees, and, hearing the sound of voices from within, he stopped in front of one of them and peeped in. To his infinite horror, he beheld 2 hideous beings, with thick rows of horrid fangs, and eyes that glared like lamps, engaged in tearing to pieces and devouring some raw deer's flesh. And, turning round, he would have fled instantly from the spot, had not the cavemen already espied him. And, leaving their food, they seized him and dragged him in. Thereupon ensued a chattering between them, resembling the noise of birds or beasts, and they proceeded to pull off Hsu's clothes as if about to eat him. But Hsu, who was frightened almost to death, offered them the food he had in his wallet, which they ate up with great relish and looked inside for more. Hsu waved his hand to show it was all finished, and then they angrily seized him again, at which he cried out, "I have a saucepan in my boat and can cook you some." The cavemen did not understand what he said, but by dint of gesticulating freely, they at length seemed to have an idea of what he meant. And, having taken him down to the shore to fetch the saucepan, they returned with him to the cave, where he lighted a fire and cooked the remainder of the deer, with the flavor of which they appeared to be mightily pleased. At night they rolled a big stone to the mouth of the cave, fearing lest he should try to escape, and HSU himself lay down at a distance from them in doubt as to whether his life would be spared. At daybreak, the cavemen went out, leaving the entrance blocked, and by and by came back with a deer, which they gave to HSU to cook. HSU flayed the carcass, and from a remote corner of the cave took some water and prepared a large quantity, which was no sooner ready than several other cavemen arrived to join in the feast. When they had finished all there was, they made signs that HSU's saucepan was too small, and 3 or 4 days afterwards they brought him a large one of the same shape as those in common use amongst men, subsequently furnishing him with constant supplies of wolf and deer, of which they always invited him to partake. By degrees they began to treat him kindly, and not to shut him up when they went out, and HSU, too, gradually learnt to understand and even to speak a little of their language, which pleased them so much that they finally gave him a cave woman for his wife. HSU was horribly afraid of her, but as she treated him with great consideration, always reserving tidbits of food for him, they lived very happily together. One day all the cave people got up early in the morning, and, having adorned themselves with strings of fine pearls, they went forth as if to meet some honored guest, giving orders to HSU to cook an extra quantity of meat that day. "It is the birthday of our king," said HSU's wife to him, and then, running out, she informed the other cave people that her husband had no pearls. So each gave 5 from his own string, and HSU's wife added 10 to these, making in all 50, which she threaded on a hempen fiber and hung around his neck, each pearl being worth over 100 ounces of silver. Then they went away, and as soon as HSU had finished his cooking, his wife appeared and invited him to come and receive the king. So off they went to a huge cavern, covering about a mow of ground, in which was a huge stone, smoothed away at the top like a table, with stone seats at the 4 sides. At the upper end was a dais, over which was spread a leopard's skin, the other seats having only deer skins, and within the cavern some 20 or 30 cavemen ranged themselves on the seats. After a short interval, a great wind began to stir up the dust, and they all rushed out to a creature very much resembling themselves, which hurried into the cave, and, squatting down cross-legged, cocked its head and looked about like a cormorant. The other cavemen then filed in and took up their positions right and left of the dais, where they stood gazing up at the king with their arms folded before them in the form of a cross. The king counted them one by one and asked if they were all present, and when they replied in the affirmative, he looked at HSU and inquired who he was. Thereupon HSU's wife stepped forward and said he was her husband, and the others all loudly extolled his skill in cookery, 2 of them running out and bringing back some cooked meat, which they set before the king. His Majesty swallowed it by handfuls and found it so nice that he gave orders to be supplied regularly, and then, turning to HSU, he asked him why his string of beads was so short. "He has but recently arrived among us," replied the cavemen, "and hasn't got a complete set." Upon which the king drew 10 pearls from the string round his own neck and bestowed them upon HSU. Each was as big as the top of one's finger, and as round as a bullet, and HSU's wife threaded them for him and hung them round his neck. HSU himself crossed his arms and thanked the king in the language of the country, after which his Majesty went off in a gust of wind as rapidly as a bird can fly, and the cavemen sat down and finished what was left of the banquet. 4 years afterwards, HSU's wife gave birth to a triplet of 2 boys and 1 girl, all of whom were ordinary human beings and not at all like the mother, at which the other cave people were delighted and would often play with them and caress them. 3 years passed away, and the children could walk about, after which their father taught them to speak his own tongue, and in their early babblings their human origin was manifested. The boys, as mere children, could climb about on the mountains as easily as though walking upon a level road, and between them and their father there grew up a mutual feeling of attachment. One day the mother had gone out with the girl and one of the boys, and was absent for a long time. A strong north wind was blowing, and HSU, filled with thoughts of his old home, led his other son down with him to the beach, where lay the boat in which he had formerly reached this country. He then proposed to the boy that they should go away together, and, having explained to him that they could not inform his mother, father and son stepped on board, and, after a voyage of only 24 hours, arrived safely at Chiochu. On reaching home, HSU found that his wife had married again, so he sold 2 of his pearls for an enormous sum of money and set up a splendid establishment. His son was called Pio, and at 14 or 15 years of age, the boy could lift a weight of 3,000 katas, 4,000 pounds. He was extremely fond of athletics of all kinds, and thus attracted the notice of the commander-in-chief, who gave him a commission as sub-lieutenant. Just at that time, there happened to be some trouble on the frontier, and young Pio, having covered himself with glory, was made a colonel at the age of 18. About that time, another merchant was driven by stress of weather to the country of the cavemen, and had hardly stepped ashore before he observed a young man whom he knew at once to be of Chinese origin. The young man asked him whence he came, and finally took him into a cave hid away in a dark valley and concealed by the dense jungle. There he bade him remain, and in a little while he returned with some deer's flesh, which he gave the merchant to eat, saying at the same time that his own father was a Chaiouchu man. The merchant now knew that the young man was Hsu's son, he himself being acquainted with Hsu as a trader in the same line of business. "Why, he's an old friend of mine," cried the latter. "His other son is now a colonel." The young man did not know what was meant by a colonel, so the merchant told him it was the title of a Chinese mandarin. "And what is a mandarin?" asked the youth. "A mandarin," replied the merchant, "is one who goes out with a chair and horses, who at home sits upon a dais in the hall, whose summons is answered by 100 voices, who is looked at only with sidelong eyes, and in whose presence all people stand aslant. This is to be a mandarin." The young man was deeply touched at this recital, and at length the merchant said to him, "Since your honored father is at Chaiouchu, why do you remain here?" "Indeed," replied the youth, "I have often indulged the same feeling, but my mother is not a Chinese woman, and apart from the difference of her language and appearance, I fear that if the other cave people found it out, they would do us some mischief." He then took his leave, being in rather a disturbed state of mind, and bade the merchant wait until the wind should prove favorable, when he promised to come and see him off, and charge him with a letter to his father and brother. 6 months the merchant remained in that cave, occasionally taking a peep at the cave people passing backwards and forwards, but not daring to leave his retreat. As soon as the monsoon set in, the young man arrived and urged him to hurry away, begging him, also, not to forget the letter to his father. So the merchant sailed away and soon reached Chaiouchu, where he visited the colonel and told him the whole story. Pio was much affected and wished to go in search of those members of the family, but his father feared the dangers he would encounter and advised him not to think of such a thing. However, Pio was not to be deterred, and having imparted his scheme to the commander-in-chief, he took with him 2 soldiers and set off. Adverse winds prevailed at that time, and they beat about for half a moon until they were out of sight of all land, could not see a foot before them, and had completely lost their reckoning. Just then a mighty sea arose and capsized their boat, tossing Pio into the water, where he floated about for some time at the will of the waves, until suddenly somebody dragged him out and carried him into a house. Then he saw that his rescuer was to all appearances a caveman, and accordingly he addressed him in the cave people's language, and told him whither he himself was bound. "It is my native place," replied the caveman, in astonishment, "but you will excuse my saying that you are now 8,000 li out of your course. This is the way to the country of the poisonous dragons, and not your route at all." He then went off to find a boat for Pio, and, himself swimming in the water behind, pushed it along like an arrow from a bow, so quickly that by the next day they had traversed the whole distance. On the shore Pio observed a young man walking up and down and evidently watching him, and knowing that no human beings dwelt there, he guessed at once that he was his brother. Approaching more closely, he saw that he was right, and seizing the young man's hand, he asked after his mother and sister. On hearing that they were well, he would have gone directly to see them, but the younger one begged him not to do so, and ran away himself to fetch them. Meanwhile, Pio turned to thank the caveman who had brought him there, but he, too, had disappeared. In a few minutes his mother and sister arrived, and on seeing Pio they could not restrain their tears. Pio then laid his scheme before them, and when they said they feared people would ill-treat them, he replied, "In China I hold a high position, and people will not dare to show you disrespect." Thus they determined to go. The wind, however, was against them, and mother and son were at a loss what to do, when suddenly the sail bellied out towards the south, and a rustling sound was heard. "Heaven helps us, my mother," cried Pio, full of joy, and hurrying on board at once, in 3 days they had reached their destination. As they landed, the people fled right and left in fear, Pu having divided his own clothes amongst the party, and when they arrived at the house, and his mother saw Hsu, she began to rate him soundly for running away without her. Hsu hastened to acknowledge his error, and then all the family and servants were introduced to her, each one being in mortal dread of such a singular personage. Pu now bade his mother learn to talk Chinese, and gave her any quantity of fine clothes and rich meats, to the infinite delight of the old lady. She and her daughter both dressed in man's clothes, and by the end of a few months were able to understand what was said to them. The brother, named Pao, and the sister, Ye, were both clever enough and immensely strong into the bargain. Pu was ashamed that Pao could not read, and set to work to teach him, and the youngster was so quick that he learnt the sacred books and histories by merely reading them once over. However, he would not enter upon a literary career, loving better to draw a strong bow or ride a spirited horse, and finally taking the highest military degree. He married the daughter of a post captain, but his sister had some trouble in getting a husband, because of her being the child of a cave woman. At length, a sergeant, named Yuan, who was under her brother's command, was forced to take her as his wife. She could draw 100 caddy bow and shoot birds at 100 paces without ever missing. Whenever Yuan went to battle, she went with him, and his subsequent rise to high rank was chiefly due to her. At 34 years of age, Pao got a command, and in his great battles his mother, clad in armor and grasping a spear, would fight by his side, to the terror of all their adversaries. And when he himself received the dignity of an hereditary title, he memorialized the throne to grant his mother the title of lady. Footnotes. The Chinese term here translated, cannibals, is a meaningless imitation by 2 Chinese characters of the Sanskrit yaksha, or certain demons who feed upon human flesh. He, the capital of Cochin, China. The island of Hainan, inhabited as it was in earlier times by a race of savages, is the most likely source of the following marvelous adventures. To which sounds, the languages of the West have been more than once likened by the Chinese. It is only fair, however, to the lettered classes to state that they have a similar contempt for their own local dialects, regarding Mandarin as the only form of speech worthy to be employed by men. The occasional analogies to the story of the Cyclops must be evident to all readers. The animal here mentioned is the plain brown deer, or Rusa swinhui of Formosa, in which Island Eye should prefer to believe, but for the great distance from Hae, that the scenes here narrated took place. About 1/6 of an acre. On old title deeds of landed property in China may still be seen measurements calculated according to the amount of grain that could be sown thereon. The king here uses the words ku te utizu, which are probably intended by the author to be an imitation of a term in the savage tongue. Fondness for children is specially a trait of Chinese character, and a single baby would do far more to ensure the safety of a foreign traveler in China than all the usual paraphernalia of pocket pistols and revolvers. Literally, a million of taels, the word used being the Buddhist term keo. Here again we have 100 chun, 1 chun being equal to about 40 pounds. Chinese weights, measures, distances, numbers, and are often very loosely employed, and it is probable that not more than 100 katas, say 133 pounds, is here meant. That is, until the change of the monsoon from SW to NE. See no, Roman 41, note 237. 58. Football on the Tungtiang Lake. Wang Shiatsu was a native of Luchu, and such a lusty fellow that he could pick up a stone mortar. Father and son were both good football players, but when the former was about 40 years of age, he was drowned while crossing the money pool. Some 8 or 9 years later, our hero happened to be on his way to Hunan, and anchoring in the Tungtiang Lake, watched the moon rising in the east and illuminating the water into a bright sheet of light. While he was thus engaged, lo! From out of the lake emerged 5 men, bringing with them a large mat which they spread on the surface of the water so as to cover about 6 yards square. Wine and food were then arranged upon it, and Wang heard the sound of the dishes knocking together, but it was a dull, soft sound, not at all like that of ordinary crockery. 3 of the men sat down on the mat, and the other 2 waited upon them. One of the former was dressed in yellow, the other 2 in white, and each wore a black turban. Their demeanor as they sat there side by side was grave and dignified. In appearance, they resembled three of the ancients, but by the fitful beams of the moon, Wang was unable to see very clearly what they were like. The attendants wore black serge dresses, and one of them seemed to be a boy, while the other was many years older. Wang now heard the man in the yellow dress say, "This is truly a fine moonlight night for a drinking bout," to which one of his companions replied, "It quite reminds me of the night when Prince Quanglai feasted at Pear Blossom Island." The three then pledged each other in bumping goblets, talking all the time in such a low tone that Wang could not hear what they were saying. The boatmen kept themselves concealed, crouching down at the bottom of the boat, but Wang looked hard at the attendants, the elder of whom bore a striking resemblance to his father, though he spoke in quite a different tone of voice. When it was drawing towards midnight, one of them proposed a game at ball, and in a moment the boy disappeared in the water, to return immediately with a huge ball, quite an armful, in fact apparently full of quicksilver, and lustrous within and without. All now rose up, and the man in the yellow dress bade the old attendant join them in the game. The ball was kicked up some 10 or 15 feet in the air and was quite dazzling in its brilliancy. But once, when it had gone up with a wish, it fell at some distance off, right in the very middle of Wang's boat. The occasion was irresistible, and Wang, exerting all his strength, kicked the ball with all his might. It seemed unusually light and soft to the touch, and his foot broke right through. Away went the ball to a good height, pouring forth a stream of light like a rainbow from the hole Wang had made, and making as it fell a curve like that of a comet rushing across the sky. Down it glided into the water, where it fizzed a moment and then went out. "Ho there!" cried out the players in anger. "What living creature is that who dares thus to interrupt our sport?" "Well kicked indeed," said the old man. "That's a favorite drop kick of my own." At this, one of the two in white clothes began to abuse him, saying, "What? You old baggage, when we are all so annoyed in this manner, are you to come forward and make a joke of it? Go at once with the boy and bring back to us this practical joker, or your own back will have a taste of the stick." Wang was of course unable to flee. However, he was not a bit afraid, and grasping a sword stood there in the middle of the boat. In a moment the old man and boy arrived, also armed, and then Wang knew that the former was really his father, and called out to him at once, "Father, I am your son." The old man was greatly alarmed, but father and son forgot their troubles in the joy of meeting once again. Meanwhile, the boy went back, and Wang's father bade him hide, or they would all be lost. The words were hardly out of his mouth when the three men jumped on board the boat. Their faces were black as pitch, their eyes as big as pomegranates, and they at once proceeded to seize the old man. Wang struggled hard with them, and managing to get the boat free from her moorings, he seized his sword and cut off one of his adversary's arms. The arm dropped down, and the man in the yellow dress ran away, whereupon one of those in white rushed at Wang, who immediately cut off his head, and he fell into the water with a splash, at which the third disappeared. Wang and his father were now anxious to get away, when suddenly a great mouth arose from the lake, as big and as deep as a well, and against which they could hear the noise of the water when it struck. This mouth blew forth a violent gust of wind, and in a moment the waves were mountains high and all the boats on the lake were tossing about. The boatmen were terrified, but Wang seized one of two huge stones there were on board for use as anchors, about 130 pounds. In weight, and threw it into the water, which immediately began to subside, and then he threw in the other one, upon which the wind dropped and the lake became calm again. Wang thought his father was a disembodied spirit, but the old man said, "I never died. There were 19 of us drowned in the river, all of whom were eaten by the fish goblins except myself. I was saved because I could play football. Those you saw got into trouble with the Dragon King and were sent here. They were all marine creatures, and the ball they were playing with was a fish bladder." Father and son were overjoyed at meeting again, and at once proceeded on their way. In the morning, they found in the boat a huge fin the arm that Wang had cut off the night before. Footnotes: used for pounding rice. A fancy name for the Tungtiang Lake. See No, Roman 38, note 226. The commentator declares himself unable to trace this allusion. These are bound in between several sharp-pointed stakes, and serve their purpose very well in the inland waters of China. 59. The Thunder God. Lair Yunhao and Aisha Pingtizu lived as boys in the same village, and when they grew up read with the same tutor, becoming the firmest of friends. Aisha was a clever fellow, and had acquired some reputation even at the early age of 10. Lair was not a bit envious, but rather looked up to him, and Aisha in return helped his friend very much with his studies, so that he, too, made considerable progress. This increased Aisha's fame, though try as he would he could never succeed at the public examinations, and by and by he sickened and died. His family was so poor they could not find money for his burial, whereupon Lair came forward and paid all expenses, besides taking care of his widow and children. Every peck or bushel he would share with them, the widow trusting entirely to his support, and thus he acquired a good name in the village. Though not being a rich man himself, he soon ran through all his own property. "Alas," cried he, "where talents like H's failed, can I expect to succeed? Wealth and rank are matters of destiny, and my present career will only end by my dying like a dog in a ditch. I must try something else." So he gave up book learning and went into trade, and in 6 months he had a trifle of money in hand. One day, when he was resting at an inn in Nanking, he saw a great big fellow walk in and seat himself at no great distance in a very melancholy mood. Lair asked him if he was hungry, and on receiving no answer, pushed some food over towards him. The stranger immediately set to feeding himself by handfuls, and in no time the whole had disappeared. Lair ordered another supply, but that was quickly disposed of in like manner, and then he told the landlord to bring a shoulder of pork and a quantity of boiled dumplings. Thus, after eating enough for half a dozen, his appetite was appeased and he turned to thank his benefactor, saying, "For 3 years I haven't had such a meal." "And why should a fine fellow like you be in such a state of destitution?" inquired Lair, to which the other only replied, "The judgments of heaven may not be discussed." Being asked where he lived, the stranger replied, "On land I have no home, on the water no boat, at dawn in the village, at night in the city." Lair then prepared to depart, but his friend would not leave him, declaring that he was in imminent danger, and that he could not forget the late kindness Lair had shewn him. So they went along together, and on the way Lair invited the other to eat with him, but this he refused, saying that he only took food occasionally. Lair marveled more than ever at this. And next day when they were on the river, a great storm arose and capsized all their boats, Lair himself being thrown into the water with the others. Suddenly the gale abated, and the stranger bore Lair on his back to another boat, plunging at once into the water and bringing back the lost vessel, upon which he placed Lair and bade him remain quietly there. He then returned once more, this time carrying in his arms a part of the cargo, which he replaced in the vessel, and so he went on until it was all restored. Lair thanked him, saying, "It was enough to save my life, but you have added to this the restoration of my goods." Nothing, in fact, had been lost, and now Lair began to regard the stranger as something more than human. The latter here wished to take his leave, but Lair pressed him so much to stay that at last he consented to remain. Then Lair remarked that after all he had lost a gold pin, and immediately the stranger plunged into the water again, rising at length to the surface with the missing article in his mouth, and presenting it to Lair with the remark that he was delighted to be able to fulfill his commands. The people on the river were all much astonished at what they saw. Meanwhile Lair went home with his friend, and there they lived together, the big man only eating once in 10 or 12 days, but then displaying an enormous appetite. One day he spoke of going away, to which Lair would by no means consent, and as it was just then about to rain and thunder, he asked him to tell him what the clouds were like, and what thunder was, also how he could get up to the sky and have a look, so as to set his mind at rest on the subject. "Would you like to have a ramble among the clouds?" asked the stranger, as Lair was lying down to take a nap, on awaking from which he felt himself spinning along through the air, and not at all as if he was lying on a bed. Opening his eyes, he saw he was among the clouds, and around him was a fleecy atmosphere. Jumping up in great alarm, he felt giddy as if he had been at sea, and underneath his feet he found a soft, yielding substance, unlike the earth. Above him were the stars, and this made him think he was dreaming. But looking up he saw that they were set in the sky like seeds in the cup of a lily, varying from the size of the biggest bowl to that of a small basin. On raising his hand he discovered that the large stars were all tightly fixed, but he managed to pick a small one, which he concealed in his sleeve. And then, parting the clouds beneath him, he looked through and saw the sea glittering like silver below. Large cities appeared no bigger than beans just at this moment, however. He bethought himself that if his foot were to slip, what a tremendous fall he would have. He now beheld 2 dragons writhing their way along, and drawing a cart with a huge vat in it, each movement of their tails sounding like the crack of a bullock driver's whip. The vat was full of water, and numbers of men were employed in ladling it out and sprinkling it on the clouds. These men were astonished at seeing Lair. However, a big fellow among them called out, "All right, he's my friend," and then they gave him a ladle to help them throw the water out. Now it happened to be a very dry season, and when Lair got hold of the ladle, he took good care to throw the water so that it should all fall on and around his own home. The stranger then told him that he was the god of thunder, and that he had just returned from a 3 years' punishment inflicted on him in consequence of some neglect of his in the matter of rain. He added that they must now part, and taking the long rope which had been used as reins for the cart, bade Lair grip it tightly, that he might be let down to earth. Lair was afraid of this, but on being told there was no danger he did so, and in a moment wishachachachchue, he went and found himself safe and sound on terra firma. He discovered that he had descended outside his native village, and then the rope was drawn up into the clouds, and he saw it no more. The drought had been excessive. For 3 or 4 miles round, very little rain had fallen, though in Lair's own village the watercourses were all full. On reaching home, he took the star out of his sleeve and put it on the table. It was dull-looking like an ordinary stone, but at night it became very brilliant and lighted up the whole house. This made him value it highly, and he stored it carefully away, bringing it out only when he had guests to light them at their wine. It was always thus dazzlingly bright, until one evening when his wife was sitting with him doing her hair, the star began to diminish in brilliancy and to flit about like a firefly. Mrs. Lair sat gaping with astonishment, when all of a sudden it flitted into her mouth and ran down her throat. She tried to cough it up but couldn't, to the very great amazement of her husband. That night Lair dreamt that his old friend Aisha appeared before him and said, "I am the Shawai star. Your friendship is still cherished by me, and now you have brought me back from the sky. Truly our destinies are knitted together, and I will repay your kindness by becoming your son." Now Lair was 30 years of age but without sons. However, after this dream, his wife bore him a male child, and they called his name Star. He was extraordinarily clever, and at 16 years of age took his master's degree. Footnote: this deity is believed to be constantly on the lookout for wicked people, aided by the goddess of lightning, who flashes a mirror onto whomsoever the god wishes to strike. "The thief eats thunderbolts" means that he will bring down vengeance from heaven on himself. Tyler's Primitive Culture, Volume I, p. 88. 60. The Gambler's Talisman. A Taoist priest called Han lived at the T'Enche Temple in our district city. His knowledge of the black art was very extensive, and the neighbors all regarded him as an immortal. My late father was on intimate terms with him, and whenever he went into the city invariably paid him a visit. One day, on such an occasion, he was proceeding thither in company with my late uncle, when suddenly they met Han on the road. Handing them the key of the door, he begged them to go on and wait a while for him, promising to be there shortly himself. Following out these instructions, they repaired to the temple, but on unlocking the door, there was Han sitting inside a feat which he subsequently performed several times. Now a relative of mine, who was terribly given to gambling, also knew this priest, having been introduced to him by my father. And once this relative, meeting with a Buddhist priest from the T'Enche temple, addicted like himself to the vice of gambling, played with him until he had lost everything, even going so far as to pledge the whole of his property, which he lost in a single night. Happening to call in upon Han as he was going back, the latter noticed his exceedingly dejected appearance and the rambling answers he gave, and asked him what was the matter. On hearing the story of his losses, Han only laughed and said, "That's what always overtakes the gambler, sooner or later. If, however, you will break yourself of the habit, I will get your money back for you." "Ah," cried the other, "if you will only do that, you may break my head with a pestle when you catch me gambling again." So Han gave him a talismanic formula, written out on a piece of paper, to put in his girdle, bidding him only win back what he had lost, and not attempt to get a fraction more. He also handed him 1,000 cash, on condition that this sum should be repaid from his winnings, and off went my relative delighted. The Buddhist, however, turned up his nose at the smallness of his means, and said it wasn't worth his while to stake so little. But at last he was persuaded into having one throw for the whole lot. They then began, the priest leading off with a fair throw, to which his opponent replied by a better. Whereupon the priest doubled his stake, and my relative won again, going on and on until the latter's good luck had brought him back all that he had previously lost. He thought, however, that he couldn't do better than just win a few more strings of cash, and accordingly went on. But gradually his luck turned, and on looking into his girdle he found that the talisman was gone. In a great fright he jumped up and went off with his winnings to the temple, where he reckoned up that after deducting Han's loan and adding what he had lost towards the end, he had exactly the amount originally his. With shame in his face, he turned to thank Han, mentioning at the same time the loss of the talisman, at which Han only laughed and said, "That has got back before you. I told you not to be overgreedy, and as you didn't heed me, I took the talisman away." Footnotes. See Note 48. Gambling is the great Chinese vice, far exceeding in its ill effects all that opium has ever done to demoralize the country. Public gaming houses are strictly forbidden by law, but their existence is winked at by a too venal executive. Fanton is the favorite game. It consists in staking on the remainder of an unknown number of cash after the heap has been divided by 4, namely whether it will be 3, 2, 1, or nothing, with other variations of a more complicated nature. 61. The husband punished. Ching H. Sing, of Wernterng, was a young fellow of some literary reputation, who lived next door to a Mr. C.A. Chern, their studios being separated only by a low wall. One evening C.A. Chern was crossing a piece of waste ground when he heard a young girl crying among some pine trees hard by. He approached and saw a girdle hanging from one of the branches, as if its owner was just on the point of hanging herself. C.A. Chern asked her what was the matter, and then she brushed away her tears and said, "My mother has gone away and left me in charge of my brother-in-law, but he's a scamp and won't continue to take care of me, and now there is nothing left for me but to die." Hereupon the girl began crying again, and C.A. Chern untied the girdle and bade her go and find herself a husband, to which she said there was very little chance of that, and then C.A. Chern offered to take her to his own home, an offer which she very gladly accepted. Soon after they arrived, his neighbor Ching thought he heard a noise, and jumped over the wall to have a peep, when lo and behold, at the door of C.A. Chern's house stood this young lady, who immediately ran away into the garden on seeing Ching. The 2 young men pursued her, but without success, and were obliged to return each to his own room, Ching being greatly astonished to find the same girl now standing at his door. On addressing the young lady, she told him that his neighbor's destiny was too poor a one for her, and that she came from Shantung, and that her name was Cheaha. She finally agreed to take up her residence with Ching, but after a few days, finding that a great number of his friends were constantly calling, she declared it was too noisy a place for her, and that she would only visit him in the evening. This she continued to do for a few days, telling him in reply to his inquiries that her home was not very far off. One evening, however, she remarked that their present liaison was not very creditable to either, that her father was a mandarin on the western frontier, and that she was about to set out with her mother to join him, begging him meanwhile to make a formal request for the celebration of their nuptials in order to prevent them from being thus separated. She further said that they started in 10 days or so, and then Ching began to reflect that if he married her, she would have to take her place in the family, and that would make his first wife jealous. So he determined to get rid of the latter, and when she came in, he began to abuse her right and left. His wife bore it as long as she could, but at length cried out it were better she should die. Upon which Ching advised her not to bring trouble on them all like that, but to go back to her own home. He then drove her away, his wife asking all the time what she had done to be sent away like this after 10 years of blameless life with him. Ching, however, paid no heed to her entreaties, and when he had got rid of her, he set to work at once to get the house whitewashed and made generally clean, himself being on the tiptoe of expectation for the arrival of Miss Aisha. But he waited and waited, and no Aisha came. She seemed gone like a stone dropped into the sea. Meanwhile, emissaries came from his late wife's family begging him to take her back, and when he flatly refused, she married a gentleman of position named Aisha, whose property adjoined Ching's, and who had long been at feud with him in consequence, as is usual in such cases. This made Ching furious, but he still hoped that Aisha would come, and tried to console himself in this way. Yet more than a year passed away and still no signs of her, until one day, at the festival of the sea spirits, He saw among the crowds of girls passing in and out one who very much resembled Aisha. Ching moved towards her, following her as she threaded her way through the crowd as far as the temple gate, where he lost sight of her altogether, to his great mortification and regret. Another 6 months passed away, when one day he met a young lady dressed in red, accompanied by an old manservant and riding on a black mule. It was Aisha. So he asked the old man the name of his young mistress, and learnt from him that she was the second wife of a gentleman named Chang, having been married to him about a fortnight previously. Ching now thought she could not be Aisha, but just then the young lady, hearing them talking, turned her head, and Ching saw that he was right. And now, finding that she had actually married another man, he was overwhelmed with rage and cried out in a loud voice, "Aisha, Aisha, why did you break faith?" The servant here objected to his mistress being thus addressed by a stranger and was squaring up to Ching when Aisha bade him desist, and raising her veil replied, "And you, faithless one, how do you dare meet my gaze?" "You are the faithless one," said Ching. "Not I. To be faithless to your wife is worse than being faithless to me," rejoined Aisha. "If you behaved like that to her, how should I have been treated at your hands? Because of the fair fame of your ancestors and the honors gained by them, I was willing to ally myself with you. But now that you have discarded your wife, your thread of official advancement has been cut short in the realms below, and Mr. Chern is to take the place that should have been yours at the head of the examination list. As for myself, I am now part of the Chern family. Think no more of me." Ching hung his head and could make no reply, and Aisha whipped up her mule and disappeared from his sight, leaving him to return home disconsolate. At the forthcoming examination, everything turned out as she had predicted. Mr. Chern was at the top of the list, and he himself was thrown out. It was clear that his luck was gone. At 40, he had no wife, and was so poor that he was glad to pick up a meal where he could. One day he called on Mr. Chern, who treated him well and kept him there for the night, and while there Chern's second wife saw him and asked her husband if his guest's name wasn't Ching. "It is," said he. "How could you guess that?" "Well," replied she, "before I married you, I took refuge in his house, and he was then very kind to me. Although he has now sunk low, yet his ancestors' influence on the family fortunes is not yet exhausted. Besides, he is an old acquaintance of yours, and you should try and do something for him." Chern consented, and having first given him a new suit of clothes, kept him in the house several days. At night, a slave girl came to him with 20 ounces of silver for him, and Mrs. Chern, who was outside the window, said, "This is a trifling return for your past kindness to me. Go and get yourself a good wife. The family luck is not yet exhausted, but will descend to your sons and grandchildren. Do not behave like this again, and so shorten your term of life." Ching thanked her and went home, using 10 ounces of silver to procure a concubine from a neighboring family who was very ugly and ill-tempered. However, she bore him a son, and he by and by graduated as doctor. Mr. Chern became vice president of the Board of Civil Office, and at his death Aisha attended the funeral. But when they opened her chair on its return home, she was gone, and then people knew for the first time that she was not mortal flesh and blood. Alas, for the perversity of mankind, rejecting the old and craving for the new. And then when they come back to the familiar nest, the birds have all flown. Thus does heaven punish such people. Footnote: unless under exceptional circumstances, it is not considered creditable in China for widows to marry again. It may here be mentioned that the honorary tablets conferred from time to time by His Imperial Majesty upon virtuous widows are only given to women who, widowed before the age of 30, have remained in that state for a period of 30 years. The meaning of this is obvious. Temptations are supposed to be fewer and less dangerous after 30, which is the equivalent of 40 with us. And it is wholly improbable that 30 years of virtuous life, at which period the widow would be at least 50, would be followed by any act that might cast a stain upon the tablet thus bestowed. 69. The Princess of the Tungtiang Lake. Chern Pai Chio was a Pekingese, and being a poor man, he attached himself as secretary to the suite of a high military official named Chia. On one occasion, while anchored on the Tungtiang Lake, they saw a dolphin floating on the surface of the water, and General Chia took his bow and shot at it, wounding the creature in the back. A fish was hanging on to its tail and would not let go, so both were pulled out of the water together and attached to the mast. There they lay gasping, the dolphin opening its mouth as if pleading for life, until at length young Cha begged the general to let them go again. And then he himself, half-jokingly, put a piece of plaster upon the dolphin's wound, and had the two thrown back into the water, where they were seen for some time afterwards diving and rising again to the surface. About a year afterwards, Cha was once more crossing the Tung-Tiing Lake on his way home, when the boat was upset in a squall, and he himself only saved by clinging to a bamboo crate, which finally, after floating about all night, caught in the overhanging branch of a tree, and thus enabled him to scramble on shore. By and by, another body floated in, and this turned out to be his servant. But on dragging him out, he found life was already extinct. In great distress, he sat himself down to rest, and saw beautiful green hills and waving willows, but not a single human being of whom he could ask the way. From early dawn till the morning was far advanced, he remained in that state. And then, thinking he saw his servant's body move, he stretched out his hand to feel it, and before long the man threw up several quarts of water and recovered his consciousness. They now dried their clothes in the sun, and by noon these were fit to put on, at which period the pangs of hunger began to assail them, and accordingly they started over the hills in the hope of coming upon some habitation of man. As they were walking along, an arrow whizzed past, and the next moment 2 young ladies dashed by on handsome palfreys. Each had a scarlet band round her head, with a bunch of pheasant's feathers stuck in her hair, and wore a purple riding jacket with small sleeves, confined by a green embroidered girdle round the waist. One of them carried a crossbow for shooting bullets, and the other had on her arm a dark-colored bow and arrow case. Reaching the brow of the hill, Cha beheld a number of riders engaged in beating the surrounding cover, all of whom were beautiful girls and dressed exactly alike. Afraid to advance any further, he inquired of a youth who appeared to be in attendance, and the latter told him that it was a hunting party from the palace. And then, having supplied him with food from his wallet, he bade him retire quickly, adding that if he fell in with them, he would assuredly be put to death. Thereupon Cha hurried away, and descending the hill, turned into a copse where there was a building which he thought would in all probability be a monastery. On getting nearer, he saw that the place was surrounded by a wall, and between him and a half-open red door was a brook spanned by a stone bridge leading up to it. Pulling back the door, he beheld within a number of ornamental buildings circling in the air like so many clouds, and for all the world resembling the imperial pleasure grounds. And thinking it must be the park of some official personage, he walked quietly in, enjoying the delicious fragrance of the flowers as he pushed aside the thick vegetation which obstructed his way. After traversing a winding path fenced in by balustrades, Cha reached a second enclosure, wherein were a quantity of tall willow trees which swept the red eaves of the buildings with their branches. The note of some bird would set the petals of the flowers fluttering in the air, and the least wind would bring the seed vessels down from the elm trees above, and the effect upon the eye and heart of the beholder was something quite unknown in the world of mortals. Passing through a small kiosk, Cha and his servant came upon a swing which seemed as though suspended from the clouds, while the ropes hung idly down in the utter stillness that prevailed. Thinking by this that they were approaching the ladies' apartments, Cha would have turned back, but at that moment he heard sounds of horses' feet at the door, and what seemed to be the laughter of a bevy of girls. So he and his servant hid themselves in a bush, and by, as the sounds came nearer, he heard one of the young ladies say, "We've had but poor sport today," whereupon another cried out, "If the princess hadn't shot that wild goose, we should have taken all this trouble for nothing." Shortly after this, a number of girls dressed in red came in escorting a young lady, who went and sat down under the kiosk. She wore a hunting costume with tight sleeves and was about 14 or 15 years old. Her hair looked like a cloud of mist at the back of her head, and her waist seemed as though a breath of wind might snap a incomparable for beauty, even among the celebrities of old. Just then the attendants handed her some exquisitely fragrant tea, and stood glittering round her like a bank of beautiful embroidery. In a few moments the young lady arose and descended the kiosk, at which one of her attendants cried out, "Is your highness too fatigued by riding to take a turn in the swing?" The princess replied that she was not, and immediately some supported her under the shoulders, while others seized her arms, and others again arranged her petticoats and brought her the proper shoes. Thus they helped her into the swing, she herself stretching out her shining arms and putting her feet into a suitable pair of slippers. And then away she went, light as a flying swallow, far up into the fleecy clouds. As soon as she had had enough, the attendants helped her out, and one of them exclaimed, "Truly, your highness is a perfect angel." At this the young lady laughed and walked away, C.A. Chern gazing after her in a state of semi-consciousness, until, at length, the voices died away, and he and his servant crept forth. Walking up and down near the swing, he suddenly espied a red handkerchief near the paling, which he knew had been dropped by one of the young ladies, and, thrusting it joyfully into his sleeve, he walked up and entered the kiosk. There, upon a table, lay writing materials, and taking out the handkerchief he indited upon it the following lines. What form divine was just now sporting nigh? 'Twas she, I trow, of golden lily fame, her charms the moon's fair denizens might shame, her fairy footsteps bear her to the sky. Humming this stanza to himself, C.A. Chern walked along seeking for the path by which he had entered, but every door was securely barred, and he knew not what to do. So he went back to the kiosk, when suddenly one of the young ladies appeared and asked him in astonishment what he did there. "I have lost my way," replied C.A. Chern. "I pray you lend me your assistance." "Do you happen to have found a red handkerchief?" said the girl. "I have indeed," answered C.A. Chern, "but I fear I have made it somewhat dirty." And, suiting the action to the word, he drew it forth and handed it to her. "Wretched man," cried the young lady, "you are undone. This is a handkerchief the princess is constantly using, and you have gone and scribbled all over it. What will become of you now?" C.A. Chern was in a great fright and begged the young lady to intercede for him, to which she replied, "It was bad enough that you should come here and spy about. However, being a scholar and a man of refinement, I would have done my best for you. But after this, how am I to help you?" Off she then ran with the handkerchief, while C.A. Chern remained behind in an agony of suspense and longing for the wings of a bird to bear him away from his fate. By and by, the young lady returned and congratulated him, saying, "There is some hope for you. The princess read your verses several times over and was not at all angry. You will probably be released, but meanwhile wait here and don't climb the trees or try to get through the walls, or you may not escape after all." Evening was now drawing on, and C.A. Chern knew not, for certain, what was about to happen. At the same time he was very empty, and, what with hunger and anxiety, death would have been almost a happy release. Before long, the young lady returned with a lamp in her hand, and followed by a slave girl bearing wine and food, which she forthwith presented to C.A. Chern. The latter asked if there was any news about himself, to which the young lady replied that she had just mentioned his case to the princess, who, not knowing what to do with him at that hour of the night, had given orders that he should at once be provided with food, which, at any rate, added she, is not bad news. The whole night long C.A. Chern walked up and down unable to take rest, and it was not till late in the morning that the young lady appeared with more food for him. Imploring her once more to intercede on his behalf, she told him that the princess had not instructed them either to kill or to release him, and that it would not be fitting for such as herself to be bothering the princess with suggestions. So there C.A. Chern still remained until another day had almost gone, hoping for the welcome moment. And then the young lady rushed hurriedly in, saying, "You are lost. Someone has told the queen," and she, in a fit of anger, threw the handkerchief on the ground and made use of very violent language. Oh dear, I'm sure something dreadful will happen." C.A. Chern threw himself on his knees, his face as pale as ashes, and begged to know what he should do. But at that moment sounds were heard outside, and the young lady waved her hand to him and ran away. Immediately a crowd came pouring in through the door, with ropes ready to secure the object of their search, and among them was a slave girl, who looked fixedly at our hero and cried out, "Why, surely you are Mr. C.A. Chern, aren't you?" At the same time stopping the others from binding him until she should have reported to the queen. In a few minutes she came back, and said the queen requested him to walk in, and in he went, through a number of doors, trembling all the time with fear, until he reached a hall, the screen before which was ornamented with green jade and silver. A beautiful girl drew aside the bamboo curtain at the door and announced, "Mr. C.A. Chern," and he himself advanced and fell down before a lady who was sitting upon a dais at the other end, knocking his head upon the ground and crying out, "Thy servant is from a far-off country. Spare, oh, spare his life." "Sir," replied the queen, rising hastily from her seat and extending a hand to C.A. Chern, "but for you I should not be here today. Pray excuse the rudeness of my maids." Thereupon a splendid repast was served, and wine was poured out in chased goblets, to the no small astonishment of Chern, who could not understand why he was treated thus. "Your kindness," observed the queen, "in restoring me to life, I am quite unable to repay. However, as you have made my daughter the subject of your verse, the match is clearly ordained by fate, and I shall send her along to be your handmaid." Chern hardly knew what to make of this extraordinary accomplishment of his wishes, but the marriage was solemnized there and then. Bands of music struck up wedding airs, beautiful mats were laid down for them to walk upon, and the whole place was brilliantly lighted with a profusion of colored lamps. Then Chern said to the princess that a stray and unknown traveler like myself, guilty of spoiling your highness's handkerchief, should have escaped the fate he deserved, was already more than could be expected. But now to receive you in marriage this, indeed, far surpasses my wildest expectations. "My mother," replied the princess, "is married to the king of this lake and is herself a daughter of the river prince. Last year, when on her way to visit her parents, she happened to cross the lake and was wounded by an arrow, but you saved her life and gave her plaster for the wound. Our family, therefore, is grateful to you and can never forget your good act. And do not regard me as of another species than yourself. The Dragon King has bestowed upon me the elixir of immortality, and this I will gladly share with you." Then Chern knew that his wife was a spirit, and by he asked her how the slave girl had recognized him, to which she replied that the girl was the small fish which had been found hanging to the dolphin's tail. He then inquired why, as they didn't intend to kill him, he had been kept so long a prisoner. "I was charmed with your literary talent," answered the princess, "but I did not venture to take the responsibility upon myself, and no one saw how I tossed and turned the livelong night." "Dear friend," said Chern, "but come, tell me who was it that brought my food." "A trusty waiting maid of mine," replied the princess. "Her name is Ainine." Chern then asked how he could ever repay her, and the princess told him there would be plenty of time to think of that, and when he inquired where the king, her father, was, she said he had gone off with the god of war to fight against Chu and had not returned. A few days passed, and Chern began to think his people at home would be anxious about him. So he sent off his servant with a letter to tell them he was safe and sound, at which they were all overjoyed, believing him to have been lost in the wreck of the boat, of which event news had already reached them. However, they were unable to send him any reply, and were considerably distressed as to how he would find his way home again. 6 months afterwards, Chern himself appeared, dressed in fine clothes and riding on a splendid horse, with plenty of money and valuable jewels in his pocket, evidently a man of wealth. From that time forth he kept up a magnificent establishment, and in 7 or 8 years had become the father of 5 children. Every day he kept open house, and if anyone asked him about his adventures, he would readily tell them without reservation. Now a friend of his, named Liang, whom he had known since they were boys together, and who, after holding an appointment for some years in Nanfu, was crossing the Tungtiang Lake on his way home, suddenly beheld an ornamental barge, with carved woodwork and red windows, passing over the foamy waves to the sound of music and singing from within. Just then a beautiful young lady leant out of one of the windows, which she had pushed open, and by her side Liang saw a young man sitting in a negligee attitude, while 2 nice-looking girls stood by and shampooed him. Liang, at first, thought it must be the party of some high official, and wondered at the scarcity of attendants. But on looking more closely at the young man, he saw it was no other than his old friend Chern. Thereupon he began almost involuntarily to shout out to him, and when Chern heard his own name, he stopped the rowers and walked out towards the figurehead, beckoning Liang to cross over into his boat, where the remains of their feast was quickly cleared away, and fresh supplies of wine and tea and all kinds of costly foods spread out by handsome slave girls. "It's 10 years since we met," said Liang, "and what a rich man you have become in the meantime." "Well," replied Chern, "do you think that so very extraordinary for a poor fellow like me?" Liang then asked him who was the lady with whom he was taking wine, and Chern said she was his wife, which very much astonished Liang, who further inquired whither they were going. "Westwards," answered Chern, and prevented any further questions by giving a signal for the music, which effectually put a stop to all further conversation. By and by, Liang found the wine getting into his head, and seized the opportunity to ask Chern to make him a present of one of his beautiful slave girls. "You are drunk, my friend," replied C.A. Chern. "However, I will give you the price of one as a pledge of our old friendship." And turning to a servant, he bade him present Liang with a splendid pearl, saying, "Now you can buy a green pearl. You see I am not stingy," adding forthwith, "but I am pressed for time and can stay no longer with my old friend." So he escorted Liang back to his boat, and having let go the rope, proceeded on his way. Now, when Liang reached home and called at C.A. Chern's house, whom should he see but C.A. Chern himself drinking with a party of friends. "Why, I saw you only yesterday," cried Liang, "upon the tongue Tiang. How quickly you have got back." C.A. Chern denied this, and then Liang repeated the whole story, at the conclusion of which C.A. Chern laughed and said, "You must be mistaken. Do you imagine I can be in two places at once?" The company were all much astonished and knew not what to make of it. And subsequently when C.A. Chern, who died at the age of 80, was being carried to his grave, the bearers thought the coffin seemed remarkably light, and on opening it to see, found that the body had disappeared. Footnotes. Literally, a pig old woman dragon. Porpoise, fr, pork poison suggests itself at once, but I think freshwater dolphin is the best term, especially as the Tungtiang Lake is many hundred miles inland. The commentator explains it by to, which would be alligator or caiman, and is of course out of the question. My friend, Mr. L.C. Hopkins, has taken the trouble to make some investigations for me on this subject. He tells me that this fish, also called the river pig, has first to be surrounded and secured by a strong net. Being too large to be hauled on board a boat, it is then driven ashore, where oil is extracted from the carcass and used for giving a gloss to silk thread and sea. Literally, in the utter absence of any body. In passing near to the women's quarters in a friend's house, it is etiquette to cough slightly, that inmates may be warned and withdraw from the doors or windows in time to escape observation. Over and over again, at interviews with mandarins of all grades, I have heard the rustling of the ladies' dresses from some coigny of vantage, whence every movement of mine was being watched by an inquisitive crowd. And on one occasion, I actually saw an eye peering through a small hole in the partition behind me. Literally, bald eye, without the usual width and ornamentation of a Chinese lady's sleeve. Small waists are much admired in China, but any such artificial aids as stays and tight lacing are quite unknown. A certain Prince Y admitted none but the possessors of small waists into his harem. Hence his establishment came to be called the Palace of Small Waists. Probably of felt or some such material, to prevent the young lady from slipping as she stood, not sat, in the swing. A rebel chieftain of the legendary period of China's history, who took up arms against the Emperor Huang Ti, BC 26, 97-25-97, but was subsequently defeated in what was perhaps the first decisive battle of the world. This favorite process consists in gently thumping the person operated upon all over the back with the soft part of the closed fists. Compare Lane, Arabian Nights, Volume I, p. 551. She then pressed me to her bosom and laid me on the bed and continued gently kneading my limbs until slumber overcame me. See No. LVI, note 315. A considerable number of the attendants there mentioned would accompany any high official, some in the same, the rest in another barge. Generally known as the cut-wave god. At all great banquets in China, a theatrical troupe is engaged to perform while the dinner, which may last from 4 to 6 hours, drags its slow length along. 397 See No. Live, note 292. The name of a celebrated beauty. 70. The Princess Lily. At Chaiochu, there lived a man named Tu H-sun, otherwise known as H. Sio Hui. One day he had just dropped off to sleep when he beheld a man in serge clothes standing by the bedside and apparently anxious to communicate something to him. Tu inquired his errand, to which the man replied that he was the bearer of an invitation from his master. "And who is your master?" asked Tu. "Oh, he doesn't live far off," replied the other. So away they went together, and after some time came to a place where there were innumerable white houses rising one above the other, and shaded by dense groves of lemon trees. They threaded their way past countless doors, not at all similar to those usually used, and saw a great many official-looking men and women passing and repassing, each of whom called out to the man in serge, "Has Mr. Tu come?" To which he always replied in the affirmative. Here a mandarin met them and escorted Tu into a palace, upon which the latter remarked, "This is really very kind of you, but I haven't the honor of knowing you, and I feel somewhat diffident about going in." "Our prince," answered his guide, "has long heard of you as a man of good family and excellent principles, and is very anxious to make your acquaintance." "Who is your prince?" inquired Tu. "You'll see for yourself in a moment," said the other. And just then out came two girls with banners and guided Tu through a great number of doors until they came to a throne, upon which sat the prince. His Highness immediately descended to meet him and made him take the seat of honor, after which ceremony exquisite viands of all kinds were spread out before them. Looking up, Tu noticed a scroll, on which was inscribed, "The Kasha Court," and he was just beginning to feel puzzled as to what he should say next, when the prince addressed him as follows: "The honor of having you for a neighbor is, as it were, a bond of affinity between us. Let us, then, give ourselves up to enjoyment and put away suspicion and fear." Tu murmured his acquiescence, and when the wine had gone round several times there arose from a distance the sound of pipes and singing, unaccompanied, however, by the usual drum, and very much subdued in volume. Thereupon the prince looked about him and cried out, "We are about to set a verse for any of you gentlemen to cap. Here you are, Genius seeks the Kasha Court." While the courtiers were all engaged in thinking of some fit antithesis, Tu added, "Refinement loves the lily flower," upon which the prince exclaimed, "How strange! Lily is my daughter's name, and, after such a coincidence, she must come in for you to see her." In a few moments the tinkling of her ornaments and a delicious fragrance of musk announced the arrival of the princess, who was between 16 and 17 and endowed with surpassing beauty. The prince bade her make an obeisance to Tu, at the same time introducing her as his daughter Lily, and as soon as the ceremony was over the young lady moved away. Tu remained in a state of stupefaction, and, when the prince proposed that they should pledge each other in another bumper, paid not the slightest attention to what he said. Then the prince, perceiving what had distracted his guest's attention, remarked that he was anxious to find a consort for his daughter, but that unfortunately there was the difficulty of species, and he didn't know what to do. But again Tu took no notice of what the prince was saying, until at length one of the bystanders plucked his sleeve, and asked him if he hadn't seen that the prince wished to drink with him, and had just been addressing some remarks to him. Thereupon Tu started, and recovering himself at once, rose from the table and apologized to the prince for his rudeness, declaring that he had taken so much wine he didn't know what he was doing. "Besides," said he, "your highness has doubtless business to transact, I will therefore take my leave." "I am extremely pleased to have seen you," replied the prince, "and only regret that you are in such a hurry to be gone. However, I won't detain you now, but, if you don't forget all about us, I shall be very glad to invite you here again." He then gave orders that Tu should be escorted home, and on the way one of the courtiers asked the latter why he had said nothing when the prince had spoken of a consort for his daughter, as his highness had evidently made the remark with an eye to securing Tu as his son-in-law. The latter was now sorry that he had missed his opportunity. Meanwhile they reached his house, and he himself awoke. The sun had already set, and there he sat in the gloom thinking of what had happened. In the evening he put out his candle, hoping to continue his dream, but alas, the thread was broken, and all he could do was to pour forth his repentance in sighs. One night he was sleeping at a friend's house when suddenly an officer of the court walked in and summoned him to appear before the prince. So up he jumped and hurried off at once to the palace, where he prostrated himself before the throne. The prince raised him and made him sit down, saying that since they had last met he had become aware that Tu would be willing to marry his daughter, and hoped that he might be allowed to offer her as a handmaid. Tu rose and thanked the prince, who thereupon gave orders for a banquet to be prepared, and when they had finished their wine, it was announced that the princess had completed her toilet. Immediately a bevy of young ladies came in with the princess in their midst, a red veil covering her head and her tiny footsteps sounding like rippling water as they led her up to be introduced to Tu. When the ceremonies were concluded, Tu said to the princess, "In your presence, madam, it would be easy to forget even death itself. But tell me, is not this all a dream?" "And how can it be a dream," asked the princess, "when you and I are here together?" Next morning Tu amused himself by helping the princess to paint her face, and then, seizing a girdle, began to measure the size of her waist and the length of her fingers and feet. "Are you crazy?" cried she, laughing, to which Tu replied, I have been deceived so often by dreams that I am now making a careful record. If such it turns out to be, I shall still have something as a souvenir of you." While they were thus chatting, a maid rushed into the room, shrieking out, "Alas, alas! A great monster has got into the palace. The prince has fled into a side chamber. Destruction is surely come upon us." Tu was in a great fright when he heard this, and rushed off to see the prince, who grasped his hand and with tears in his eyes begged him not to desert them. "Our relationship," cried he, "was cemented when heaven sent this calamity upon us, and now my kingdom will be overthrown. What shall I do?" Tu begged to know what was the matter, and then the prince laid a dispatch upon the table, telling Tu to open it and make himself acquainted with its contents. This dispatch ran as follows: "The Grand Secretary of State, Black Wings, to His Royal Highness, announcing the arrival of an extraordinary monster, and advising the immediate removal of the court in order to preserve the vitality of the empire. A report has just been received from the officer in charge of the Yellow Gate stating that, ever since the 6th of the 5th moon, a huge monster, 10,000 feet in length, has been lying coiled up outside the entrance to the palace, and that it has already devoured 13,800 and odd of your highness's subjects, and is spreading desolation far and wide. On receipt of this information, your servant proceeded to make a reconnaissance, and there beheld a venomous reptile with a head as big as a mountain and eyes like vast sheets of water. Every time it raised its head, whole buildings disappeared down its throat, and on stretching itself out, walls and houses were alike laid in ruins. In all antiquity there is no record of such a scourge. The fate of our temples and ancestral halls is now a mere question of hours. We therefore pray your Royal Highness to depart at once with the royal family and seek somewhere else a happier abode." When Tu had read this document, his face turned ashy pale, and just then a messenger rushed in, shrieking out, "Here is the monster!" At which the whole court burst into lamentations, as if their last hour was at hand. The prince was beside himself with fear. All he could do was to beg Tu to look to his own safety, without regarding the wife through whom he was involved in their misfortunes. The princess, however, who was standing by bitterly lamenting the fate that had fallen upon them, begged Tu not to desert her. And, after a moment's hesitation, he said he should be only too happy to place his own poor home at their immediate disposal if they would only deign to honor him. "How can we talk of deigning?" cried the princess. "At such a moment as this? I pray you take us there as quickly as possible." So Tu gave her his arm, and in no time they had arrived at Tu's house, which the princess at once pronounced to be a charming place of residence and better even than their former kingdom. "But I must now ask you," said she to Tu, "to make some arrangement for my father and mother, that the old order of things may be continued here." Tu at first offered objections to this, whereupon the princess said that a man who would not help another in his hour of need was not much of a man, and immediately went off into a fit of hysterics, from which Tu was trying his best to recall her, when all of a sudden he awoke and found that it was all a dream. However, he still heard a buzzing in his ears, which he knew was not made by any human being, and on looking carefully about he discovered 2 or 3 bees which had settled on his pillow. He was very much astonished at this, and consulted with his friend, who was also greatly amazed at his strange story. And then the latter pointed out a number of other bees on various parts of his dress, none of which would go away even when brushed off. His friend now advised him to get a hive for them, which he did without delay, and immediately it was filled by a whole swarm of bees, which came flying from over the wall in great numbers. On tracing whence they had come, it was found that they belonged to an old gentleman who lived near, and who had kept bees for more than 30 years previously. Tu thereupon went and told him the story, and when the old gentleman examined his hive, he found the bees all gone. On breaking it open, he discovered a large snake inside of about 10 feet in length, which he immediately killed, recognizing in it the huge monster of Tu's adventure. As for the bees, they remained with Tu, and increased in numbers every year. Footnotes. In this favorite pastime of the literati in China, the important point is that each word in the second line should be a due and proper antithesis of the word in the first line to which it corresponds. See no Elze, note 349. See no Elzix, note 390. The language in which this fanciful document is couched is precisely such as would be used by an officer of the government in announcing some national calamity. Hence the value of these tales, models as they are of the purest possible style. 71. The Donkey's Revenge. Chung Ching-yu was a scholar of some reputation who lived in Manchuria. When he went up for his master's degree, he heard that there was a Taoist priest at the capital who would tell people's fortunes and was very anxious to see him. And at the conclusion of the second part of the examination, he accidentally met him at Pu Songling. The priest was over 60 years of age and had the usual white beard flowing down over his breast. Around him stood a perfect wall of people inquiring their future fortunes, and to each the old man made a brief reply. But when he saw Chung among the crowd, he was overjoyed and, seizing him by the hand, said, "Sir, your virtuous intentions command my esteem." He then led him up behind a screen and asked if he did not wish to know what was to come, and when Chung replied in the affirmative, the priest informed him that his prospects were bad. "You may succeed in passing this examination," continued he, "but on returning covered with honor to your home, I fear that your mother will be no longer there." Now Chung was a very filial son, and as soon as he heard these words, his tears began to flow, and he declared that he would go back without competing any further. The priest observed that if he let this chance slip, he could never hope for success. To which Chung replied that, on the other hand, if his mother were to die, he could never hope to have her back again, and that even the rank of viceroy would not repay him for her loss. "Well," said the priest, "you and I were connected in a former existence, and I must do my best to help you now." So he took out a pill which he gave to Chung, and told him that if he sent it post-haste by someone to his mother, it would prolong her life for 7 days, and thus he would be able to see her once again after the examination was over. Chung took the pill and went off in very low spirits, but he soon reflected that the span of human life is a matter of destiny, and that every day he could spend at home would be one more day devoted to the service of his mother. Accordingly, he got ready to start at once, and hiring a donkey, actually set out on his way back. When he had gone about half a mile, the donkey turned round and ran home, and when he used his whip, the animal threw itself down on the ground. Chung got into a great perspiration, and his servant recommended him to remain where he was. But this he would not hear of, and hired another donkey, which served him exactly the same trick as the other one. The sun was now sinking behind the hills, and his servant advised his master to stay and finish his examination while he himself went back home before him. Chung had no alternative but to assent, and the next day he hurried through with his papers, starting immediately afterwards and not stopping at all on the way either to eat or to sleep. All night long he went on, and arrived to find his mother in a very critical state. However, when he gave her the pill, she so far recovered that he was able to go in and see her. Grasping his hand, she begged him not to weep, telling him that she had just dreamt she had been down to the infernal regions, where the king of hell had informed her with a gracious smile that her record was fairly clean, and that in view of the filial piety of her son she was to have 12 years more of life. Chung was rejoiced at this, and his mother was soon restored to her former health. Before long the news arrived that Chung had passed his examination, upon which he bade adieu to his mother and went off to the capital, where he bribed the eunuchs of the palace to communicate with his friend the Taoist priest. The latter was very much pleased and came out to see him, whereupon Chung prostrated himself at his feet. "Ah," said the priest, "this success of yours and the prolongation of your good mother's life is all a reward for your virtuous conduct. What have I done in the matter?" Chung was very much astonished that the priest should already know what had happened. However, he now inquired as to his own future. "You will never rise to high rank," replied the priest, "but you will attain the years of an octogenarian. In a former state of existence, you and I were once traveling together when you threw a stone at a dog and accidentally killed a frog. Now that frog has reappeared in life as a donkey, and according to all principles of destiny, you ought to suffer for what you did. But your filial piety has touched the gods, a protecting star influence has passed into your nativity sheet, and you will come to no harm. On the other hand, there is your wife. In her former state, she was not as virtuous as she might have been, and her punishment in this life was to be widowed quite young. You, however, have secured the prolongation of your own term of years, and therefore I fear that before long your wife will pay the penalty of death." Chung was much grieved at hearing this, but after a while he asked the priest where his second wife to be was living. "At Chungchu," replied the latter. "She is now 14 years old." The priest then bade him adieu, telling him that if any mischance should befall him, he was to hurry off towards the southeast. About a year after this, Chung's wife did die, and his mother then desiring him to go and visit his uncle, who was a magistrate in Kiangsi, on which journey he would have to pass through Chengchu, it seemed like a fulfillment of the old priest's prophecy. As he went along, he came to a village on the banks of a river, where a large crowd of people was gathered together round a theatrical performance which was going on there. Chung would have passed quietly by, had not a stray donkey followed so close behind him that he turned round and hit it over the ears. This startled the donkey so much that it ran off full gallop and knocked a rich gentleman's child, who was sitting with its nurse on the bank, right into the water, before any one of the servants could lend a hand to save it. Immediately there was a great outcry against Chung, who gave his mule the rein and dashed away, mindful of the priest's warning, towards the southeast. After riding about 7 miles, he reached a mountain village, where he saw an old man standing at the door of a house, and jumping off his mule made him a low bow. The old man asked him in and inquired his name and whence he came, to which Chung replied by telling him the whole adventure. "Never fear," said the old man. "You can stay here while I send out to learn the position of affairs." By the evening his messenger had returned, and then they knew for the first time that the child belonged to a wealthy family. The old man looked grave and said, "Had it been anybody else's child, I might have helped you, as it is I can do nothing." Chung was greatly alarmed at this. However, the old man told him to remain quietly there for the night and see what turn matters might take. Chung was overwhelmed with anxiety and did not sleep a wink, and next morning he heard that the constables were after him, and that it was death to anyone who should conceal him. The old man changed countenance at this and went inside, leaving Chung to his own reflections. But towards the middle of the night he came and knocked at Chung's door, and, sitting down, began to ask how old his wife was. Chung replied that he was a widower, at which the old man seemed rather pleased and declared that in such case help would be forthcoming. "For," said he, "my sister's husband has taken the vows and become a priest, and my sister herself has died, leaving an orphan girl who has now no home, and if you would only marry her." Chung was delighted, more especially as this would be both the fulfillment of the Taoist priest's prophecy and a means of extricating himself from his present difficulty. At the same time, he declared he should be sorry to implicate his future father-in-law. "Never fear about that," replied the old man. "My sister's husband is pretty skillful in the black art. He has not mixed much with the world of late, but when you are married, you can discuss the matter with my niece." So Chung married the young lady, who was 16 years of age and very beautiful, but whenever he looked at her he took occasion to sigh. At last she said, "I may be ugly, but you needn't be in such a hurry to let me know it." Whereupon Chung begged her pardon and said he felt himself only too lucky to have met with such a divine creature, adding that he sighed because he feared some misfortune was coming on them which would separate them forever. He then told her his story, and the young lady was very angry that she should have been drawn into such a difficulty without a word of warning. Chung fell on his knees and said he had already consulted with her uncle, who was unable himself to do anything, much as he wished it. He continued that he was aware of her power, and then, pointing out that his alliance was not altogether beneath her, made all kinds of promises if she would only help him out of this trouble. The young lady was no longer able to refuse, but informed him that to apply to her father would entail certain disagreeable consequences, as he had retired from the world and did not any more recognize her as his daughter. That night, they did not attempt to sleep, spending the interval in patting their knees with thick felt concealed beneath their clothes, and then they got into chairs and were carried off to the hills. After journeying some distance, they were compelled by the nature of the road to alight and walk, and it was only by a great effort that Chung succeeded at last in getting his wife to the top. At the door of the temple, they sat down to rest, the powder and paint on the young lady's face having all mixed with the perspiration trickling down. But when Chung began to apologize for bringing her to this pass, she replied that it was a mere trifle compared with what was to come. By and by, they went inside, and threading their way to the wall beyond, found the young lady's father sitting in contemplation, his eyes closed, and a servant boy standing by with a chowry. Everything was beautifully clean and nice, but before the dais were sharp stones scattered about as thick as the stars in the sky. The young lady did not venture to select a favorable spot. She fell on her knees at once, and Chung did likewise behind her. Then her father opened his eyes, shutting them again almost instantaneously, whereupon the young lady said, "For a long time I have not paid my respects to you. I am now married, and I have brought my husband to see you." A long time passed away, and then her father opened his eyes and said, "You're giving a great deal of trouble," immediately relapsing into silence again. There the husband and wife remained until the stones seemed to pierce into their very bones. But after a while the father cried out, "Have you brought the donkey?" His daughter replied that they had not. Whereupon they were told to go and fetch it at once, which they did, not knowing what the meaning of this order was. After a few more days kneeling, they suddenly heard that the murderer of the child had been caught and beheaded, and were just congratulating each other on the success of their scheme, when a servant came in with a stick in his hand, the top of which had been chopped off. "This stick," said the servant, "died instead of you. Bury it reverently, that the wrong done to the tree may be somewhat atoned for." Then Chung saw that at the place where the top of the stick had been chopped off there were traces of blood. He therefore buried it with the usual ceremony, and immediately set off with his wife, and returned to his own home. Footnotes. The examination consists of 3 bouts of 3 days each, during which periods the candidates remain shut up in their examination cells day and night. The name of a place. This interesting ceremony is performed by placing little conical pastils on a certain number of spots, varying from 3 to 12, on the candidate's head. These are then lighted and allowed to burn down into the flesh, while the surrounding parts are vigorously rubbed by attendant priests in order to lessen the pain. The whole thing lasts about 20 minutes, and is always performed on the eve of Shakyamuni Buddha's birthday. The above was well described by Mr. S. L. Baldwin in the Foochow Herald. There is a room in most Buddhist temples specially devoted to this purpose. The Buddhist emblem of cleanliness, generally a yak's tail and commonly used as a flybrush. Tree worship can hardly be said to exist in China at the present day, though at a comparatively recent epoch, this phase of religious sentiment must have been widely spread. See the flower nymphs and Mr. Willow. 72. The Wolf Dream. Mr. Pai was a native of Kaili, and his eldest son was called Chia. The latter had been some 2 years holding an appointment as magistrate in the south, but because of the great distance between them, his family had heard nothing of him. One day a distant connection, named Ting, called at the house, and Mr. Pai, not having seen this gentleman for a long time, treated him with much cordiality. Now Ting was one of those persons who are occasionally employed by the judge of the infernal regions to make arrests on earth, and, as they were chatting together, Mr. Pai questioned him about the realms below. Ting told him all kinds of strange things, but Pai did not believe them, answering only by a smile. Some days afterwards, he had just lain down to sleep when Ting walked in and asked him to go for a stroll, so they went off together, and by and by reached the city. "There," said Ting, pointing to a door, "lives your nephew," alluding to a son of Mr. Pai's elder sister who was a magistrate in Honan, and when Pai expressed his doubts as to the accuracy of this statement, Ting let him in when, lo and behold, there was his nephew, sitting in his court dressed in his official robes. Around him stood the guard, and it was impossible to get near him. But Ting remarked that his son's residence was not far off, and asked Pai if he would not like to see him too. The latter assenting, they walked along till they came to a large building, which Ting said was the place. However, there was a fierce wolf at the entrance, and Mr. Pai was afraid to go in. Ting bade him enter, and accordingly they walked in, when they found that all the employees of the place, some of whom were standing about and others lying down to sleep, were all wolves. The central pathway was piled up with whitening bones, and Mr. Pai began to feel horribly alarmed, but Ting kept close to him all the time, and at length they got safely in. Pai's son, Chia, was just coming out, and when he saw his father accompanied by Ting, he was overjoyed, and asking them to sit down, bade the attendants serve some refreshment. Thereupon a great big wolf brought in his mouth the carcass of a dead man, and set it before them, at which Mr. Pai rose up in consternation, and asked his son what this meant. "It's only a little refreshment for you, father," replied Chia. But this did not calm Mr. Pai's agitation, who would have retired precipitately, had it not been for the crowd of wolves which barred the path. Just as he was at a loss what to do, there was a general stampede among the animals which scurried away, some under the couches and some under the tables and chairs. And while he was wondering what the cause of this could be, in marched two knights in golden armor, who looked sternly at Chia, and, producing a black rope, proceeded to bind him hand and foot. Chia fell down before them and was changed into a tiger with horrid fangs, and then one of the knights drew a glittering sword and would have cut off its head, had not the other cried out, "Not yet, not yet, that is for the 4th month next year. Let us now only take out its teeth." Immediately that knight produced a huge mallet, and with a few blows, scattered the tiger's teeth all over the floor, the tiger roaring so loudly with pain as to shake the very hills, and frightening all the wits out of Mr. Pai, who woke up with a start. He found he had been dreaming, and at once sent off to invite Ting to come and see him. But Ting sent back to say he must beg to be excused. Then Mr. Pai, pondering on what he had seen in his dream, dispatched his second son with a letter to Chia, full of warnings and good advice. And lo, when his son arrived, he found that his elder brother had lost all his front teeth, these having been knocked out, as he averred, by a fall he had had from his horse when tipsy. And on comparing dates, the day of that fall was found to coincide with the day of his father's dream. The younger brother was greatly amazed at this, and took out their father's letter, which he gave to Chia to read. The latter changed color, but immediately asked his brother what there was to be astonished at in the coincidence of a dream. And just at that time, he was busily engaged in bribing his superiors to put him first on the list for promotion, so that he soon forgot all about the circumstance. While the younger, observing what harpies Chia's subordinates were, taking presents from one man and using their influence for another, in one unbroken stream of corruption, sought out his elder brother, and, with tears in his eyes, implored him to put some check upon their rapacity. "My brother," replied Chia, "your life has been passed in an obscure village. You know nothing of our official routine. We are promoted or degraded at the will of our superiors, and not by the voice of the people. He, therefore, who gratifies his superiors is marked out for success, whereas he who consults the wishes of the people is unable to gratify his superiors as well." Chia's brother saw that his advice was thrown away. He accordingly returned home and told his father all that had taken place. The old man was much affected, but there was nothing that he could do in the matter, so he devoted himself to assisting the poor, and such acts of charity, daily praying the gods that the wicked son alone might suffer for his crimes, and not entail misery on his innocent wife and children. The next year it was reported that Chia had been recommended for a post in the Board of Civil Office, and friends crowded the father's door, offering their congratulations upon the happy event. But the old man sighed and took to his bed, pretending he was too unwell to receive visitors. Before long another message came, informing them that Chia had fallen in with bandits while on his way home, and that he and all his retinue had been killed. Then his father arose and said, "Verily the gods are good unto me, for they have visited his sins upon himself alone." And he immediately proceeded to burn incense and return thanks. Some of his friends would have persuaded him that the report was probably untrue, but the old man had no doubts as to its correctness and made haste to get ready his son's grave. But Chia was not yet dead. In the fatal 4th moon he had started on his journey and had fallen in with bandits, to whom he had offered all his money and valuables. Upon which the latter cried out, "We have come to avenge the cruel wrongs of many hundreds of victims. Do you imagine we want only that?" They then cut off his head, and the head of his wicked secretary, and the heads of several of his servants who had been foremost in carrying out his shameful orders, and were now accompanying him to the capital. They then divided the booty between them, and made off with all speed. Chia's soul remained near his body for some time, until at length a high mandarin passing by asked who it was that was lying there dead. One of his servants replied that he had been a magistrate at such and such a place, and that his name was Pai. "What?" said the mandarin, the son of old Mr. Pai. "It is hard that his father should live to see such sorrow as this. Put his head on again." Then a man stepped forward and placed Chia's head upon his shoulders again, when the mandarin interrupted him, saying, "A crooked-minded man should not have a straight body. Put his head on sideways." By and by Chia's soul returned to its tenement, and when his wife and children arrived to take away the corpse, they found that he was still breathing. Carrying him home, they poured some nourishment down his throat, which he was able to swallow. But there he was at an out-of-the-way place, without the means of continuing his journey. It was some 6 months before his father heard the real state of the case, and then he sent off the second son to bring his brother home. Chia had indeed come to life again, but he was able to see down his own back, and was regarded ever afterwards more as a monstrosity than as a man. Subsequently, the nephew, whom old Mr. Pai had seen sitting in state surrounded by officials, actually became an imperial censor, so that every detail of the dream was thus strangely realized. Footnotes literally had been allotted the post of Nanfu magistrate, such appointments being always determined by drawing lots. Such is one common explanation of catalepsy. See number I, note 40, it being further averred that the proper lictors of the infernal regions are unable to remain long in the light of the upper world. Upon a wall at the entrance to every official residence is painted a huge, fabulous animal, called greed, in such a position that the resident mandarin must see it every time he goes out of his front gates. It is to warn him against greed and the crimes that are sure to flow from it. Such, indeed, is the case at the present day in China and elsewhere. See No. Roman 7, note 54. The great sorrow of decapitation, as opposed to strangulation, is that the body will appear in the realms below without a head. The family of any condemned man who may have sufficient means always bribe the executioner to sew it on again. This story is an admirable exposé of Chinese official corruption, as rampant at the present day as ever in the long history of China. 73. The unjust sentence. Mr. Chu was a native of Yangkou, and, as a young man, was much given to playing tricks and talking in a loose kind of way. Having lost his wife, he went off to ask a certain old woman to arrange another match for him, and on the way, he chanced to fall in with a neighbor's wife who took his fancy very much. So he said in joke to the old woman, "Get me that stylish-looking, handsome lady, and I shall be quite satisfied." "I'll see what I can do," replied the old woman, also joking, "if you will manage to kill her present husband," upon which Chu laughed and said he certainly would do so. Now about a month afterwards, the said husband, who had gone out to collect some money due to him, was actually killed in a lonely spot, and the magistrate of the district immediately summoned the neighbors and beadle and held the usual inquest, but was unable to find any clue to the murderer. However, the old woman told the story of her conversation with Chu, and suspicion at once fell upon him. The constables came and arrested him, but he stoutly denied the charge, and the magistrate now began to suspect the wife of the murdered man. Accordingly, she was severely beaten and tortured in several ways until her strength failed her, and she falsely acknowledged her guilt. Chu was then examined, and he said, "This delicate woman could not bear the agony of your tortures. What she has stated is untrue, and even should her wrong escape the notice of the gods, for her to die in this way with a stain upon her name is more than I can endure. I will tell the whole truth. I killed the husband that I might secure the wife. She knew nothing at all about it." And when the magistrate asked for some proof, Chu said his bloody clothes would be evidence enough, but when they sent to search his house, no bloody clothes were forthcoming. He was then beaten till he fainted, yet when he came round he still stuck to what he had said. "It is my mother," cried he, "who will not sign the death warrant of her son. Let me go myself and I will get the clothes." So he was escorted by a guard to his home, and there he explained to his mother that whether she gave up or withheld the clothes, it was all the same, that in either case he would have to die, and it was better to die early than late. Thereupon his mother wept bitterly, and going into the bedroom, brought out, after a short delay, the required clothes, which were taken at once to the magistrate, S. There was now no doubt as to the truth of Chu's story, and as nothing occurred to change the magistrate's opinion, Chu was thrown into prison to await the day for his execution. Meanwhile, as the magistrate was one day inspecting his jail, suddenly a man appeared in the hall, who glared at him fiercely and roared out, "Dull-headed fool! Unfit to be the guardian of the people's interests." Whereupon the crowd of servants standing round rushed forward to seize him, but with one sweep of his arms he laid them all flat on the ground. The magistrate was frightened out of his wits and tried to escape, but the man cried out to him, "I am one of Quan Tai's lieutenants. If you move an inch, you are lost." So the magistrate stood there, shaking from head to foot with fear, while his visitor continued, "The murderer is Kung Paio. Chu had nothing to do with it." The lieutenant then fell down on the ground and was to all appearance lifeless, However, after a while he recovered, his face having quite changed, and when they asked him his name, lo, it was Kung Pao. Under the application of the bamboo he confessed his guilt. Always an unprincipled man, he had heard that the murdered man was going out to collect money, and thinking he would be sure to bring it back with him, he had killed him but had found nothing. Then when he learnt that Chu had acknowledged the crime as his own doing, he had rejoiced in secret at such a stroke of luck. How he had got into the magistrate's hall he was quite unable to say. The magistrate now called for some explanation of Chu's bloody clothes, which Chu himself was unable to give. But his mother, who was at once sent for, stated that she had cut her own arm to stain them, and when they examined her, they found on her left arm the scar of a recent wound. The magistrate was lost in amazement at all this. Unfortunately for him, the reversal of his sentence cost him his appointment, and he died in poverty, unable to find his way home. As for Chu, the widow of the murdered man married him in the following year, out of gratitude for his noble behavior. Footnotes. See number Elziv, note 373. Such has doubtless been the occasional result of torture in China, but the singular keenness of the mandarins, as a body, in recognizing the innocent and detecting the guilty that is, when their own avaricious interests are not involved makes this contingency so rare as to be almost unknown. A good instance came under my own notice at Swatow in 1876. For years, a Chinese servant had been employed at the foreign custom house to carry a certain sum of money every week to the bank, and at length his honesty was above suspicion. On the occasion to which I allude, he had been sent as usual with the bag of dollars, but after a short absence, he rushed back with a frightful gash on his right arm, evidently inflicted by a heavy chopper, and laying the bone bare. The money was gone. He said he had been invited into a tea house by a couple of soldiers whom he could point out, that they had tried to wrest the bag from him, and that at length one of them seized a chopper and inflicted so severe a wound on his arm that in his agony he dropped the money, and the soldiers made off with it. The latter were promptly arrested and confronted with their accuser, but with almost indecent haste, the police magistrate dismissed the case against them and declared that he believed the man had made away with the money and inflicted the wound on himself. And so, it turned out to be, under overwhelming evidence. This servant of proved fidelity had given way to a rash hope of making a little money at the gaming table, had hurried into one of these hells and lost everything in 3 stakes, had wounded himself on the right arm, he was a left-handed man, and had concocted the story of the soldiers, all within the space of about 25 minutes. When he saw that he was detected, he confessed everything, without having received a single blow of the bamboo. But up to the moment of his confession, the foreign feeling against that police magistrate was undeniably strong. See I note 39. See number LXVI, note 385. The circumstances which led to this marriage would certainly be considered exceptional. 74. A Rip Van Winkle. The story runs that a Mr. Chia, after obtaining, with the assistance of a mysterious friend, his master's degree, became alive to the vanity of mere earthly honors and determined to devote himself to the practice of Taoism in the hope of obtaining the elixir of immortality. So early one morning, Chia and his friend, whose name was Lang, stole away together without letting Chia's family know anything about it, and by and by they found themselves among the hills in a vast cave where there was another world and another sky. An old man was sitting there in great state, and Lang presented Chia to him as his future master. "Why have you come so soon?" asked the old man, to which Lang replied, "My friend's determination is firmly fixed. I pray you receive him amongst you." "Since you have come," said the old man turning to Chia, "you must begin by putting away from you your earthly body." Chia murmured his assent and was then escorted by Lang to sleeping chamber where he was provided with food, after which Lang went away. The room was beautifully clean, the doors had no panels and the windows no lattices, and all the furniture was one table and one couch. Chia took off his shoes and lay down, with the moon shining brightly into the room, and beginning soon to feel hungry, he tried one of the cakes on the table, which he found sweet and very satisfying. He thought Lang would be sure to come back, but there he remained hour after hour by himself, never hearing a sound. He noticed, however, that the room was fragrant with a delicious perfume, His viscera seemed to be removed from his body, by which his intellectual faculties were much increased, and every one of his veins and arteries could be easily counted. Then suddenly he heard a sound like that of a cat scratching itself, and, looking out of the window, he beheld a tiger sitting under the veranda. He was horribly frightened for the moment, but immediately recalling the admonition of the old man, he collected himself and sat quietly down again. The tiger seemed to know that there was a man inside, for it entered the room directly afterwards, and walking straight up to the couch sniffed at Chia's feet. Whereupon there was a noise outside, as if a fowl were having its legs tied, and the tiger ran away. Shortly afterwards, a beautiful young girl came in, suffusing an exquisite fragrance around, and going up to the couch where Chia was, she bent over him and whispered, "Here I am." Her breath was like the sweet odor of perfumes, but as Chia did not move, she whispered again, "Are you sleeping?" The voice sounded to Chia remarkably like that of his wife. However, he reflected that these were all probably nothing more than tests of his determination, so he closed his eyes firmly for a while. But by and by, the young lady called him by his pet name, and then he opened his eyes wide to discover that she was no other than his own wife. On asking her how she had come there, she replied that Mr. Lang was afraid her husband would be lonely, and had sent an old woman to guide her to him. Just then they heard the old man outside in a towering rage, and Chia's wife, not knowing where to conceal herself, jumped over a low wall nearby and disappeared. In came the old man and gave Lang a severe beating before Chia's face, bidding him at once to get rid of his visitor. So Lang led Chia away over the low wall, saying, "I knew how anxious you were to consummate your immortality, and accordingly I tried to hurry things on a bit. But now I see that your time has not yet come. Hence this beating I have had. Goodbye, we shall meet again some day." He then showed Chia the way to his home, and waving his hand bade him farewell. Chia looked down, for he was in the moon end, beheld the old familiar village, and recollecting that his wife was not a good walker and would not have got very far, hurried on to overtake her. Before long, he was at his own door, but he noticed that the place was all tumble down and in ruins, and not as it was when he went away. As for the people he saw, old and young alike, he did not recognize one of them, and recollecting the story of how Liu and Yuan came back from heaven, he was afraid to go in at the door. So he sat down and rested outside, and after a while an old man leaning on a staff came out, whereupon Chia asked him which was the house of Mr. Chia. "This is it," replied the old man. "You probably wish to hear the extraordinary story connected with the family. I know all about it. They say that Mr. Chia ran away just after he had taken his master's degree, when his son was only 7 or 8 years old, and that about 7 years afterwards, the child's mother went into a deep sleep from which she did not awake. As long as her son was alive, he changed his mother's clothes for her according to the seasons, but when he died, her grandsons fell into poverty, and had nothing but an old shanty to put the sleeping lady into. Last month she awaked, having been asleep for over 100 years. People from far and near have been coming in great numbers to hear the strange story. Of late, however, there have been rather fewer." Chia was amazed when he heard all this, and turning to the old man said, "I am Chia Fernche." This astonished the old man very much, and off he went to make the announcement to Chia's family. The eldest grandson was dead, and the second, a man of about 50, refused to believe that such a young-looking man was really his grandfather. But in a few moments out came Chia's wife, and she recognized her husband at once. They then fell upon each other's necks and mingled their tears together. After which the story is drawn out to a considerable length, but is quite devoid of interest. Footnotes. This being a long and tedious story, I have given only such part of it as is remarkable for its similarity to Washington Irving's famous narrative. See now Roman 4, note 46. Borrowed from Buddhism. Alluding to a similar story, related in the record of the Immortals, of how these two friends lost their way while gathering simples on the hills, and were met and entertained by two lovely young damsels for the space of half a year. When, however, they subsequently returned home, they found that 10 generations had passed away. Besides the above, there is the story of a man named Wang, who, wandering one day in the mountains, came upon some old men playing a game of YCHE, see appendix. And after watching them for some time, he found that the handle of an axe he had with him had moldered away into dust. 7 generations of men had passed away in the interval. Also, a similar legend of a horseman, who, when riding over the hills, saw several old men playing a game with rushes, and tied his horse to a tree while he himself approached to observe them. A few minutes afterwards he turned to depart, but found only the skeleton of his horse and the rotten remnants of the saddle and bridle. He then sought his home, but that was gone too, and so he laid himself down upon the ground and died of a broken heart. 75. The three states of existence. A certain man of the province of Hunan could recall what had happened to him in 3 previous lives. In the first, he was a magistrate and, on one occasion, when he had been nominated assistant examiner, a candidate named H. Sing was unsuccessful. H. Sing went home dreadfully mortified and soon after died, but his spirit appeared before the king of purgatory and read aloud the rejected essay, whereupon thousands of other shades, all of whom had suffered in a similar way, thronged around and unanimously elected H. Sing as their chief. The examiner was immediately summoned to take his trial, and when he arrived the king asked him, saying, "As you are appointed to examine the various essays, how is it that you throw out the able and admit the worthless?" "Sire," replied he, "the ultimate decision rests with the grand examiner. I only pass them on to him." The king then issued a warrant for the apprehension of the grand examiner, and, as soon as he appeared, he was told what had just now been said against him, to which he answered, "I am only able to make a general estimate of the merits of the candidates. Valuable essays may be kept back from me by my associate examiners, in which case I am powerless." But the king cried out, "It's all very well for you two thus to throw the blame on each other. You're both guilty, and both of you must be bambooed according to law." This sentence was about to be carried into effect when H. Sing, who was not at all satisfied with its lack of severity, set up such a fearful screeching and howling, in which he was well supported by all the other hundreds and thousands of shades, that the king stopped short and inquired what was the matter. Thereupon H. Sing informed his majesty that the sentence was too light, and that the examiners should both have their eyes gouged out, so as not to be able to read essays anymore. The king would not consent to this, explaining to the noisy rabble that the examiners did not purposely reject good essays, but only because they themselves were naturally wanting in capacity. The shades then begged that, at any rate, their hearts might be cut out, and to this the king was obliged to yield. So the examiners were seized by the attendants, their garments stripped off, and their bodies ripped open with sharp knives. The blood poured out on the ground, and the victims screamed with pain, at which all the shades rejoiced exceedingly and said, "Here we have been pent up with no one to redress our wrongs, but now Mr. H. Sing has come, our injuries are washed away." They then dispersed with great noise and hubbub. As for our associate examiner, after his heart had been cut out, he came to life again as the son of a poor man in Shensi. And when he was 20 years old, he fell into the hands of the rebels, who were at that time giving great trouble to the country. By and by, a certain official was sent at the head of some soldiers to put down the insurrection, and he succeeded in capturing a large number of the rebels, among whom was our hero. The latter reflected that he himself was no rebel, and he was hoping that he would be able to obtain his release in consequence, when he noticed that the officer in charge was also a man of his own age, and on looking more closely, he saw that it was his old enemy, H. Sing. "Alas!" cried he, "such is destiny." And so indeed it turned out, for all the other prisoners were forthwith released, and he alone was beheaded. Once more his spirit stood before the king of purgatory, this time with an accusation against H. Sing. The king, however, would not summon H. Sing at once, but said he should be allowed to complete his term of official life on earth, and it was not till 30 years afterwards that H. Sing appeared to answer to the charge. Then, because he had made light of the lives of his people, he was condemned to be born again as a brute beast. And our hero, too, inasmuch as he had been known to beat his father and mother, was sentenced to a similar fate. The latter, fearing the future vengeance of H. Sing, persuaded the king to give him the advantage of size, and, accordingly, orders were issued that he was to be born again as a big, and H. Sing as a little, dog. The big dog came to life in a shop in Shuntiin Fu, and was one day lying down in the street, when a trader from the south arrived, bringing with him a little golden-haired dog about the size of a wild cat, which, lo and behold, turned out to be H. Sing. The other, thinking H. Sing's size would render him an easy prey, seized him at once, but the little one caught him from underneath by the throat and hung there firmly like a bell. The The big dog tried hard to shake him off, and the people of the shop did their best to separate them, but all was of no avail, and in a few moments both dogs were dead. Upon their spirits presenting themselves, as usual before the king, each with its grievance against the other, the king cried out, "When will ye have done with your wrongs and your animosities? I will now settle the matter finally for you," and immediately commanded that Sing should become the other's son-in-law in the next world. The latter was then born at Yun, and when he was 28 years of age took his master's degree. He had one daughter, a very pretty girl, whom many of his wealthy neighbors would have been glad to get for their sons, but he would not accept any of their offers. On one occasion, he happened to pass through the prefectural city just as the examination for bachelor's degree was over, and the candidate who had come out at the top of the list, though named Li, was no other than Mr. Sing. So he led this man away and took him to an inn, where he treated him with the utmost cordiality, finally arranging that, as Mr. Li was still unmarried, he should marry his pretty daughter. Everyone, of course, thought that this was done in admiration of Li's talents, ignorant that destiny had already decreed the union of the young couple. No sooner were they married than Li, proud of his own literary achievements, began to slight his father-in-law, and often passed many months without going near him. All of which the father-in-law bore very patiently, and when, at length, Li had repeatedly failed to get on any farther in his career, he even went so far as to set to work, by all manner of means, to secure his success. After which they lived happily together as father and son. Footnotes. See Appendix A. If there is one institution in the Chinese Empire which is jealously guarded and honestly administered, it is the great system of competitive examinations which has obtained in China now for many centuries. And yet frauds do take place, in spite of the exceptionally heavy penalties incurred upon detection. Friends are occasionally smuggled through by the aid of marked essays, and dishonest candidates avail themselves of sleeve editions, as they are called, of the books in which they are to be examined. On the whole, the result is a successful one. As a rule, the best candidates pull through, while in exceptional cases, unquestionably good men are rejected. Of the latter class, the author of this work is a most striking instance. Excelling in literary attainments of the highest order, he failed more than once to obtain his master's degree and finally threw up in disgust. Thenceforward he became the enemy of the Mandarinate. And how he has lashed the corruption of his age may be read in such stories as The Wolf Dream, and many others, while the policy that he himself would have adopted, had he been fortunate enough to succeed, must remain forever a matter of doubt and speculation. 76. In the infernal regions. HSI Feng Piying was a native of Tung'an. His father's name was HSI Lian, a hasty-tempered man who had quarreled with a neighbor named Yang. By and by, Yang died, and some years afterwards when Lian was on his deathbed, he cried out that Yang was bribing the devils in hell to torture him. His body then swelled up and turned red, and in a few moments he had breathed his last. His son wept bitterly and refused all food, saying, "Alas! My poor father is now being maltreated by cruel devils. I must go down and help to redress his wrongs." Thereupon he ceased speaking, and sat for a long time like one dazed, his soul having already quitted its tenement of clay. To himself, he appeared to be outside the house, not knowing in what direction to go, so he inquired from one of the passers-by which was the way to the district city. Before long he found himself there, and directing his steps towards the prison, found his father lying outside in a very shocking state. When the latter beheld his son, he burst into tears and declared that the jailers had been bribed to beat him, which they did both day and night, until they had reduced him to his present sorry plight. Then Feng Piying turned round in a great rage and began to curse the jailers. "Out upon you!" cried he. "If my father is guilty, he should be punished according to law, and not at the will of a set of scoundrels like you." Thereupon he hurried away, and prepared a petition, which he took with him to present at the morning session of the city god. But his enemy, Yang, had meanwhile set to work, and bribed so effectually, that the city god dismissed his petition for want of corroborative evidence. Feng Piying was furious, but could do nothing. So he started at once for the prefectural city, where he managed to get his plaint received, though it was nearly a month before it came on for hearing. And then all he got was a reference back to the district city, where he was severely tortured, and escorted back to the door of his own home, for fear he should give further trouble. However, he did not go in, but stole away and proceeded to lay his complaint before one of the 10 judges of purgatory. Whereupon the 2 mandarins who had previously ill-used him came forward and secretly offered him 1,000 ounces of silver if he would withdraw the charge. This he positively refused to do, and some days subsequently the landlord of the inn where he was staying told him he had been a fool for his pains, and that he would now get neither money nor justice, the judge himself having already been tampered with. Fang Ping thought this was mere gossip and would not believe it, but when his case was called, the judge utterly refused to hear the charge and ordered him 20 blows with the bamboo, which were administered in spite of all his protestations. He then cried out, "Ah, it's all because I have no money to give you," which so incensed the judge that he told the lictors to throw Fang Ping on the firebed. This was a great iron couch with a roaring fire underneath, which made it red-hot, and upon that the devils cast Fang Ping, having first stripped off his clothes, pressing him down on it, until the fire ate into his very bones, though in spite of that he could not die. After a while the devils said he had had enough, and made him get off the iron bed and put his clothes on again. He was just able to walk, and when he went back into court, the judge asked him if he wanted to make any further complaints. "Alas," cried he, "my wrongs are still unredressed, and I should only be lying were I to say I would complain no more." The judge then inquired what he had to complain of, to which Fang Ping replied that it was of the injustice of his recent punishment. This enraged the judge so much that he ordered his attendants to saw Fang Ping in 2. He was then led away by devils to a place where he was thrust in between a couple of wooden boards, the ground on all sides being wet and sticky with blood. Just at that moment, he was summoned to return before the judge, who asked him if he was still of the same mind, and on his replying in the affirmative, he was taken back again and bound between the 2 boards. The saw was then applied, and as it went through his brain he experienced the most cruel agonies, which however he managed to endure without uttering a cry. "He's a tough customer," said one of the devils, as the saw made its way gradually through his chest, to which the other replied, "Truly, this is filial piety, and as the poor fellow has done nothing, let us turn the saw a little out of the direct line so as to avoid injuring his heart." Fang Ping then felt the saw make a curve inside him, which caused him even more pain than before, and in a few moments he was cut through right down to the ground, and the 2 halves of his body fell apart, along with the boards to which they were tied, one on either side. The devils went back to report progress, and were then ordered to join Fang Ping together again and bring him in. This they accordingly did. They cut all down Fang Ping's body, hurting him dreadfully, and feeling as if it would reopen every minute. But as Fang Ping was unable to walk, one of the devils took out a cord and tied it round his waist, as a reward, he said, for his filial piety. The pain immediately ceased, and Fang Ping appeared once more before the judge, this time promising that he would make no more complaints. The judge now gave orders that he should be sent up to earth, and the devils, escorting him out of the north gate of the city, showed him his way home and went away. Fang Ping now saw that there was even less chance of securing justice in the infernal regions than upon the earth above, and having no means of getting at the great king to plead his case, he bethought himself of a certain upright and benevolent god, called Lang, who was a relative of the great king, and him he determined to seek. So he turned about and took his way southwards, but was immediately seized by some devils, sent out by the judge to watch that he really went back to his home. These devils hurried him again into the judge's presence, where he was received, contrary to his expectation, with great affability, the judge himself praising his filial piety, but declaring that he need trouble no further in the matter, as his father had already been born again in a wealthy and illustrious family. "And upon you," added the judge, "I now bestow a present of 1,000 ounces of silver to take home with you, as well as the old age of a centenarian, with which I hope you will be satisfied." He then showed Fang Ping the stamped record of this and sent him away in charge of the devils. The latter now began to abuse him for giving them so much trouble, but Fang Ping turned sharply upon them and threatened to take them back before the judge. They were then silent and marched along for about half a day, until at length they reached a village, where the devils invited Fang Ping into a house, the door of which was standing half open. Fang Ping was just going in, when suddenly the devils gave him a shove from behind, and there he was, born again on earth as a little girl. For 3 days he pined and cried without taking any food, and then he died. but his spirit did not forget Erlang and set out at once in search of that god. He had not gone far when he fell in with the retinue of some high personage, and one of the attendants seized him for getting in the way and hurried him before his master. He was taken to a chariot, where he saw a handsome young man, sitting in great state, and thinking that now was his chance, he told the young man, who he imagined to be a high mandarin, all his sad story from beginning to end. His bonds were then loosed, and he went along with the young man until they reached a place where several officials came out to receive them. And to one of these he confided Fang Piing, who now learnt that the young man was no other than God himself, the officials being the 9 princes of heaven, and the one to whose care he was entrusted no other than Erlang. This last was very tall and had a long white beard, not at all like the popular representation of a god. And when the other princes had gone, he took Fang Piing into a courtroom, where he saw his father and their old enemy, Yang, besides all the lictors and others who had been mixed up in the case. By and by, some criminals were brought in cages, and these turned out to be the judge, prefect, and magistrate. The trial was then commenced, the 3 wicked officers trembling and shaking in their shoes. And when he had heard the evidence, Erlang proceeded to pass sentence upon the prisoners, each of whom he sentenced, after enlarging upon the enormity of their several crimes, to be roasted, boiled, and otherwise put to most excruciating tortures. As for Fang Piing, he accorded him 3 extra decades of life, as a reward for his filial piety, and a copy of the sentence was put in his pocket. Father and son journeyed along together, and at length reached their home. That is to say, Fang Piing was the first to recover consciousness, and then bade the servants open his father's coffin, which they immediately did, and the old man at once came back to life. But when Fang Piing looked for his copy of the sentence, lo, it had disappeared. As for the Yang family, poverty soon overtook them, and all their lands passed into Fang Piing's hands. For as sure as anyone else bought them, they became sterile forthwith and would produce nothing. But Fang Piing and his father lived on happily, both reaching the age of 90 and odd years. Footnotes. The infernal regions are supposed to be pretty much a counterpart of the world above, except in the matter of light. The visitor to Canton cannot fail to observe batches of prisoners, with chains on them sitting in the street outside the prisons, many of them engaged in plying their particular trades. The judge in a Chinese court is necessarily very much dependent on his secretaries, and, except in special cases, he takes his cue almost entirely from them. They take theirs from whichever party to the case knows best how to cross the palm. The whole story is, of course, simply a satire upon the venality and injustice of the ruling classes in China. 77. Singular case of ophthalmia. A Mr. Ku of Changnan was stopping in an inn at Kaiatia when he was attacked by a very severe inflammation of the eyes. Day and night he lay on his bed groaning, no medicines being of any avail, and when he did get a little better, his recovery was accompanied by a singular phenomenon. Every time he closed his eyes, he beheld in front of him a number of large buildings, with all their doors wide open, and people passing and repassing in the background, none of whom he recognized by sight. One day he had just sat down to have a good look, when, all of a sudden, he felt himself passing through the open doors. He went on through 3 courtyards without meeting anyone, but on looking into some rooms on either side, he saw a great number of young girls sitting, lying, and kneeling about on a red carpet, which was spread on the ground. Just then a man came out from behind the building, and seeing Ku, said to him, "Ah, the prince said there was a stranger at the door. I suppose you are the person he meant." He then asked Ku to walk in, which the latter was at first unwilling to do. However, he yielded to the man's instances and accompanied him in, asking whose palace it was. His guide told him it belonged to the son of the 9th prince, and that he had arrived at the nick of time, for a number of friends and relatives had chosen this very day to come and congratulate the young gentleman on his recent recovery from a severe illness. Meanwhile, another person had come out to hurry them on, and they soon reached a spot where there was a pavilion facing the north, with an ornamental terrace and red balustrades, supported by 9 pillars. Ascending the steps, they found the place full of visitors, and then espied a young man seated with his face to the north, whom they at once knew to be the prince's son, and thereupon they prostrated themselves before him, the whole company rising as they did so. The young prince made Ku sit down to the east of him, and caused wine to be served. After which, some singing girls came in and performed the Hua Fern Chu. They had got to about the third scene when, all of a sudden, Ku heard the landlord of the inn and his servant shouting out to him that dinner was ready, and was dreadfully afraid that the young prince, too, had heard. No one, however, seemed to have noticed anything, so Ku begged to be excused a moment, as he wished to change his clothes, and immediately ran out. He then looked up and saw the sun low in the west, and his servant standing by his bedside, whereupon he knew that he had never left the inn. He was much chagrined at this, and wished to go back as fast as he could. He therefore dismissed his servant, and on shutting his eyes once more, he found everything just as he had left it, except that where, on the first occasion, he had observed the young girls, there were none now to be seen, but only some disheveled, hump-backed creatures, who cried out at him, and asked him what he meant by spying about there. Ku didn't dare reply, but hurried past them as quickly as he could, and on to the pavilion of the young prince. There he found him still sitting, but with a black beard over a foot in length, and the prince was anxious to know where he had been, saying that 7 scenes of the play were already over. He then seized a big goblet of wine, and made Ku drink it as a penalty, by which time the play was finished, and the list was handed up for a further selection. The Marriage of Piang Tzu was selected, and then the singing girls began to hand round the wine in coconuts big enough to hold about 5 quarts, which Ku declined, on the ground that he was suffering from weak eyes, and was consequently afraid to drink too much. "If your eyes are bad," cried the young prince, "the court physician is at hand, and can attend to you." Thereupon, one of the guests sitting to the east came forward, and opening Ku's eyes with his fingers, touched them with some white ointment, which he applied from the end of a jade pin. He then bade Ku close his eyes and take a short nap. So the prince had him conducted into a sleeping room, where he found the bed so soft, and surrounded by such delicious perfume, that he soon fell into a deep slumber. By and by he was awaked by what appeared to be the clashing of cymbals, and fancied that the play was still going on. But on opening his eyes, he saw that it was only the inn dog, which was licking an oilman's gong. His ophthalmia, however, was quite cured, and when he shut his eyes again, he could see nothing. Footnotes. In Book 5 of Mencius, works we read that Shun, the perfect man, stood with his face to the south, while the Emperor Yao No, Roman 8. Note 63, and his nobles faced the north. This arrangement is said to have been adopted in deference to Shun's virtue, for in modern times the emperor always sits facing the south. Name of a celebrated play. These are about as big as a cheese plate and attached to a short stick, from which hangs suspended a small button of metal in such a manner as to clash against the face of the gong at every turn of the hand. The names and descriptions of various instruments employed by costermongers in China would fill a good-sized volume. 78. Chu Kaosiachang and his ghost. At Husheng there lived a graduate named Chu Tianai, who, though 50 years of age, had but one son called Kaosiachang, whom he loved very dearly. This boy, when about 13 or 14, was a handsome, well-favored fellow, strangely averse to study, and often playing truant from school, sometimes for the whole day, without any remonstrance on the part of his father. One day he went away and did not come back in the evening. Neither, after a diligent search, could any traces of him be discovered. His father and mother were in despair, and hardly cared to live, but after a year and more had passed away, lo and behold, Kaosiachang returned, saying that he had been beguiled away by a Taoist priest, who, however, had not done him any harm, and that he had seized a moment while the priest was absent to escape and find his way home again. His father was delighted, and asked him no more questions, but set to work to give him an education, and Kaosiachang was so much cleverer and more intelligent than he had been before, that by the following year he had taken his bachelor's degree and had made quite a name for himself. Immediately, all the good families of the neighborhood wanted to secure him as a son-in-law. Among others proposed there was an extremely nice girl, the daughter of a gentleman named Kao, who had taken his doctor's degree, and Kaosiachang's father was very anxious that he should marry the young lady. The youth himself would not hear of it, but stuck to his books and took his master's degree, quite refusing to entertain any thought of marriage. And this so exasperated his mother that one day the good lady began to rate him soundly. Kaosiachang got up in a great rage and cried out, "I have long been wanting to get away, and have only remained for your sakes. I shall now say farewell, and leave Miss Kao for any one that likes to marry her." At this, his mother tried to detain him, but in a moment he had fallen forwards on the ground, and there was nothing left of him but his hat and clothes. They were all dreadfully frightened, thinking that it must have been Ko Chang's ghost who had been with them, and gave themselves up to weeping and lamentation. However, the very next day Ko Chang arrived, accompanied by a retinue of horses and servants, his story being that he had formerly been kidnapped and sold to a wealthy trader, who, being then childless, had adopted him, but who, when he subsequently had a son born to him by his own wife, sent Ko Chang back to his old home. And as soon as his father began to question him as to his studies, his utter dullness and want of knowledge soon made it clear that he was the real Ko Chang of old. But he was already known as a man who had got his master's degree. That is, the ghost of him had got it. So it was determined in the family to keep the whole affair secret. This Ko Chang was only too ready to espouse Miss Ko. And before a year had passed over their heads, his wife had presented the old people with the much-longed-for grandson. Footnote: see No, Roman 23, note 154. 79. The spirits of the Poyang Lake. An official named Chai was appointed to a post at Jiaochu, and on his way thither crossed the Poyang Lake. Happening to visit the shrine of the local spirits, he noticed a carved image of the patriotic Ting Piulang and another of a namesake of his own, the latter occupying a very inferior position. "Come, come," said Chai, "my patron saint shan't be put in the background like that." So he moved the image into a more honorable place and then went back on board his boat again. Soon after, a great wind struck the vessel and carried away the mast and sails, at which the sailors, in great alarm, set to work to howl and cry. However, in a few moments they saw a small skiff come cutting through the waves, and before long they were all safely on board. The man who rowed it was strangely like the image in the shrine, the position of which Chai had changed. But they were hardly out of danger when the squall had passed over, and skiff and man had both vanished. Footnote: a famous official who lived in the reign of Hung Wu, first emperor of the Ming dynasty, AD 1368-1399. I have not been able to discover what was the particular act for which he has been celebrated as loyal to the death. 80. The stream of cash. A certain gentleman's servant was one day in his master's garden, when he beheld a stream of cash flowing by, 2 or 3 feet in breadth and of about the same depth. He immediately seized 2 large handfuls and then threw himself down on the top of the stream in order to try and secure the rest. However, when he got up, he found that it had all flowed away from under him, none being left except what he had got in his 2 hands. "Ah," says the commentator, "money is properly a circulating medium, and is not intended for a man to lie upon and keep all to himself." Footnotes: see number Roman 2, note 42. The Chinese, fond as they are of introducing water, under the form of miniature lakes, into their gardens and pleasure grounds, do not approve of a running stream near the dwelling house. I myself knew a case of a man, provided with a pretty little house, rent-free alongside of which ran a mountain rill, who left the place and paid for lodgings out of his own pocket rather than live so close to a stream which he averred carried all his good luck away. Yet this man was a fair scholar and a graduate to boot. 81. The injustice of heaven. Mr. Hsu was a magistrate at Shantung. A certain upper chamber of his house was used as a storeroom, but some creature managed so frequently to get in and make havoc among the stores, for which the servants were always being scolded, that at length some of the latter determined to keep watch. By and by they saw a huge spider as big as a peck measure, and hurried off to tell their master, who thought it so strange that he gave orders to the servants to feed the insect with cakes. It thus became very tame and would always come forth when hungry, returning as soon as it had taken enough to eat. Years passed away, and one day Mr. Hsu was consulting his archives, when suddenly the spider appeared and ran under the table. Thinking it was hungry, he bade his servants give it a cake. But the next moment he noticed 2 snakes, of about the thickness of a chopstick, lying one on each side. The spider drew in its legs as if in mortal fear, and the snakes began to swell out until they were as big round as an egg, at which Mr. Hsu was greatly alarmed and would have hurried away, when crash! When a peal of thunder, killing every person in the house. Mr. Hsu himself recovered consciousness after a little while, but only to see his wife and servants, 7 persons in all, lying dead, and after a month's illness he, too, departed this life. Now Mr. HSU was an upright, honorable man who really had the interests of the people at heart. A subscription was accordingly raised to pay his funeral expenses, and on the day of his burial the air was rent for miles round with cries of weeping and lamentation. Hereon the commentator, I Shishi, makes the following remark: that dragons play with pearls I have always regarded as an old woman's tale. Is it possible, then, that the story is a fact? I have heard, too, that the thunder strikes only the guilty man and, if so, how could a virtuous official be visited with this dire calamity? Footnotes: that Chinaman thinks his a hard lot who cannot eat till he is full. It may be noticed here that the Chinese seem not so much to enjoy the process of eating as the subsequent state of repletion. As a rule, they bolt their food and get their enjoyment out of it afterwards. The full explanation and origin of this saying I have failed to elucidate. Dragons are often represented with pearls before their mouths, and these they are supposed to spit out or swallow, as fancy may take them. The pearl, too, is said to be the essence of the dragon's nature, without which it would be powerless. But this is all I know about the subject. Such is the common belief in China at the present day. There is a god of thunder who punishes wicked people. The lightning is merely a mirror, by the aid of which he singles out his victims. 82. The sea serpent. A trader named Chia was voyaging on the South Seas, when one night it suddenly became as light as day on board his ship. Jumping up to see what was the matter, he beheld a huge creature with its body half out of the water, towering up like a hill. Its eyes resembled two suns and threw a light far and wide, and when the trader asked the boatman what it was, there was not one who could say. They all crouched down and watched it, and by the monster gradually disappeared in the water again, leaving everything in darkness as before. And when they reached port, they found all the people talking about a strange phenomenon of a great light that had appeared in the night, the time of which coincided exactly with the strange scene they themselves had witnessed. Footnote: the sea serpent, in this case, was probably nothing more or less than some meteoric phenomenon. 83. The magic mirror. If you would really like to have something that has belonged to me, said she, you shall. Whereupon she took out a mirror and gave it to him, saying, whenever you want to see me, you must look for me in your books, otherwise I shall not be visible, and in a moment she had vanished. Liu went home very melancholy at heart, but when he looked in the mirror, there was Fairing Hsien standing with her back to him, gazing, as it were, at someone who was going away, and about 100 paces from her. He then bethought himself of her injunctions, and settled down to his studies, refusing to receive any visitors. And a few days subsequently, when he happened to look in the mirror, there was Fairing Hsien, with her face turned towards him, and smiling in every feature. After this, he was always taking out the mirror to look at her. However, in about a month his good resolutions began to disappear, and he once more went out to enjoy himself and waste his time as before. When he returned home and looked in the mirror, Fairing Hsien seemed to be crying bitterly. And the day after, when he looked at her again, she had her back turned towards him as on the day he received the mirror. He now knew that it was because he had neglected his studies, and forthwith set to work again with all diligence, until in a month's time she had turned round once again. Henceforward, whenever anything interrupted his progress, Fairing Hsien's countenance became sad, but whenever he was getting on well, her sadness was changed to smiles. Night and morning Liu would look at the mirror, regarding it quite in the light of a revered preceptor, and in 3 years' time he took his degree in triumph. Now, cried he, I shall be able to look Fairing Hsien in the face. And there, sure enough, she was, with her delicately penciled arched eyebrows, and her teeth just showing between her lips, as happy-looking as she could be, when, all of a sudden, she seemed to speak, and Liu heard her say, a pretty pair we make, I must allow, and the next moment Fairing Hsien stood by his side. Footnote: the following is merely a single episode taken from a long and otherwise uninteresting story. Miss Fairing Hsien was a fox, hence her power to bestow such a singular present as the mirror here described, the object of which was to incite her lover to success the condition of their future union. 84. Courage tested. Mr. Tung was a HSU man, very fond of playing broadsword, and a light-hearted, devil-may-care fellow who was often involving himself in trouble. One day he fell in with a traveler who was riding on a mule and going the same way as himself, whereupon they entered into conversation and began to talk to each other about feats of strength and so on. The traveler said his name was Tiang and that he belonged to Liaoyang, that he had been 20 years away from home and had just returned from beyond the sea. "And I venture to say," cried Tung, "that in your wanderings on the four seas you have seen a great many people, but have you seen any supernaturally clever ones?" Tiang asked him to what he alluded, and then Tung explained what his own particular hobby was, adding how much he would like to learn from them any tricks in the art of broadsword. "Supernatural," replied the traveler, "are to be found everywhere. It needs but that a man should be a loyal subject and a filial son for him to know all that the supernaturals know." "Right you are, indeed," cried Tung, as he drew a short sword from his belt and, tapping the blade with his fingers, began to accompany it with a song. He then cut down a tree that was by the wayside to show Tiang how sharp it was, at which Tiang smoothed his beard and smiled, begging to be allowed to have a look at the weapon. Tung handed it to him, and when he had turned it over 2 or 3 times, he said, "This is a very inferior piece of steel. Now, though I know nothing about broadsword myself, I have a weapon which is really of some use." He then drew from beneath his coat a sword of a foot or so in length, and with it he began to pare pieces off Tung's sword, which seemed as soft as a melon, and which he cut quite away like a horse's hoof. Tung was greatly astonished, and borrowed the other's sword to examine it, returning it after carefully wiping the blade. He then invited Tiang to his house and made him stay the night, and, after begging him to explain the mystery of his sword, began to nurse his leg and sit listening respectfully without saying a word. It was already pretty late, when suddenly there was a sound of scuffling next door where Tung's father lived, and on putting his ear to the wall he heard an angry voice saying, "Tell your son to come here at once, and then I will spare you." This was followed by other sounds of beating and a continued groaning, in a voice which Tung knew to be his father's. He therefore seized a spear and was about to rush forth, but Tiang held him back, saying, "You'll be killed for a certainty if you go. Let us think of some other plan." Tung asked what plan he could suggest, to which the other replied, "The robbers are killing your father. There is no help for you, but as you have no brothers, just go and tell your wife and children what your last wishes are, while I try and rouse the servants." Tung agreed to this and ran in to tell his wife, who clung to him and implored him not to go, until at length all his courage had ebbed away, and he went upstairs with her to get his bow and arrows ready to resist the robbers' attack. At that juncture, he heard the voice of his friend Tiang, outside on the eaves of the house, saying with a laugh, "All right, the robbers have gone." But on lighting a candle, he could see nothing of him. He then stole out to the front door, where he met his father with a lantern in his hand, coming in from a party at a neighbor's house, and the whole courtyard was covered with the ashes of burnt grass, whereby he knew that Tiang the traveler was himself a supernatural.